The storm known as Camille had left nothing untouched. What hadn't been flattened by its fury had been twisted beyond recognition. Kelly tightened the straps of his dive gear, eyeing the skeletal remains of the oil rig that jutted from the Gulf, like the broken spine of some ancient sea monster. The platform's legs, warped and bent, looked like they'd been crushed in the fist of a careless giant. Most of the salvageable equipment had already been hauled off, leaving behind a hollowed-out husk that would soon become an artificial reef. As the dive boat cut through the choppy water, Kelly reviewed the demolition plan with his team, their voices barely audible over the hum of the engine. Nearby, a patrol boat kept watch, shooing away curious fishermen who drifted too close, though why anyone would want to witness this spectacle was beyond him. With a practiced motion, Kelly tipped backward into the water, the sudden silence of the underwater world enveloping him. Sunlight filtered down in shimmering ribbons, casting shifting patterns across the rig's battered legs. Visibility was decent, at least. The explosives' neat blocks of C4, each no bigger than a hardcover book, were already secured in place. He moved methodically, inspecting each charge while his teammates wove primacord around them like a deadly spiderweb. These guys knew their stuff, locals, ex-Navy, sharp as they came. Still, Kelly double-checked their work, and they did the same for his. When you were dealing with enough explosives to level a building, there was no room for shortcuts. 20 minutes later, they ascended to the upper section just below the surface, where they repeated the process with slow precision. Down here, time moved differently. Every second stretched, every movement carried weight. One wrong move, one frayed wire, and the whole thing could go up in a blast that would turn them into fish food. Half a world away, Colonel Robin Zacharias banked his F-105G hard, skimming the jagged peaks of the karst hills. Below him, hidden in the folds of the terrain, and Say-2 missile site had already loosed 3 shots at his squadron. The radar operator was good, too good. He'd taken out 2 of Robin's men the week before, and now it was personal. In the back seat, Jack Tate's voice crackled over the intercom. He's at 9 o'clock, still sweeping. Doesn't have a lock yet. Robin's grip on the stick tightened. They weren't going to repeat last time's mistake. No shrikes, no half measures. This bastard had slipped through their fingers once, and it had cost them. Al Wallace, a friend since their days in Salt Lake, had been in one of those planes. Not this time. Robin rolled the Thunderchief into a tight spiral, the ground blurring beneath him. The game was simple. Stay low, stay fast, and make sure the hunter became the hunted. Zacharias pushed the unsettling thought aside, not bothering to chastise himself for the muttered curse. Let's give him another show, he muttered, yanking the control stick back. The F-105 surged upward into the enemy radar's range, hanging motionless like a dare. This SAM commander had likely trained under the Russians. They didn't know his exact kill count, only that it was alarmingly high, and that kind of arrogance made men sloppy in their line of work. 2 launches, Robin, both tracking, Tate called from the rear seat. Just 2. Zacharias scoffed. Maybe his budget's tight, Tate shot back dryly. 9 o'clock. Time to work your magic, Rob. Watch this. Zacharias banked hard left, keeping the missiles in sight before diving into a split S maneuver that dropped them behind a ridge. He leveled out dangerously low, the Say-2 spiraling uselessly, thousands of feet above. Now's our shot, Tate said. Damn right. Zacharias wrenched the stick left, arming his cluster bombs. The thud hugged the terrain, skimming ridges, as his eyes locked onto the next target 6 miles out, 50 seconds away. Radar's still active, Tate warned. He sees us coming. Only 1 missile left. Unless his crew was faster than usual. But you couldn't plan for everything. Flak at 10 o'clock, too far to matter. Still, it marked a bad exit route. There's the plateau. Maybe the enemy saw him, maybe not. He could just be another blip lost in the radar noise. Some exhausted operator squinting at a screen. The thud was unmatched at low altitude, its mottled camouflage blending into the terrain. They were probably searching the skies, not expecting him this low. The jamming wall ahead was part of the plan. His wingman's work, but standard tactics called for a high-altitude dive. They'd tried that twice. Failed twice. Time for something new. He'd hit them low, scatter Rockeyes across the site, and let the other weasel clean up. His job was the command van and the man inside. The thud jerked left, then right, dodging any ground fire. Guns were still a threat. Star pattern confirmed, Robin announced. The Say-6 layout, straight from a Russian manual, fanned out 6 launchers around a central hub resembling a Star of David, which struck Zacharias as grimly ironic. The thought flickered and vanished as he lined up the van in his sights. Rockeye selected, he confirmed, more to himself than anyone. For 10 critical seconds, he held the jet steady. Steady. Wise. Dirt, betzbethig frively way. 4 bulky canisters tumbled free, splitting open mid-air to rain down thousands of bomblets. He was already miles past when they struck. No time to watch men scramble for cover. He stayed low, banking sharply left to check the damage. A towering plume of smoke erupted from the star's center. That's for Al, he allowed himself to think, just once before leveling out and scanning for an escape route. The strike team could move in now the SAM site was done. He aimed for a narrow pass, pushing near Mach 1, finally relaxing as the threat faded behind him. Home for Christmas. Then tracers. Red streaks erupted from the pass ahead. No warning, no deflection, just straight at him. He jerked up instinctively, and the thud flew right into the fire. The aircraft convulsed violently, and in the blink of an eye, everything turned from order to chaos. Robin. A voice crackled through the intercom, barely audible over the blaring alarms. Zacharias felt a cold certainty settle in his gut. His plane was going down. Before he could even process it, the engine erupted in flames, and the thud lurched into an uncontrollable roll. Instinct took over as he grabbed the ejection handles, but a choked cry from the back seat made him hesitate. He turned just in time to see Jack Tate's blood suspended in the air like a macabre mist, but then agony exploded through his own spine as the ejection seat tore him free. Meanwhile, Kelly fired a flare into the sky, signaling the all-clear. Another boat lobbed small charges into the water, scattering the fish away from the demolition zone. After a tense 5-minute wait, he nodded to the safety officer. Yavia's secure. With 3 sharp warnings of fire in the hole, he twisted the detonator. The explosion was textbook. Water erupted into froth as the rig's legs snapped clean. The platform tilted almost lazily before crashing into the sea with a colossal splash, the illusion of floating steel lasting only a second before it vanished beneath the waves. Kelly coiled the wires and tossed them overboard. 2 weeks ahead of schedule. Guess you really wanted that bonus, the executive remarked, impressed. A former Navy pilot himself, he appreciated efficiency. Dutch wasn't wrong about you. The Dassers Tamalus. The Admiral's a solid guy. Helped Tish and me out more than once. Flew with him for 2 years. Absolute legend. The executive chuckled, then gestured at the tattoo on Kelly's arm, a cocky red seal balanced on its flippers. What's the story there? Unit tradition, Kelly deflected with a grin. Classified, huh? Figures. The exec clapped him on the shoulder. Check will hit your account by close of business. I'll radio ahead so your wife can swing by. Tish Kelly browsed the racks at the stork shop, her excitement barely contained. At just under 3 months along, she could still wear most of her usual clothes, but she couldn't resist imagining the possibilities. She made a mental note to drag John here. Later, he loved picking things out for her. Stepping outside, she slid into their Plymouth wagon, the coastal sun a welcome change from Maryland's dreary autumn. The drive to the oil company's yard was smooth, every traffic light flipping green just as she approached. The truck driver, however, wasn't as lucky. Running behind schedule after a grueling haul from Oklahoma, he scowled as the light turned yellow. He jammed the brakes only for both pedals to sink uselessly to the floor. His stomach dropped faster than the rig had. The highway stretched empty before him as he gripped the wheel, downshifting to slow the massive rig while laying on the horn with desperate urgency. His prayers went unanswered. The station wagon darted into the intersection without hesitation. The driver would forever remember the sickening moment when the woman's face vanished beneath his grill, followed by the horrific lurch as his truck rolled over the crumpled vehicle with a metallic scream. Pam watched in numb horror as Helen's muffled cries filled the shack. She wanted to feel something, anything for her friend, but fear had frozen her emotions solid. The men worked methodically, their violence calculated, each choked gasp from Helen a reminder of what happened to those who tried to escape. Henry's lessons always left marks, both visible and not. Pam's own ribs ached in phantom pain as she met Helen's pleading gaze, silently begging forgiveness through her own terrified stare. When the sounds finally stopped, Pam squeezed her eyes shut, wondering whose turn would come next. The artillery crew laughed as they propped their captive beside his dead comrade, relishing the pilot's anguish. Their amusement faded when the Hanoi intelligence officer arrived, scrutinizing the prisoner with sudden intensity. After a hushed phone call, the officer smeared the dead man's blood across the living one's face and snapped photographs of bizarre pantomime that left the soldiers exchanging confused glances. Why make a living man look like a corpse? Kelly stood motionless in the ER hallway, the chaplain's empty words washing over him. The officer's rehearsed speech about failed brakes and tragic accidents meant nothing. His wife, their unborn child, gone in an instant, while the truck driver, a father himself, now lay sedated in another ward, shattered by guilt. Kelly's colleagues hovered nearby, ready to handle logistics, but no amount of paperwork could fill the void where his future had been. The world kept moving, indifferent, as if the universe itself shrugged and said, "These things happen." The man had already faced hell, or so he thought, but life had a way of showing him there were deeper layers he hadn't even imagined. Kelly wasn't sure what made him pull over. One second he was driving, the next his foot was on the brake, steering his Scout onto the gravel shoulder. The girl wasn't even thumbing for a ride, just standing there, indifferent as cars roared past, kicking up dust and exhaust. She had the stance of someone used to waiting, one leg straight, the other slightly bent, a worn backpack hanging off her shoulder. Her hair, the color of sun-bleached wheat, whipped around her face in the wind. By the time he noticed her blank expression, it was too late to change his mind. She watched his car slow, then gave a half-hearted shrug before walking toward him. The window was already down when she leaned in. "Where are you headed?" she asked, catching him off guard. He'd expected to be the one asking the first question. Up close, she looked young, maybe early 20s, but her eyes carried the weight of someone much older. Her face wasn't dirty, just weathered, like she'd been out in the elements too long. The oversized shirt she wore had seen better days, and her hair was tangled. But none of that was what held his attention. It was her eyes. A striking gray-green, they looked right through him, empty in a way he recognized. He'd seen that stare before in soldiers, in men who'd lost too much. "Back to my boat," he answered, unsure why he said it. Her whole face changed. "You have a boat." The sudden brightness in her eyes was almost childlike, her smile spreading like she'd just won something. He noticed the small gap between her front teeth. 40-footer. Diesel cruiser. He jerked a thumb toward the back, where groceries filled the cargo space. "Wanna come?" The words left his mouth before he could think. "Sure." She yanked the door open and tossed her bag in, settling into the seat like she'd been waiting for this exact moment. Merging back into traffic was a nightmare. The Scout wasn't built for speed, and the interstate was packed with idiots in a hurry, families racing toward the beach, weekend warriors cutting lanes without signaling. Kelly clenched the wheel, forcing himself to focus. What the hell am I doing? The question nagged at him, but it wasn't the only one. Lately, there were too many things he didn't have answers for. Around him, cars buzzed with life, kids pressed against windows, waving at strangers. Kelly ignored them. It was easier that way. He dragged a hand over his stubble, rough against his palm. His fingers were grimy. Funny how the little things reminded you of what you'd lost. No surprise they'd given him those looks back at the warehouse. Letting yourself slide, Kelly. But honestly, who gave a damn? He glanced at the woman beside him and realized he hadn't even asked her name. Here he was, taking her to his boat, and he didn't know the first thing about her. Unbelievable. She sat quietly, gaze fixed ahead, her profile soft and striking, slender, almost delicate, with hair that wasn't quite blonde or brown. Her jeans were the kind that came pre-distressed, the kind people paid extra for to look like they'd lived in them. Kelly couldn't care less about fashion. One less thing to worry about. How had he ended up like this? His mind gnawed at the question. He knew pieces of the answer, but they never quite fit together. Different parts of him remembered different fragments of the man he used to be, sharp, resilient, decisive. Now, just a mess of confusion, stumbling through life like a ghost of himself. The worst part? He couldn't even pinpoint where it all went wrong. Sure, he knew the events, the external blows, but the real damage was deeper. Some internal wiring that had short-circuited, leaving him adrift. She stayed silent, and that was fine by him. Yet something nagged at him. An instinct, that old familiar prickle at the back of his neck. His eyes flicked over the road, scanning for threats, but all he saw were reckless drivers with more horsepower than sense. Still, the unease clung to him. Without thinking, his hand drifted down, fingers brushing the textured grip of the Colt tucked beneath the seat. He jerked his hand back, scowling. What the hell was that about? But he kept checking the rear view, telling himself it was just routine. The marina was chaos, holiday weekend madness. Cars darted recklessly across the potholed lot, each driver convinced they were beating the rush they were actively creating. At least here, his Scout had the advantage: high clearance, better visibility. He swung around, backing smoothly into the slip he'd left hours ago. Locking the car felt like sealing off the outside world. The open water called, a clean escape. Springer wasn't some polished showpiece. She was solid 41 feet of diesel-powered practicality, built for function over flash. 2 cabins, a convertible salon, and engines that purred without strain. No fancy varnish, just reliable gear, marine radar, comms equipment, navigation tools fit for deep-sea work. She was meant to be a workboat, and Kelly liked it that way. No pretenses, just steady, uncomplicated purpose. Exactly what he needed right now. Kelly and his companion stepped out of the car, the salty harbor air filling their lungs. He popped open the trunk and began hauling the grocery boxes onto the boat, noticing how the woman wisely kept her distance. "Was ist es deter?" Ed Murdoch's voice boomed from the upper deck. "What's up?" Kelly called back, balancing a carton on his hip. "We pay no fault tickage." Replaced the generator brushes, but turns out the meter was the real issue. "Swap that out too," Ed explained as he descended the ladder, only to stumble on the last step when he caught sight of the woman. The mechanic's eyes flickered over her with obvious appreciation before he turned back to business. Topped off your fuel, engines are warmed up. It's all on your tab, he added with a smirk. Kelly dismissed the small talk with a curt nod. Appreciate it, Ed. Oh, and Chip mentioned someone's interested in buying if you ever change your mind. Not happening? Kelly interrupted. Ed chuckled, gathering his tools. She's a real catch, Kelly, he tossed over his shoulder, clearly proud of his innuendo. It took Kelly a second to catch the joke, earning a dry chuckle as he stowed the last of the supplies. The girl Pam, as she introduced herself, stood awkwardly, her fingers twitching like she was fighting nerves. Where should I go? She asked, her voice light but uncertain. Head up top. She flashed a smile so bright it could thaw a glacier, as if she'd already figured him out. Kelly retreated to the cabin, grateful at least for his habit of keeping things shipshape. Staring into the mirror, he muttered, All right, genius. What's the plan now? No brilliant ideas came, so he settled for washing up before rejoining her. Forgot to ask your name, he admitted. Pam, she said, offering her hand. And you? Gaily, Mamstefeft. He kept his tone neutral, maintaining a careful distance. So, where are we headed, mister? Kelly. Just Kelly, he corrected. Pam nodded, undeterred. Fine, just Kelly. Where to? Got a little island about 30 miles. You own an island? Her eyes widened like he'd just revealed a secret treasure map. Least technically, he admitted, though the distinction clearly didn't matter to her. Let's go, she exclaimed, practically bouncing with excitement as she glanced back at the shore. Kelly couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, let's. He fired up the bilge blower's force of habit, even though the diesel engines didn't demand it. Safety was ingrained in him, a lesson learned from others' mistakes. After the required wait, he fired up the engines, the twin Detroits roaring to life as he checked the gauges. Satisfied, he untied the lines and guided the boat out of the slip, adjusting for the mild current. Pam watched the marina shrink behind them, her grip on the railing easing as they picked up speed. You know boats well? Kelly asked, glancing at her. She shrugged, her earlier nerves replaced by curiosity. Enough to know I'm in good hands. Kelly smirked. Let's hope so. She shrugged slightly, her voice carrying a hint of an accent he hadn't noticed before. Not much, she admitted. When he asked where she was from, she mentioned Indianapolis, but added it had been years since she'd lived there. His own roots were in Texas, though that felt like a lifetime ago. Her fingers brushed the ink on his forearm, tracing the lines of a tattoo he'd gotten in a place he'd rather forget. One of my stops, he said vaguely, and she nodded, understanding without needing details. The yacht surged forward as he pushed the throttles, leaving the marina behind. When she pressed him about his time overseas, he dodged with a half-joke about polite conversation. She shot back with a playful challenge. What makes you think I'm a lady? And for the first time in months, he laughed. Not the hollow kind, but something real. Her grin was contagious, and it caught him off guard. Took you long enough to smile, she teased, her tone warm. He almost cracked a dark joke about how long it had been but swallowed it, shaking his head at his own thoughts. Her hand lingered on his arm, not just to examine the tattoo, but to connect. The warmth of her touch was startling, a stark contrast to the cold isolation he'd grown used to. He focused on steering, navigating around the wake of a freighter looming ahead. The boat pitched as they cut through the choppy water, and she asked about changing clothes. He pointed her toward the cabin, only for her to laugh at his awkward offer to switch quarters. When she reappeared, it was in shorts and a loose halter, her skin pale against the sun. Kelly caught himself staring and forced his gaze away, but she made it impossible. pressing close enough for him to notice the way the fabric gaped. "Like what you see?" she asked, and he fumbled for words before realizing she was already distracted, waving at the freighter's crew. An Italian sailor blew her a kiss, and she returned the gesture, leaving Kelly oddly irritated. He swung the boat wide, sounding the horn as they passed the ship's bridge, proper etiquette, though most wouldn't bother. Through binoculars, he knew the officer wasn't looking at him. Not with Pam standing there, sunlit and laughing. Kelly spun toward the wheelhouse and barked an order. Seconds later, the freighter's deep horn blasted across the water, startling the girl so badly she nearly jumped overboard. They both burst out laughing, and she clung to his arm, her fingers absently tracing the edges of his tattoo. "It doesn't feel like I thought it would," she murmured. "Yeah, most folks think it'll be smooth like paint," Kelly admitted with a shrug. "Not exactly an art gallery masterpiece. Why did you get inked?" "Puberty is stowers." "Even the brass." "Guess we were bored." "Kinda ridiculous when you think about it." "Uka bachelor," she grinned. "Nee, Zybet." "Good, 'cause I like you," he shot back, flashing her a smirk. She rolled her eyes playfully before pressing closer, her warmth seeping into his skin as he guided the boat out of Baltimore's harbor. The Italian freighter loomed in the distance, the only ship breaking the calm, glassy water. The Chesapeake Bay stretched ahead, smooth as oil, as Kelly stuck to the main channel. To Stauble, thirsty?" she asked as they veered south. "Sure. Mini fridge in the galley, grab whatever." She returned with 2 beers, just as Kelly noticed, the sky darkening. A monstrous thunderhead towered miles high, its shadow swallowing the sunlight. "Rain's coming," he muttered, cracking open the can. She tensed. Back home, that meant tornado warnings. "Not here," he assured her, scanning the deck for loose gear. Everything below was stowed, tight Navy habits died hard. He flicked on the radio, catching the tail end of a weather alert. Pam bit her lip. "Are we in trouble?" "Nah. Boat's solid, and I used to wrangle bigger toys than this." She nestled back against him, her head on his shoulder, eyes half-lidded like she was savoring the thrill. Kelly wasn't reckless, just confident. Skirting Bodkin Point, he angled into shallows where no tanker could follow, stealing glances at the storm's advance. The sun vanished, replaced by a churning wall of clouds. He plotted their course on a waterproof chart, grease pencil marking their path. The Springer needed depth, and Kelly wasn't about to gamble. Satisfied, he set the compass and exhaled. "Getting close," Pam whispered, fingers tightening around his sleeve. "You can duck inside," he offered. "Gonna get rough." She shook her head. "But not deadly, right? Only if I screw up. And I don't plan to." The first raindrops hit as the wind kicked up, but Kelly's grip on the wheel stayed steady. Navy training didn't fade, neither did the grin tugging at his lips. She clung to his side, her fingers tightening around his arm as she asked, "Mind if I stick around and see how this plays out?" There was something oddly comforting about her presence, though Kelly couldn't quite put his finger on why. He glanced at the darkening sky. "You're gonna get soaked," he warned, but she just grinned, pressing closer. With a shrug, he eased off the throttle, letting the boat settle into the water. No need to rush now. The storm clouds rolled in fast, turning the Chesapeake Bay into a churning mess. Rain slashed sideways, cutting visibility to a few hundred yards as the wind howled at 30 knots. Kelly flicked on the running lights, his grip steady on the wheel. The boat rocked hard, waves slamming against the hull, but he wasn't worried he'd handled worse. Still, anchoring now was smarter than pushing through 5 more hours of this. Pam's nervous grip on the wheel made him smirk. "Just keep her steady," he said, squeezing her shoulder before heading to the bow. The deck pitched beneath him, but his no-slip shoes and years of experience kept him steady. He tossed the anchors first the Danforth, then the Kears, letting them bite into the sandy bottom. By the time he made it back, they were both drenched, hair plastered to their faces. He killed the engines, letting the wind drag them back until the anchors held. Could he fought it, he admitted, shaking water from his sleeves. But why bother? Pam shivered, though her eyes sparkled with something like excitement. So, we're camping out here. Muwa Bisin. Kelly nodded, watching the storm rage around them. For once, he didn't overthink it. Tonight, the bay could keep its secrets. The storm raged around them as Kelly hesitated, unsure whether to retreat below deck or stay in the moment. You want me to leave? He asked, rainwater streaming down his face. Pam shook her head, her fingers brushing his cheek. No, I just thought you might prefer somewhere drier. Her voice was nearly lost in the wind, but the warmth in her touch spoke louder. I like it right here, he admitted, surprising himself. The realization hit him like the lightning cracking overhead. All the signs had been there for hours, yet he'd been too guarded to see them. Logic protested weakly in the back of his mind, reminding him how little he knew this woman, how reckless this was. But the loneliness that had haunted him for months dissolved under her touch, her skin slick with rain yet radiating heat. This wasn't like the hollow encounters he'd forced himself into since the accident, leaving him emptier afterward. Pam's halter top slid off effortlessly, and suddenly logic didn't stand a chance. They're perfect, Kelly murmured, his hands tracing the curve of her waist as she laughed against his mouth, taking control with a confidence that left him breathless. The boat lurched beneath them as they stumbled toward the cockpit, clothes scattering across the deck. Pam guided him down, her movements fierce yet deliberate. And Kelly, usually so measured, so careful, let go completely. Thunder rolled as she arched above him, her smile luminous even in the storm's gloom. Later, tangled together under the fading rain, he clung to her, terrified the moment would evaporate like the mist rising off the water. But the chill eventually drove them below, where towels and quiet replaced the frenzy. Drying her hair, Kelly's grin faltered. The weight of everything he'd buried came crashing back, and this time, he couldn't outrun it. Pam didn't press, just held him as his shoulders shook, her fingers threading through his hair. You don't owe me words, she whispered. But they came anyway, ragged against her collarbone. 7 months ago. She was buying groceries, the truck's hitch failed. Pam's arms tightened around him, and for the first time in half a year, Kelly didn't feel alone. Tish, her name was Patricia, he murmured, the words catching in his throat. Pam studied him in the dim salon light, noticing scars she hadn't seen before, each one a silent story. None of it mattered now. She pressed her cheek against the top of his head, struck by the unfairness of it all. He should have been building a life, raising a family, not carrying this weight alone. You kept it all locked inside, didn't you? His silence was answer enough. And why tonight? She pressed. I don't know, he whispered, then surprised himself by adding, thank you. Kelly blinked up at her, unguarded for once. That's the kindest thing anyone's ever done for me. Pam shook her head. You know why. And so does Tish. She loved you, John. Enough to let me step in, maybe even enough to send me your way. The dam broke again. She held him, rocking slightly until the storm passed. When he finally lifted his head, gratitude flickered into something hotter, something alive. Pam yielded, letting him reclaim himself in the only way he knew how. Later, as he slept beside her, she traced the stubble along his jaw, her own tears falling not for the fear the day had brought, but for the unexpected grace that followed. Dawn came too soon. Kelly stirred at his usual hour, disoriented by the warmth beside him, until memory flooded back. He slipped free, draping the blanket over Pam before stepping into the crisp morning air. The coffee pot hissed to life as he tugged on swim trunks and climbed topside. The anchor light still glowed one small victory. The storms had scrubbed the sky clean, leaving behind a world washed in pale gold. Then he saw at the dragged anchor. A rookie mistake. He scowled, though the sea lay flat as glass, the breeze barely a whisper. The coastline shimmered in the early light, beautiful and indifferent. For the first time in years, he'd slept through the night. No whiskey, no nightmares. Just peace. A distant rumble cut through his thoughts. He squinted west, but the mist clung low, swallowing whatever approached. Grabbing binoculars from the bridge, he barely had time to register the blinding spotlight before it vanished. A voice crackled over the water. "Damn! Kelly didn't recognize you out here." The Coast Guard boat materialized from the haze, its hull nudging against Springer. Kelly lunged for the fenders, muttering, "Trying to give me a heart attack. Portagee." Oreza grinned, leaping the gap with the ease of a man who'd spent more time on water than land. "What, and miss your charming company." Oreza motioned toward the boat's sides with a smirk. "Trying to bruise my ego?" Kelly shook his head as he approached. "You all? Not just bad manners, bad seamanship." "Already had a word with the kid about that," Oreza replied, extending a steaming cup. "Morning, Kelly." The rich aroma of Oreza's legendary coffee hit Kelly before he even took the mug. He chuckled, raising it in mock salute. "Consider me officially appeased." The Coast Guardsman rubbed his eyes, exhaustion evident. "Sterk Exetan. Crew's green, and I'm practically their grandpa at 28. "Oh, to trouble?" Kelly asked, sipping the strong brew. Oreza scanned the water, jaw tight. "Some idiot in a day sailor went missing after last night's squall. We've turned the Chesapeake inside out looking for him." 40 knot winds fordo that, Kelly remarked. "Hit like a freight train." "Yeah, well, 6 boats rescued, 1 still Mia." "Spot anything weird?" Kelly shrugged. "Left Baltimore around 4, took 2.5 hours to get here. Dropped anchor when the storm rolled in. Couldn't see squat through the rain." Oreza arched a brow at the word "we," then grabbed a soaked halter from the wheel and lobbed it at Kelly. His expression stayed blank, but curiosity flickered behind it. Maybe his friend had finally caught a break. Life owed him that much. Kelly handed back the cup, face equally unreadable. "Only saw one freighter tailing us. Italian registry half empty, doing 15 knots. Anyone else make it out?" Oreza scowled. "Yeah, and that's what pisses me off. Merchant morons barreling out like it's a damn race." Kelly snorted. "God forbid they get their deck shoes wet. Or worse, actually follow safety protocols. The Chesapeake might look civilized, but it had swallowed its share of careless sailors." "Doubt it," Oreza muttered, squinting at the horizon. He wasn't buying it, and fatigue stripped away his poker face. "Just keep an eye out for a candy-striped sail, orange and white. Ring me if you see it." 2 will do." Oreza paused mid-turn, eyeing the anchor lines. 2 hooks for a breeze like that? Spacing's off. "Thought you knew better, Chief." Kelly feigned offense. "Since when do bean counters lecture real sailors?" It was an old joke they both knew Oreza could outmaneuver him in tight quarters. But not by much. Grinning, Oreza vaulted back onto the cutter. Before ducking into the wheelhouse, he jabbed a finger at the halter. "The tail put a shirt on. Looks like it'll fit. Assuming you haven't forgotten how." Kelly's retort died on his lips as he spotted a civilian inside the wheelhouse unexpected. 3. The cutter's engines roared to life, churning northwest. "Morning," Pam murmured behind him. "Who was that?" "Null Trapdad," he turned. She stood wrapped in dawn light, hair a wild tangle, eyes still hazy with sleep. The blanket had slipped, but Kelly found he didn't mind. At this point, the only surprise left would be if she ever acted predictably. Missed Coast Guard. Missing boater. He reached for her. Sleep okay. Muey, I bet. She swayed into him, her kiss slow and warm. Then, with sudden grace, she spun away, arms lifted like a dancer. Kelly caught her waist, lifting her effortlessly. Breakfast? He asked. She grinned down at him. Surprised me. Pam shook her head when Kelly offered breakfast. I don't eat in the mornings, she said, bending to tie her shoe. Kelly just nodded with an understanding smile, though he'd soon discover her words didn't match reality. By mid-morning, the aroma of sizzling bacon and scrambled eggs proved irresistible. She devoured the first plate before Kelly could blink, then polished off seconds despite her earlier protests. As she ate, he noticed more than just slender arms. The sharp outline of ribs beneath her shirt told a story of skipped meals and empty cupboards. Whatever her past held, he could at least fill her stomach now. 4 eggs, half a pack of bacon, and enough toast to feed a small army later. Pam finally pushed her plate away with a contented sigh. The morning sun climbed higher as Kelly taught her the basics of the galley, their laughter mixing with the clatter of dishes. By 8, they'd hauled anchor and set course westward, skirting the main shipping lane to dodge the weekend fishermen already dotting the water. Pam squinted at a cluster of bobbing floats. What are those? She asked, wrinkling her nose. Kelly handed her his sunglasses and pointed to a distant workboat. Crab traps. Basically underwater spider hotels with a one-way door. When she frowned at the explanation, he chuckled. You ate bacon this morning, right? Pretty sure that pig didn't volunteer. Her mock glare dissolved into laughter as they veered around a buoy, the easy rhythm of the boat lulling them into comfortable silence until Kelly's offhand comment about life's cruelty landed heavier than intended. Pam's quiet, "Yeah, I know," carried a weight that made him stiffen at the wheel. But just as quickly, she leaned against him, her warmth dissolving the tension. The moment passed, though not before Kelly's instincts prickled with unease. Go put on sunscreen, he ordered, nudging her toward the cabin. Unless you want to match the ketchup bottle by noon. Pam stuck out her tongue but obeyed, pausing at the hatch. Can I shower too? I smell like low tide. Please do, Kelly deadpanned. The fish have sensitive noses. Her dramatic gasp and playful swat at his arm sent him grinning as she disappeared below deck. Meanwhile, 30 miles north, Coast Guard veteran Manuel Orza slammed his coffee cup onto a weather-beaten chart table. Gone. Like smoke, he snarled to the exhausted civilian beside him. The man rubbed his bloodshot eyes. 28 hours of storm chasing, and seasickness had left him in no mood for riddles. Helicopters wouldn't have helped in that mess, Oreza continued, jabbing a finger at their search grid. Unless our guy grew gills, he either sank or... The civilian interrupted with a humorless laugh. Soused. Turned into a damn mermaid? Station Commander Paul English silenced them both with a look that could freeze salt water. The missing boat was out there. And so, Oreza knew, was trouble. The exhausted man sighed, rubbing his temples. Look, I know this seems hopeless, but trying is part of my job. Petty Officer Oreza crossed his arms, his voice thick with fatigue. Sir, we've been at this all night. My team's wiped out. Unless you've got a solid reason to keep going, grab some shut-eye while you can. The civilian offered a weary grin, softening his earlier frustration. Oreza, with brains like yours, you should be wearing officer stripes. Oreza snorted. If I'm so sharp, how'd we lose track of our guy before sunrise? That one we spotted at first light? One dadadadadatoy. Former Navy chief, good man. English, the new guy at the station, squinted at the grainy photo captured by the spotlight. Seems young for a chief. Oreza shrugged. Came with a Navy cross. English raised an eyebrow. You really think he'd... Not a snowball's chance. With a tired shake of his head, the civilian trudged toward the bunks. They'd be back on patrol by dusk, and rest wasn't optional. Once he was gone, English turned to Oreza. So, what's the deal with this Kelly guy? Oreza tapped the chart with his pencil. He's hauling serious equipment, Captain. And the man barely sleeps. English exhaled. He'll be around for a while. I need you to manage it. Oreza circled a spot on the map. This is the perfect lookout point. And yeah, I trust him. Higher-ups said no. Oreza smirked. Higher-ups don't know the water like we do, sir. I'll take orders, but not navigation lessons from a desk jockey. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit shack near the marshes, 3 men huddled over a table. The tallest one flicked open his knife, slicing through thick paper to reveal a plastic bag of white powder. Couple hours of work, and we walk away with 300 grand. Got a problem with that, Eddie? The third man grinned. And this is just the beginning. Eddie hesitated. What about the boat? Debbie scuttle it. Mace ip you at teaming. They glanced at Angelo, unconscious and bleeding on the floor. The tall man's voice was ice. Same goes for him. Right here's good. Eddie swallowed hard. His people won't take this well. Tony scoffed. What people? He turned rat. You think rats have friends? Eddie knew it was over. He pulled out a .92, pressed it to Angelo's skull, and fired. The body jerked, then stilled. Wrapping it in fish netting, he dragged it outside and dumped it into the murky water. Cautious as ever, Eddie scanned the empty shoreline before motoring out. A few hundred yards off, he tied concrete blocks to the net and watched Angelo sink into the depths. The water was clear, too clear, until the crabs swarmed in, and Eddie finally relaxed. Angelo would be out of the picture in under 14 days, a refreshing change from their usual drawn-out methods, one worth noting for future jobs. The real challenge would be getting rid of the small sailboat. He'd need to scout a deep enough spot, but time wasn't an issue. He had the whole day to figure it out. Kelly adjusted his course to the right, steering clear of a noisy cluster of speedboats. The island came into view about 5 miles ahead, just a dull hump on the horizon, barren and treeless. But it was his. Privacy was guaranteed, though the lousy TV reception was a downside. Battery Island had a forgettable past. Its name, more of a joke than anything, dated back to the early 1800s, when some over-eager militiamen set up a gun battery to defend the Chesapeake Bay from the British. The British, on the way to teach Washington a lesson, barely noticed the pitiful smoke puffs from the island. One amused commander took a single ship close enough to fire a few shots, sending the so-called defenders scrambling for their rowboats. A landing party of British sailors and Marines quickly spiked the guns, rendering them useless before continuing their leisurely cruise up the Patuxent River. Their troops later marched into Washington, forcing Dolly Madison to flee the White House, then moved on to Baltimore, where things didn't go quite as smoothly. Left to the feds, Battery Island became a forgotten embarrassment, overgrown with weeds for nearly a century. Then, in 1917, with America dragged into its first major overseas war, the Navy needed a testing ground for its guns. The island, conveniently close to Norfolk, became a thunderous proving ground for massive battleship cannons, blasting away chunks of land and scaring off confused migratory birds. The only notable addition was the graveyard of World War I cargo ships sunk nearby, which soon looked like jagged little islands themselves. Decades later, war revived the island again. The nearby naval air station needed a bombing range, and the old wrecked ships made perfect targets. Concrete observation bunkers were built until one unlucky bomb obliterated one of them, luckily empty at the time. The wreckage was cleared, and the island was repurposed as a rescue station, complete with a boathouse and reinforced docks. It served its purpose until helicopters made crash boats obsolete, and the government finally wrote it off as surplus. Now it was just Kelly's quiet retreat minus decent TV. The island had been forgotten on some government list of abandoned properties until Kelly secured the lease. As their boat neared the shore, Pam lounged on her blanket, soaking up the sun under a generous layer of sunscreen. Without a swimsuit, she'd opted for just her underwear, something Kelly didn't mind, though the casualness of it nagged at him in a way he couldn't quite explain. For now, his focus was on steering, though his eyes kept drifting back to her every few minutes, as if checking she hadn't vanished. Adjusting the wheel slightly to avoid a looming fishing yacht, he stole another glance. Pam had slid her bra straps down for better sun exposure, and Kelly couldn't help but approve. A sudden blast of diesel horns from the nearby boat jolted them both. Kelly scanned the water, zeroing in on the source, a Hatteras cruiser about 200 yards to port. A man on its flybridge waved frantically. Kelly sighed and altered course, taking his time to close the gap. The other captain clearly lacked experience, fumbling with the controls as his boat drifted. "What's the issue?" Kelly called through the loudspeaker. "Lost our propellers." The sunburnt man shouted back. "Hit something, maybe a sandbar." Kelly suppressed the urge to suggest rowing and instead edged closer. The man, short and hairy-chested, looked desperate, while the woman beside him seemed mortified. "You need a tow?" Kelly asked, already sizing up the situation. The man eagerly agreed, scrambling for a line. As Kelly maneuvered into position, he couldn't help but judge. This guy had money, sure enough, to buy a nice boat, but no clue how to handle it. Yet when it came to tying knots, the man surprised him, securing the line with practiced ease. Pam, now watching from the deck, raised an eyebrow. "What's his deal?" "Some people forget the ocean has a bottom," Kelly muttered. "Hit it wrong and things break." He shot her a look. "Might want to cover up before we dock." Laughing, Pam disappeared below. Kelly eased the throttle forward, towing the Hatteras at a cautious pace. He'd done this too many times. Maybe he should start charging. Docking was a slow, careful dance. Kelly dropped fenders, tied off lines, and made sure the other boat didn't scrape the pier. The owner, at least, knew how to handle ropes, tossing them over with surprising skill. As Kelly hauled the boat in, he flexed a little no harm in showing off for Pam. It took just 5 minutes to secure her boat before Kelly helped Springer tie up as well. "This your place?" the stranger asked, eyeing the weathered dock. "All mine," Kelly answered with a grin. "Welcome to my little slice of paradise." The man extended a surprisingly delicate hand despite his firm grip. Sam Rosen. He'd thrown on a wrinkled button down, but his smooth skin gave him away. "John Kelly," he replied. "My wife, Sarah," Sam added. Kelly chuckled. "Let me guess you're the one who actually reads the charts." Sarah, the stout woman with nervous brown eyes, let out a sharp laugh. "Somebody ought to thank you for fishing us out," she said, her Brooklyn accent thick. "Unwritten rule of the water, ma'am." "So what happened?" "That damn chart said 6 feet of clearance. We only need 4, and low tide was hours ago." Sarah snapped, frustration boiling over. Her husband had clearly gotten an earful already. "That sandbar's been growing since last winter's storms. But my charts don't show it. And it's not even hard bottom, just soft silt." Just then, Pam appeared, now dressed in something presentable. Kelly realized he hadn't even caught her last name. Pam. She introduced herself with a quick wave. "Y'ret need a break?" "We've got all day to figure this out," Kelly offered. The group agreed, and he led them toward his home. Sam stopped short. "What in the world is that?" He pointed at the massive concrete bunker, its 3-foot-thick roof looming like a relic from another era. A smaller companion structure sat beside it. "Used to be Navy property," Kelly explained. "I lease it now." "Nice dock setup," Sam remarked. "Comes in handy," Kelly admitted. "So what do you do?" "Surgeon," Sam said. "Professor of surgery," Sarah corrected, rolling her eyes. But he couldn't navigate a bathtub. The damn charts were wrong. Sam grumbled as they stepped inside. Kelly cut in. "What's done is done. Lunch and a cold beer will make it easier to stomach." He surprised himself with the offer, then froze at the sharp crack of a distant gunshot echoing over the water. Sam's head snapped up. What was that? Probably some kid plinking at muskrats with a .92, Kelly guessed. Usually quiet out here, except during duck season. Then it's a zoo at sunrise. Sam eyed the hunting blinds along the shore. "You a hunter?" "Not anymore," Kelly said flatly. Something in his tone made Sam pause, reassessing him. "It too is long. Long enough." "Oh, would you know?" "Did my residency, then got shipped to Iwo Jima and Okinawa." "Mispittle ship. Kamikaze season, huh?" Sam nodded grimly. "Real party. What about you?" "Spent most of my time belly crawling," Kelly said with a wry smile. "But you've got the look." "Close enough, just dumber." Kelly spun the combination lock and heaved the steel door open. Inside, the bunker defied expectations. What had once been a stark military space now felt almost homey, with drywall, rugs, and even a covered ceiling. Only the narrow view slits betrayed its past. The decor showed a woman's touch, Patricia's, but the current state of orderly bachelorhood was unmistakable. As Kelly rummaged in the fridge, Pam wandered, wide-eyed, while Sarah examined the space. "Stays cool in here," she noted. "Steam heat," Kelly said, tapping a radiator. "Government specs, this place was built to last." Sam whistled as he ran a hand along the sleek countertops. "This place is incredible. How'd you swing a setup like this?" "Hmm?" "A buddy pulled some strings," Kelly replied, popping open the stainless steel fridge to grab another beer. "Government surplus deal." Sarah raised an eyebrow, impressed. "Must be one hell of a friend." Kelly just grinned. "Yeah, he is." Meanwhile, over at the Pentagon, Vice Admiral Dutch Maxwell glared out his E-ring window at the protesters below. The distorted chants of baby killers. And the sight of a North Vietnamese flag made his jaw tighten. He could still hear the rhythm of their shouts, even if the words were muffled by the thick glass. "You're gonna give yourself an ulcer, Dutch," Rear Admiral Casimir Podolsky remarked, though his own grip on his cigarette was tight enough to crush it. "Tell me something I don't know," Maxwell muttered. Podolsky exhaled smoke, his sharp blue eyes flickering with something between bitterness and resolve. "Those kids out there. They've got the right to protest. It's what we fight for." Maxwell snorted. "Yeah, real heartwarming." Podolsky tossed a heavy folder onto the desk, its edges marked with red and white striped tape and stamped with the words, "Boxwood Green." "They're letting us run with it." Maxwell blinked. "You're joking." "Worked on it till 3:30 a.m., but it's a go. Full feasibility study, just us, though." Here it's a books?" Maxwell let out a slow breath. Jim Greer in on this. Just got word he's at Langley now. Perfect timing. We need a spook who still remembers which side he's on. Podolsky smirked, nodding toward the window. After dealing with that circus outside, what's a few more enemies? Back on the boat, Kelly cracked open his second beer as lunch wound down. The spread was simple cold cuts, bread, and cheap beer, but nobody complained. You handle the lines pretty well for a newbie, Kelly said, mostly to break the silence. The doctor grinned. Surgeon's hands. Good with knots. Sarah chuckled. Pharmacologist, actually. I teach at Hopkins. Sam, ever the conversationalist, asked, So how long have you two been married? The pause was instant. Pam, oblivious, chirped, Oh, we just met. Kelly nearly choked on his beer, heat creeping up his neck. But the doctors just shrugged, unfazed. He exhaled, realizing nobody cared half as much as he thought. Let's check that prop, he muttered, standing abruptly. Rosen followed him out into the sweltering heat, the sun beating down as they got to work. The island's backup shelter doubled as Kelly's personal workshop. Grabbing a few tools, he maneuvered a compact air compressor outside, positioning it near Doctor. Rosen's Hatteras yacht before strapping on weighted dive belts. Need me to do anything? Rosen asked, watching as Kelly peeled off his shirt. The doctor's trained eye caught the faint traces of old battle scars, the kind field medics never had time to stitch neatly. Nah, I'll be fine, Kelly assured him, climbing down the dock ladder. Only going about 5 feet down. If the compressor fails, I'll notice right away. True to his word, Kelly resurfaced moments later, tossing 2 mangled propeller blades onto the concrete. Found your issue, he announced. Rosen stared in disbelief. What the hell did we hit? Kelly smirked as he unbuckled the weights. Just water, Doc. Plain, old salt water. Rosen frowned. What? You had a marine survey done before buying this boat, right? Memle, Bepors. Insurance required it. Guy charged me $100, said it was a steal. Kelly snorted, shutting off the compressor. And what problems did he list? Claimed something was wrong with the sinks. Had a plumber check, turned out fine. Guess he had to justify his fee. Sinks, Kelly repeated, barely containing his laughter. That's what he told me over the phone. I never bothered with the written report. Zincs, Doc. Not sinks, Kelly corrected, shaking his head. Your props were eaten alive by electrolysis galvanic corrosion from mixed metals and salt water. The sandbar just finished them off. Didn't the Coast Guard Auxiliary cover this in their boating course? Rosen flushed. Well, yes, but now you know, Kelly interrupted, holding up a propeller fragment that crumbled like stale bread. This used to be bronze. Son of a Rosen grabbed the debris, pinching off a brittle flake. The surveyor meant for you to replace the zinc anodes on the strut. They sacrificed themselves to protect the rest of the metal. Your rudder's shot too, but it can wait. Those props. Not a chance. Rosen cursed under his breath, glaring at the harbor. Idiot. Kelly chuckled. Hey, if this is your worst mistake this year, you're winning. So, what now? I'll call a buddy in Solomon's. He'll ship new props by tomorrow. Kelly paused, flipping through Rosen's navigation charts. These are 5 years old. You're supposed to update them annually. Rosen groaned. Unbelievable. Relax, Kelly said, clapping him on the shoulder. Best lessons sting a little. You fix it and move on. The doctor finally cracked a smile. Sarah's never letting me live this down. Blame outdated charts, Kelly suggested with a wink. Need backup. Men's solidarity. I like it, Rosen admitted. Think we'll get along just fine, Kelly. Elsewhere, tension crackled. Where the hell is she? Billy snapped. Rick threw up his hands. How should I know? Both men turned to the woman in the corner. Billy's voice turned icy. You're her friend. Doris stood frozen, her entire body quivering with fear, as Billy closed the distance between them in 3 quick strides. She braced herself, but couldn't avoid the sharp crack of his hand against her cheek, sending her sprawling to the floor. You lying little snake, spill it now. He snarled, his voice dripping with menace. Tears blurred her vision as she clutched her stinging face. Her desperate glance toward Rick met only with cold indifference. I swear I don't know anything, she pleaded, her voice breaking. Billy's fingers worked at the button of her shorts, his belt already sliding free from his waist. Bring the others in, he ordered Rick, his tone leaving no room for argument. Doris forced herself to stand, stripped of dignity and trembling uncontrollably, knowing escape was impossible. The other girls shuffled in, eyes averted, their silence deafening. She had suspected Pam might run, but that was all. And now, as the belt sliced through the air, the only comfort she had was knowing she'd never betray her friend. The pain was unbearable, but Pam was free. Meanwhile, Kelly and Rosen maneuvered the hand truck along the dock, stacking groceries with practiced ease. Rosen, still waiting for his boat parts, seemed in no rush to leave. You're a surgeon, huh? Kelly asked, eyeing the man's calloused hands. 8 years teaching, Rosen confirmed, adjusting the load. You don't fit the stereotype. Rosen chuckled. Not all of us play golf. My old man laid bricks for a living. Mine ran into burning buildings, Kelly replied, steering toward the bunker. Rosen gestured at the scars on Kelly's chest. Someone did solid work patching you up. That one looks like it came close. Kelly hesitated, the memory flashing back the impact, the dizzying spin. Got sloppy, he muttered. Just nicked the lung. Could have been worse. Rosen gave a dry laugh. 2 inches from your heart. No big deal, right? As they stored the last of the supplies, Kelly wiped his hands. Nice talking to someone who gets it, Doc. He forced a grin, though the phantom ache of that bullet still lingered. Rosen studied him. How long were you in country? 18 months, give or take hospital stays. Rosen nodded toward a framed medal on the wall. That Navy Cross for the A6 pilot. Kelly shook his head. Different mess. Swam through a river full of God knows what to drag him out. Got so infected I spent 3 weeks delirious. Worse than taking a bullet. Rosen grimaced. Hell of a place. They say the snakes alone will kill you 9 ways. Kelly smirked. And the 10th one swallows you whole. He clapped Rosen on the shoulder. But the job got done. Admiral made me chief, gave me a shiny medal. Come on, let me show you the boat. The tour was brisk, no frills, just function. Rosen noted the precision in every detail. Kelly handed him a beer, their mutual respect unspoken but clear. What about Okinawa? Kelly asked. Rosen's expression darkened. Busy. Kamikazes didn't care if we were a hospital ship. Kelly took a long swig. I'd rather shoot back. Rosen's quiet chuckle said it all. John grabbed Pam's backpack from the deck and moved toward the dock, where Dr. Rosen stood waiting. He tossed the bag across, but Rosen fumbled the catch, sending it tumbling onto the concrete. The impact popped the top off an unmarked prescription bottle, scattering a few capsules across the ground. Even from a distance, Kelly recognized the problem before Rosen's shocked expression confirmed it. His stomach dropped as he stepped off the boat, his boots hitting the dock with deliberate slowness. Rosen scooped up the loose pills and snapped the lid back on before handing it over. These aren't yours, John. Kelly's voice was eerily calm. What are they? Guailudes. Misaquilone. A heavy sedative strong enough that some think it shouldn't even be legal. No label means no prescription. A wave of exhaustion hit Kelly, along with a sharp sting of betrayal. Yeah. Sevole Matua. You had no idea? Sam, I've known her less than a day. I don't know anything about her. Rosen rubbed his neck, scanning the horizon before shifting into doctor mode. Ever messed with drugs yourself? No. I hate that garbage. It ruins lives. The anger flared hot, but not at Rosen, who took it in stride. Cole's Balsamer meant. Addiction doesn't care how it starts. Freaking out won't fix it. Breathe. Kelly exhaled, almost laughing at the absurdity. You sound like my old man. Firefighters know their stuff. Rosen paused. Look, your girl might have a problem. But she seems decent, and you're no jerk. So do we help her or not? Kelly's voice turned bitter. That's her call. The betrayal gnawed at him. He'd let his guard down, only to wonder if he'd fallen for the drugs, not the person. Rosen's tone sharpened. True, but you're part of this now. Scream like an idiot, and you'll just make it worse. Kelly blinked. You're freakishly level-headed for this mess. Damn right I am, Rosen shot back. This isn't my specialty, but Sarah's a pro. Maybe you both got lucky. Pam's not a bad kid, just scared. You did notice she's jumpy, right? Yeah, but then it clicked. Of course. But mostly you noticed she's gorgeous. I was young once too, John. Now we've got work to do. He studied Kelly. Wait, there's something else. Kelly hesitated. I lost my wife last year. The words spilled out before he could stop them. And you thought maybe yeah. Stupid, huh? Why was he even admitting this? Part of him wanted to walk away, but that wasn't who he was. Using her and ditching her would make him no better than the men he despised. Rosen gave him a long look, then shook his head. We all have weak spots. You've got the tools to handle yours. It doesn't. He grabbed the hand truck, wheeling it toward the bunker. The blast of AC inside felt like a slap back to reality. Pam was doing her best to keep Sarah engaged, but her efforts were falling flat. Sarah, ever the observant physician, had initially chalked it up to social discomfort, but now her trained instincts kicked in, scrutinizing Pam with clinical precision. When Sam walked into the room, Sarah shot him a glance that spoke volumes, one Kelly instantly recognized. Pam, oblivious, droned on in a flat, revealing tone. So, yeah, I left home at 16. Her gaze suddenly sharpening as she spotted the backpack in Kelly's grip. There was an unexpected fragility in her voice, a crack he hadn't noticed before. Perfect. I need some of that, she muttered, snatching the bag and retreating toward the bedroom. Kelly and Rosen exchanged glances as Sam handed his wife a plastic container. One look was all it took. I had no idea, Kelly blurted, scrambling for an excuse. I never saw her take anything. He mentally retraced their time together, realizing those distant, glassy-eyed moments weren't fatigue. They were something far darker. Ooh, the apricum. Sam pressed. 300 milligrams. Not critical, but she needs help. Pam reappeared moments later, claiming she'd forgotten something on the boat. Her hands were clasped tight, the only thing keeping them steady. The signs were obvious now, the forced composure, the barely contained tension. She was no actress. Is this what you're after? Kelly asked, holding up the bottle. The question hit like a blade. Pam froze, her eyes locking onto the container with a ravenous intensity, as if she could already feel the pills between her fingers, the numbness they promised. Then came the shame, a crushing wave, as she registered the stares around her. But it was Kelly's face that shattered her. Hunger warred with humiliation until the latter won, her expression crumbling from guilt to something far worse. The realization that whatever connection they'd kindled was now ashes. Her breath hitched, then broke into ragged sobs. "I'm sorry, Kelly," she stammered, folding in on herself. "I didn't tell you." For Kelly, the choice was instant. Betrayal flickered, but then he remembered the kindness she'd shown him just hours ago, and the raw self-loathing in her eyes. He couldn't stand by. Not if he wanted to live with himself. Tears welled as he stepped forward. Because sometimes the hardest thing isn't walking away, it's reaching out. Kelly moved toward her, his arms encircling her trembling frame to steady her. He held her close, supporting her weight as if she were fragile, tilting her head gently against him. For once, the cynical voice in his mind stayed silent, no mocking. "I told you so, because none of that mattered now." She was hurting, and that was all he could focus on. The others stood by, their expressions a blend of discomfort and clinical observation. "I tried," Pam whispered, her voice breaking. "I swear I did, but I was terrified." Kelly barely registered her words, his attention fixed on comforting her. "It's all right," he murmured. "You had my back before. Now it's my turn." A fresh wave of tears hit her. "You don't understand," she choked out. "I'm not who you believe I am." He chuckled softly, oblivious to the weight of her confession. "You have no idea what I think, Pammy. Trust me, it's fine." Only then did he notice Sarah Rosen beside them, her presence unnoticed until now. "Pam," Sarah said gently, "let's step outside for a moment." With a quiet nod, Pam let herself be led away, her hand clasped in Sarah's like a child seeking reassurance. Left alone with Sam, Kelly exhaled. "You're a real stand-up guy," Rosen remarked, clearly pleased with his own judgment. "Kelly, where's the closest pharmacy?" "Solomon's, probably." "Shouldn't she be at a hospital?" "Sarah will decide, but I doubt it's needed." Kelly glanced at the bottle in his grip, disgust twisting his features. "I'm tossing this garbage overboard." "Absolutely not." Rosen cut in sharply. "I'll take them. The lot numbers could help track where these came from. They're going in my boat's safe." "So what's next?" "We wait." 20 minutes later, Sarah and Pam returned, fingers still entwined. Pam's chin was lifted, though her eyes glistened. "We've got a fighter here," Sarah announced. "She's been battling this alone for weeks." "It's not impossible," Pam added quietly. Sarah handed her husband a slip of paper. "Find a pharmacy. John, get us moving. Now." As Solomon's faded into the distance, Kelly frowned. "What's the plan?" "Simple, really," Rosen explained. "We use barbiturates to ease her off gradually. Cold turkey can be dangerous seizures, even death in extreme cases." Kelly stiffened. "People die from this." "Why would you know?" Rosen shrugged. "That's our job. Sarah thinks she'll be fine." He checked the list again. "Phenobarbital to manage withdrawal." "Look, you know boats, right?" "Yeah," Kelly muttered, turning toward the helm. "Then let us handle the rest." The Coast Guardsman exchanged weary glances as the civilian, wide awake, despite the hour, pored over navigation charts, tracing circles with his finger. "How fast does a sailboat go?" he asked, oblivious to Quartermaster Manuel Orza's irritation. Orza sighed. "That one, 5, maybe 6 knots in good conditions. Hull speed's roughly 1. Sine times the square root of the waterline length." "My is a tef for check a tef." The man barely nodded, already lost in his calculations again. The night had been rough with howling winds, making the officer grumble in frustration. Small boats don't speed up in rough water, they slow down. All that bouncing over waves means less forward progress, he snapped. The civilian interrogating him wasn't satisfied. Then how'd he slip past you? Oreza clenched his jaw. This guy wasn't even a real officer, just some desk jockey throwing his weight around. A real officer would have understood the situation, not berated him for things beyond his control. He forced himself to stay calm, though part of him wished an actual commander were here to set this guy straight. Civilians respected rank, which said everything about their common sense. Sir, you ordered me to hang back. I warned you we'd lose him in the storm clutter. Our radar's useless in bad weather, especially tracking something as small as a day sailor. You've made that clear, the man muttered. Oreza bit back the urge to repeat himself again. A sharp glance from Warrant Officer English kept him in check. Instead, he exhaled and studied the chart. So where do you think he went? The bay isn't endless. He's got 2 shorelines to choose from, plenty of hidden docks and narrow creeks. If it were me, I'd ditch the boat up some quiet inlet. Easier to vanish there than at a marina. The civilian's face darkened. You're saying he's gone? Pretty much, Oreza admitted. 3 months of surveillance down the drain. Not my fault, sir. The petty officer hesitated. Odds are he went east sailing, with the wind beats fighting against it. That's the silver lining. Bad news. A boat that size can be hauled onto a trailer. By now, he could be halfway to Massachusetts. The man's expression soured further. Just what I needed to hear. You want me to sugarcoat it? Why, Barry Sieve. 3 months. The civilian was stuck on that number, refusing to accept reality. Oreza and English exchanged a glance. Some people never learned sometimes the sea kept what it took. You searched, you hoped, but in the end you had to let go. Neither man liked it, but that was the job. English saw an opportunity. Maybe call in some choppers. The Navy's got assets at Pax River. It'd also get this nuisance out of their hair. The civilian smirked. Trying to get rid of me? Wouldn't dream of it, sir, English replied smoothly, though he couldn't help thinking the guy wasn't as clueless as he seemed. Meanwhile, Kelly docked just after 7, securing his boat with meticulous care. Sam handled the medical supplies while Kelly covered the instruments, his mind still churning from the trip. Rosen had been a good teacher, but the return voyage left Kelly alone, with his thoughts no easy answers. Just more questions. He lingered on the mooring lines, double-checking everything, delaying the inevitable. Above the clouds, a Lockheed Hercules cruised effortlessly, its crew monitoring the calm skies. The aircraft, built years ago in Georgia, logged another smooth flight, everything running like clockwork. For them, it was just another day in the air. The 4 turboprop engines droned steadily, their familiar vibration resonating through the cabin, making the coffee in their cups ripple in tiny concentric circles. Everything about the flight felt routine, except for the aircraft itself. This wasn't just any plane. It belonged to the 99th Strategic Reconnaissance Squadron, and its modified wings carried 2 Model 147 SC drones, nicknamed Buffalo Hunters. Originally designed as high-speed targets called Fire BIIs, they had been repurposed for missions far more secretive. In the rear cargo bay of the DC-130E, a second crew busily prepped the drones, inputting coordinates for a mission so classified that none of them knew its true objective. Not that it mattered, their job was simply to launch and guide the unmanned aircraft. The lead technician, a seasoned sergeant in his 30s, focused on his assigned drone, Cody 1930. He glanced out a small window to check on it, though there was no real need. After a decade in the drone program, he treated each one like a prized possession, and this particular model had flown under his control 61 times, a squadron record. Cody 1930 had a storied lineage. Built by Teledyne Ryan, the same San Diego company that crafted Lindbergh's Spirit of St. Louis Perclat. But unlike that legendary plane, the company had found its niche in military contracts, producing target drones for fighter pilots to practice on. The sergeant, however, saw his role differently. To him, the drones weren't just disposable targets, they were his chance to outmaneuver the cocky fighter jocks who thought they could shoot anything down. And he'd gotten good at it. So good, in fact, that frustrated pilots owed him more than a few bottles of whiskey for their missed shots. Then someone higher up had a revelation. If American pilots struggled to hit these drones, maybe enemy defenses would too. Suddenly, the Firebees weren't just practice targets. They were life-saving decoys for reconnaissance crews. Now, as Cody 19-3's engine roared to full power, the sergeant gave it one last look. 61 tiny parachute symbols marked its side, each representing a successful mission. With any luck, there'd soon be a 62nd. "Don't let me down, sweetheart," he muttered as the drone detached, vanishing into the sky. Back on the ground, Kelly stepped into a house filled with the scent of a light dinner. He found Dr. Rosen in the living room. "Where's Pam?" he asked. "We gave her something to help her sleep," Sam replied. "She's been running on fumes for days." Sarah nodded from the kitchen doorway. "Poor girl's completely drained. I just checked she's out cold." Very softly, Kelly frowned. "But if she's been on sleeping pills, her body fights them even as it craves them," Sam cut in. "It's a nasty cycle." Sleep was going to be a major struggle for her in the coming weeks. Sarah hesitated before adding, "There's more to it. She's terrified of something, but she wouldn't tell me what." She took a breath, knowing Kelly needed to hear the truth. "She's been through hell, John. I didn't press for details one step at a time, but someone's hurt her badly." Kelly stiffened on the couch, his grip tightening. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying she's been sexually assaulted," Sarah replied, keeping her tone clinical despite the anger simmering beneath. Kelly's voice dropped. "You mean raped?" His arms tensed, veins standing out against his skin. Sarah nodded, her disgust slipping through. "Almost definitely. More than once, from the signs. There are bruises on her back, too. Someone beat her." Kelly exhaled sharply. "I didn't see any of that." "You weren't looking for it," Sarah said bluntly. "How did you find her?" Kelly recounted the night, the way Pam had stared at him with that hollow look. Now he understood why. Why hadn't he seen it sooner? The realization burned through him. "So she was running from him," he muttered. "You think the same bastard got her hooked on pills?" Sarah's voice turned bitter. "Real Prince, whoever he was." Kelly's jaw clenched. "You're telling me someone beat her, drugged her for what?" Sarah hesitated, hating her next words, but knowing they had to be said. "John, don't take this the wrong way, but she might have been trapped in that life. Pimps break girls down like that." Pam was young, vulnerable, a runaway with no safety net. The malnutrition, the bruises, it all fit. Kelly shook his head. "She's not like that." "I don't get it." But part of him did. The way she'd clung to him, the desperation in her touch. Was any of it real? The question twisted in his gut. What was he supposed to do now? Logic or instinct, which one led to the right choice? "She's not giving up, John." "She's tougher than she looks," Sarah said, leaning in. 4 years on the streets, surviving God knows what, and she's still fighting. But she can't do it alone. She needs you." Her gaze sharpened. So, here's my question, are you going to step up? Kelly's icy blue eyes locked onto hers, searching for an answer he wasn't sure he had. You're really fired up about this, huh? Sarah took a slow sip of her drink. She wasn't much to look at short round, her frizzy hair overdue for a trim, but her intensity was undeniable. You have any clue how bad things are now? A decade ago, drug cases were rare. Just something that happened to other people in other neighborhoods. Now, half my work is keeping kids from overdosing on garbage that shouldn't even exist. Her voice cracked. And it's only getting worse. Cocaine's the next wave. Sam muttered something grim in agreement. Sarah's hands clenched. She needs you, John, she repeated, her words charged. Don't you dare walk away. Someone screwed her over, but she's still standing. Be the one who doesn't let her fall. Inside the room, a faint breath stirred the air. Someone's in there, Sarah observed sharply. Kelly met her gaze, his earlier uncertainty replaced by calm assurance. Figured that out myself a while back, just in case you were concerned, he replied with a quiet grin. Sarah gave a brisk nod. Glad we agree. Now, what's first? The girl needed more than medical intervention rest. Proper meals and time to cleanse her system were crucial. We'll keep phenobarb on hand as a precaution, but withdrawal shouldn't be an issue, Kelly explained. She's running on empty, not addiction. 10 pounds underweight, maybe more. With the right care, she'll bounce back. Sarah exhaled, shoulders relaxing as she glanced toward the bedroom. If that phenobarb does its job, she won't stir till morning. Tomorrow, we focus on meals and movement. Tonight, she gestured toward the kitchen. We eat. Dinner conversations stayed deliberately light, with Kelly launching into an animated breakdown of Chesapeake Bay's underwater terrain, best fishing spots included. By the time plates were cleared, plans had shifted. His guests would stay through Monday. The clock neared 10 before they finally pushed back from the table. After tidying up, Kelly slipped into the bedroom, pausing to listen to Pam's steady breathing. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, a different kind of machine sliced through the night. The Buffalo Hunter drone, sleek as a predator, dipped toward the earth, its speed climbing past 500 knots. Its rudimentary computer, a relic by modern standards, guided it along a pre-programmed route with robotic precision. Painted in experimental camouflage-modeled earth tones above, ghostly white below, it was a shadow in the sky before stealth had a name. Radar-absorbing materials coated its wings, and a screened intake masked its engine's telltale signature. At 11:41 local time, it crossed into North Vietnamese airspace, skimming just 500 feet above the jungle. Ground batteries scrambled, their gunners firing a frantic volley. 3 shells whistled past close, but not close enough. Unfazed, the drone droned on, oblivious as a wind-up toy. In a distant EC-121, a major tracked its progress via a coded transponder. Stay on course, he murmured, eyes locked on the blip. The mission's stakes were high, its secrecy higher. Beside him, a fragment of a topo map hinted at the uncharted dangers ahead. The drone banked sharply to the north, descending to just 300 feet as it locked onto the winding path of a narrow river cutting through the valley. Whoever programmed its flight path knew their job. Major Thompson had to give them that. Cody, 1930, had already burned through a third of its fuel, and now, skimming low between the ridges, it guzzled the rest at an alarming rate. The autopilot compensated well, but a sudden gust of wind nearly sent it careening into a towering pine, missing by less than 70 feet. 2 militia fighters perched on the ridge took potshots, their bullets whizzing harmlessly past. One scrambled toward a field telephone, but his partner waved him off. What was the point? By the time anyone picked up, the drone would be long gone. The Major grimaced, wondering where those stray rounds had landed. Too late to worry now. Colonel Robin Zacharias shuffled across the packed dirt of what might have passed for a parade ground in another life. 6 months a prisoner, each day a battle against a despair deeper than anything he'd imagined. His 89th mission, a flawless run, inches from going home, had ended in flames thanks to pure, stupid luck. Worse, his backseater was dead. Probably the lucky one, Zacharias mused bitterly, as 2 armed guards prodded him forward, his wrists bound, ankles shackled. Even with rifles and watchtowers, they still feared him. I must look like a real monster to these little guys. The irony almost made him laugh. Dangerous. Thicket frilly second. His back still screamed from ejection injuries. His escape attempt, a pathetic 100-yard crawl straight into enemy hands. The beating started immediately, dragged through villages, spat on, pelted with stones before landing here. Wherever here was. Seabirds cried overhead. Maybe near the coast, though we remembered the gulls of Salt Lake City, miles from any ocean. The physical torture had eased lately. Maybe they'd gotten bored. Or maybe I'm just not as fun to break anymore. He snorted at the thought. No windows in his cell, no contact with other prisoners. Twice he'd glimpsed faces men his age. Likely officers, but any attempt to speak earned him a rifle butt to the ribs. They'd only nodded, smiling faintly. That was the worst of it. None of this matched the briefings. No Hanoi Hilton, no fellow POWs. Just isolation and the gnawing terror of the unknown. For a man who'd spent 2 decades controlling his own destiny, that was the real torture. He'd thought things couldn't get worse. He was wrong. The crisp morning air was shattered by a booming voice. "Morning, Colonel Zacharias." A towering Caucasian officer in an unfamiliar uniform strode across the compound, his polished boots kicking up dust. His grin widened as he approached the prisoner. Quite the change from Omaha, wouldn't you say? Just then, a high-pitched whine sliced through the humid air. Zacharias's pilot instincts took over his head, snapped toward the southwest before his guards could react. The sleek silhouette of a Buffalo Hunter drone streaked across the sky. Standing tall despite his captivity, Zacharias tracked the aircraft with professional pride, his eyes locking onto the camera bay as if willing the equipment to function. His moment of defiance ended abruptly when a rifle stock slammed into his ribs, dropping him to his knees. Through the pain, he noticed the polished leather shoes stepping into view. "Save your enthusiasm," the officer chuckled darkly. "That bird's just counting ships in Haiphong. Now let's have a proper introduction." Meanwhile, the drone designated Cody 1930 maintained its northeast trajectory, skimming through the thick anti-aircraft defenses surrounding Vietnam's busiest port. Its whirring cameras captured everything: flak batteries, watchtowers, even infantrymen taking potshots with their AK-47s. The little drone's only advantage was its compact frame as it barreled forward at 500 knots, its film reel spinning furiously. Down in the operations center, a major white-knuckled his console, watching the radar blip dance across his screen. "Come on, sweetheart, right on cue," he barked, earning a glare from the sergeant monitoring nearby communications with Red Crown, the Navy command ship coordinating the chaotic airspace. The drone executed its programmed turn with mechanical precision, banking hard over Haiphong's docks, where panicked longshoremen scrambled for cover beneath a storm of tracer fire. "That's my girl," the major whooped, immediately lowering his voice when the sergeant shot him another warning look. The coded transmission crackled through to Red Crown. "Cody 193 is bingo." 30 miles offshore, the exhausted drone began its final act. Its new transponder pinged the USS Henry B. Wilson's radar screens, where eager weapons officers briefly tested their tracking systems before the drone's fuel-starved engines sputtered out. At precisely 5,000 feet, explosive charges deployed a parachute, sending the valuable reconnaissance package drifting gently toward the waiting recovery team's mission accomplished despite the hailstorm of enemy fire. The Navy chopper hovered in position as the white parachute drifted down like a perfect bullseye against the morning sky. Stripped of most equipment, the drone weighed no more than a pickup truck light enough for the crew to reel it in effortlessly. With ideal weather conditions, the recovery team snagged the chute on their first pass, swiftly hauling their prize toward the USS Constellation. Aboard the carrier, deck crews guided the drone into its cradle, concluding its brief but critical mission. Before the helicopter even touched down, a technician was prying open the camera compartment, extracting the thick film canister with practiced urgency. He sprinted below deck, delivering it to the ship's photo lab where another specialist got to work. In just 6 minutes, the freshly developed film, still damp, was handed off to an intelligence officer. The results were better than expected. Under the glow of fluorescent lights, the film unspooled across a glass plate. "Well, Lieutenant?" The captain pressed, barely containing his impatience. The junior officer adjusted the reel, his finger tapping the third frame. "First reference point. Second Barker. And there, the target zone. Perfect conditions, sir. Sunlight, clear skies. No wonder they call these missions buffalo hunts. Let me see." The captain shouldered past, eyes locked on the magnified image. A lone American stood among captors, his face just distinguishable. "Damn it, I can't make it out." "Sir, that's our job," the lieutenant said firmly. "Give us time, we'll enhance the negatives, run blow-ups. The air wing needs these port shots too." "They can wait." "Negative, sir." "They can't." With a quick snip of scissors, the lieutenant separated the crucial frames, leaving the rest for analysis. 2 months of planning had led to this moment, and the captain wasn't about to wait. Within an hour, he had his confirmation. By the next, he was airborne first to Da Nang, then hopping across the Pacific via QB Point and Clark Air Base before a final flight to California. Exhausted but wired, he caught only fitful sleep, knowing the intel in his hands could shift national policy. Meanwhile, as dawn broke over the Chesapeake, Kelly woke to an empty bed. He found Pam on the dock, staring at the water, her exhaustion lingering like a shadow. The bay was serene, its surface broken only by feeding fish. The quiet was so deep, he could hear distant boat engines long before they came into view. It was peaceful, but for Pam, it felt isolating. Kelly approached silently, resting his hands on her waist as the breeze carried the salt air around them. The morning light filtered through the window as Kelly stood behind Pam, his hands resting gently on her shoulders. She wore his oversized shirt, the fabric hanging loosely around her frame, and he kept his touch light, protective, not possessive. He knew the weight of her past, the invisible boundaries he couldn't see but had to respect. "Good morning," he murmured, but she didn't answer right away, her silence heavy between them. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. "So now you know." She still couldn't bring herself to face him. Kelly exhaled slowly, matching her quiet tone. "Yeah, I do." "What do you think?" Her question was raw, fragile. About you?" He shifted slightly, his arms sliding around her waist, careful not to hold too tight. "I think you're incredible. And I'm damn lucky we found each other." A bitter laugh escaped her. "I do drugs, Kelly. The doctors say you're fighting it. That's all that matters to me." Her voice cracked. "It's worse than that. The things I've done—" He stopped her before she could finish. "I don't care about the past, Pam. We've all got shadows. But you? You gave me something I never thought I'd have again, someone to fight for. His grip tightened just a fraction, grounding her. You're not alone anymore. She tensed. When you find out everything, I'll take that risk. I already know the parts that matter. His next words surprised even him. I love you, Pam. She stiffened, then turned in his arms, her eyes searching his. How can you say that? Kelly grinned, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. Hell if I know. Maybe it's your morning breath, or the way your nose crinkles when you're trying not to cry. His fingers traced the fabric over her chest. No, it's this. Your heart's still beating, still fighting. That's all I need. A flicker of hope crossed her face. You really mean that? Every word. The sunrise painted her in gold, tears glistening on her cheeks. He wiped them away, the warmth of her skin dissolving his last doubts. First order of business. Getting you some real clothes. This looks a little too borrowed from a boyfriend for my taste. Beple sexa. Who says I'm a lady? Ms. Playden. Her smile faltered. I'm scared, Kelly. He pulled her close, his hands tracing slow circles on her back. Being scared's okay. I spent years terrified. But you're still standing. That's what counts. His fingers brushed against raised scars and his jaw clenched. Suddenly, the room felt too small. You hungry? He asked, stepping back to take her hands. They starving. Then let's fix that. He led her outside, where Sam and Sarah were returning from their morning walk. Sarah's grin was knowing. How are our favorite lovebirds? The Coy de Debray. Pam called back. Melt the bell, Terry Pam. And we're picking up some screws today. Pam blinked. What? Propellers, he clarified. For Sam's boat. She eyed him skeptically. Sailor talk. Trust me, he laughed, tugging her along. Across the island, Tony nursed his coffee, glaring at Eddie. Where's mine? Eddie snapped, rubbing his tired eyes. You told me to move the damn heater outside. Get your own. Eddie scowled. You want us to suffocate in here. That monoxide'd kill you. Tony rolled his eyes, too exhausted to argue with the man's grumbling. Some battles weren't worth fighting. Eddie muttered under his breath as he stepped outside where the coffee supplies were set up. Henry, the quiet one of the trio, stayed focused on portioning the product, wisely avoiding the tension. Things had unfolded surprisingly well, better than Henry had anticipated. His lie about Angelo had smoothed things over, removing both a loose end and a potential rival. Now, stacks of high-grade narcotics worth over $300,000 were being carefully weighed and packed for distribution. The job had taken far longer than expected, stretching into a grueling overnight session. Turns out, the work they usually paid others to handle wasn't as simple as it seemed. The bourbon they'd brought along hadn't exactly sharpened their efficiency, either. Still, not too shabby. And this was only the first taste Tucker was letting them have. Eddie couldn't shake his unease about Angelo's sudden disappearance. But there was no backing out now, not after what they'd done. He'd been dragged into Tony's mess, and the weight of it settled in his gut. Leaning against the rusted frame of what used to be a ship's cabin, he squinted at the sunlight, glinting off a luxury yacht in the distance. For a second, he let himself imagine owning something like that, taking his kids fishing, maybe even crabbing. The irony wasn't lost on him. Crabs. He let out a dry laugh, then stiffened. Was he really safe with these guys? They'd just iced Angelo less than a day ago. But Angelo hadn't been connected like Tony was. Tony was their golden ticket, their link to the streets. That bought Eddie some time as long as he kept his head straight. Any idea what this room used to be? Tucker asked, mostly to break the monotony. Tony barely glanced up from sealing the last bag before tossing it into the cooler. Dunno. Maybe the captain's quarters. Tucker shrugged. Makes sense close to the bridge. He stretched, his back aching from hours of tedious work. Of course he was the one doing the heavy lifting. Tony was made. Betty wanted to be. And Angelo. Well, Angelo had been expendable. Tucker wasn't losing sleep over it. These guys kept their word for now. But he wasn't naive. The moment he stopped being useful, he'd be just another problem to solve. The product was top-tier Asian heroin, refined and cut just right to give users an intense high without the nasty side effects. Asian sweet, they were calling it. Catchy but risky. A branded product drew attention. Still, the customers would come back for more, and the dealers could charge a premium. Matchev Tucker smirked. Business was good. And as long as everyone stayed happy, there'd be no need for more messy complications. Crabs had to eat after all. But, hopefully, the next meal wouldn't involve another body. The police finally had a lead, a name to pursue, concrete questions to ask. But that was the price of dealing in high-demand goods, which was why Henry Tucker had handpicked his team for their expertise, reliable contacts, and airtight discretion. His operations location had been chosen with the same caution, offering 5 miles of open visibility and a speedboat ready for a quick exit. Sure, there was risk involved, but life itself was a gamble. You weighed the stakes against the payoff. For Henry, a single day's work meant a cool $100,000 in untaxed cash enough to make the danger worth it. And Piaggi's connections. Those were worth even more. Now that he had their attention, it wouldn't be long before their ambitions matched his own. Over in Solomon's, the boat arrived a few minutes ahead of schedule. Nobody had explicitly told Kelly to keep Pam occupied, but it was the perfect distraction for her. He rolled the portable compressor onto the dock, firing it up with a quick lesson on monitoring the pressure gauge. Wrenches clattered onto the wooden planks as he sorted them. 1 finger for this one, 2 for that, 3 for the big guy, got it? Pam nodded, amused by his exaggerated show of professionalism. The others knew he was playing it up, but nobody minded. Kelly slipped into the water, checking the prop shafts first, thankfully. The threads were intact. With a single raised finger, he signaled for the right wrench, efficiently removing the retaining nuts one by one. In under 15 minutes, the new propellers were secured, fresh anodes in place. He gave the rudders a thorough inspection, deciding they'd hold for the rest of the season, though he warned Sam to keep an eye on them. Climbing out, he relished the taste of fresh air instead of stale rubber. Rosen, ever the principled surgeon, insisted on paying. Kelly just laughed. Tell you what, if I ever need spinal surgery, consider it a favor. What's your fancy term for that? Rosen scoffed. Professional courtesy, but you're not a doctor. Kelly shot back, and you're not a diver. Or real seaman yet, but we'll fix that today. Rosen puffed up. I aced my power squadron class. Burr Kelly grinned. That's cute, Doc. But out here? This is the real deal. As Kelly stowed the gear, Sarah muttered to Pam. Next, they'll be competing to see who can pee farther. Kelly overheard and chuckled. Wouldn't put it past him. Freshly changed into a t-shirt and cutoffs, Kelly settled onto the flying bridge, watching Rosen prep the boat. The surgeon's line work was surprisingly sharp. Still, Kelly couldn't resist a lesson. Let the blowers run before firing up the engines, he advised. Rosen frowned. But it's a diesel. Kelly shook his head. First, it's a she. Second, habits matter. Next boat might be gas. Safety first. You ever rent a vacation boat? Rosen admitted he had. So in surgery, you skip steps just 'cause you can? Rosen paused, then nodded. Point taken. With a wave, Kelly let Rosen take the helm. The surgeon maneuvered away with confidence too much, in Kelly's opinion. Ease up on the rudder, trust the props. Wind won't always bail you out. The engines were the one thing you could always count on, especially when moving slow. Steering. That could fail when you least expected it. Better to know how to handle things when it did. Understood, Captain, Rosen muttered, feeling like a rookie all over again. At 48, Sam Rosen wasn't used to taking orders, he was the one giving them. But Kelly was in charge now, and the man had a way of making even the simplest reminder sound like a lesson. Your boat, your rules, Rosen conceded, though the words tasted bitter. Kelly glanced down at the well deck where the others were watching. Don't get too comfortable, ladies. You're up next. Board 2. Pay attention. Then, quieter, almost amused, you're taking this well, Sam. 15 minutes later, the boat drifted with the tide, fishing lines dangling under a lazy holiday sun. Kelly had no patience for fishing, so he took watch on the flying bridge, while Rosen showed Pam how to bait her hook. Her excitement was unexpected, almost infectious. Sarah slathered Coppertone over Pam's pale skin, and Kelly found himself wondering if a tan would soften the scars or make them stand out more. Alone with his thoughts, he scanned the water, squinting against the glare. The bay was dotted with boats. How many of those people hid cruelty behind a smile? Why couldn't you just see it? Meanwhile, loading the boat had been straightforward. They'd stocked up on chemicals, though they'd need to restock eventually. Eddie and Tony had connections through a supply business with loose ties to their operation. Let's get moving, Tony said as they pushed off. Navigating the tidal swamps in their 18-footer wasn't as easy as he'd thought, but Eddie knew the spot. The water was still clear until they reached it. Jesus Christ, Tony choked out. Crabs are gonna eat good this year, Eddie remarked, satisfied by Tony's reaction. It was revenge, sure, but not a pretty sight. The body was already half covered, the face and one arm swarmed by blue crabs, drawn to the scent of decay. On land, it'd be vultures and crows. Out here, nature had its own cleanup crew. 2, maybe 3 weeks, and Angelo's gone for good, Eddie mused. What if someone finds him? Not likely, Tucker said without looking up. Too shallow for sailboats, and motorboats stick to the main channel. Fishermen avoid this spot, crabs don't like it either. Piaggi couldn't tear his eyes away, even as his stomach twisted. The crabs worked methodically, claws snipping, pincers carrying scraps to their strange, alien mouths. He'd wondered if the face would still be recognizable, if the eyes would stare blankly upward, but the crabs had taken care of that. The worst part? This could happen to anyone. Even if Angelo had deserved it, there was something worse than death about being erased like this. Business was business, though. No body, no murder case. They'd stumbled onto the perfect disposal method if they could keep it quiet. People talked, after all. Just like Angelo had. Lucky for them, Henry had found out in time. Eddie Morello chuckled as he leaned back in the boat, tossing out the idea of crab cakes just to mess with Tony. You trying to make me lose my lunch? Tony muttered, gripping the edge of his seat. Tucker revved the engine, guiding them out of the marsh and into the open bay. Tony stared blankly at the water, trying to shake off the image burned into his mind, focusing instead on the cold precision of their work. Business was business, and they'd done it clean. Maybe later, with enough beer, he'd laugh about it. The cooler beside him held more than just Natty Boh beneath the ice. 20 neatly packed bags of heroin waited, hidden in plain sight. If anyone stopped them, they'd see a bunch of guys out fishing. Nothing more. Tucker steered north while Eddie and Tony lazily set up their rods, pretending to scout for rockfish. "We're basically fishing for cops," Eddie joked, cracking up. Tony, playing the boss, barked, "Hand me a damn beer already." Kelly clenched his jaw as the speedboat roared past, way too close for comfort. "Amateurs," he muttered. "No respect for the water. No common sense, just a bunch of drunks in a flashy boat, already tipping beers before noon." He grabbed the binoculars, zeroing in on the trio. One of them raised a can in a mocking toast. "Yeah, real funny," Kelly grumbled. The name Henry's Eighth stuck in his mind next time. He'd steer clear. Sarah's shout cut through his irritation. "Got one." Then a warning. "Big wake incoming." The boat rocked violently as the speedboat's wake hit. "See what I mean?" Kelly snapped. But Sarah was already back to work, reeling in a hefty rockfish with practiced ease. Sam netted it, dumping it into the holding tank. Pam's line jerked next, her excitement contagious as Sarah coached her through the fight. Kelly exchanged a grin, with Sam. Pam was coming alive out here, thriving under Sarah's guidance. When Sam pulled in an 8-pound bluefish, Kelly waved it off. "Toss it back. Tastes like garbage." Sarah shot him a look. "Oh, please. You just don't know how to cook it." She leaned over to whisper something to Pam, who burst out laughing. The bluefish joined the rockfish in the tank, and Kelly shook his head, wondering which one would win the inevitable scuffle. Meanwhile, Dutch Maxwell stepped out of his car at Arlington, the weight of Memorial Day settling over him. For most Americans, Memorial Day meant the Indianapolis 500, a long weekend getaway, or the unofficial kickoff to summer, evident by the empty streets of Washington as families headed for the shore. But for Admiral Maxwell and his comrades, this day carried deeper significance. While others enjoyed barbecues and beach trips, these men gathered to honor those who never made it home. Admiral Podolsky stepped out beside him, their mismatched strides reflecting the unspoken weight they carried. His son, Lieutenant Stan Podolsky, wouldn't be joining them, not today, not ever. The young pilot's A-4 Skyhawk had been vaporized by a SAM missile near Da Nang, the official report stating it was nearly a direct hit. Stan's final transmission crackled over the radio, a raw curse swallowed by static. Some speculated one of his own bombs might have detonated on impact, leaving nothing but smoke and unanswered questions. The enemy hadn't bothered returning what little remained. Nearby, Rear Admiral James Greer knelt by his son's headstone, arranging flowers beneath the flag. When Maxwell approached, Greer snapped a salute, his attempt at a grateful smile faltering under the weight of memory. All three wore dress blues, the gold braid on their sleeves catching the light as they turned toward First Lieutenant Robert Bobby Greer's grave. The same boy who'd raced bikes with Stan around Norfolk and Jacksonville, who'd beamed with pride welcoming his father's ship home, now laid beneath carved marble. 50 miles southwest of Da Nang, luck had abandoned him too. It was the cruel irony of their profession sons, drawn to the same calling, whether from admiration, patriotism, or simply because courage ran in the blood. Bobby and Stan had rolled the dice, just as their fathers had. Only one came home. Greer told himself it meant something, that freedom demanded sacrifice. But the words felt thin, even to him. His marriage had shattered under the grief. Podolsky's wife moved through life like a ghost. No parent could ever truly believe a child's death was worth it, no matter the cause. Then, cutting through the silence, Podolsky chuckled darkly. "Remember when Bobby jumped into the pool to save Mike Goodwin's girl? Dimely. Got a letter last week. She's a mom now." Points. Greer blinked. Had no idea she'd even married. The absurd normalcy of it, a life saved, a life lived hung in the air, sharp as the scent of freshly cut grass. Some stories continued. Others ended too soon. James glanced at the weathered headstone before speaking. How old would she be these days? 25, maybe. Can't forget how her freckles would multiply every summer when we took her to Jack's Beach. Little Amy, Greer murmured, his voice thick with memory. They grow up too fast. He wondered if she'd still be alive if not for that scorching July afternoon. But that was just another ghost to add to the collection, another weight tied to his son. One life pulled from the water. Perhaps 3 spared in exchange? That had to count for something, didn't it? The 3 men turned in silence, retreating from the grave toward the winding driveway. Their steps halted as a funeral procession crested the hill soldiers from the 3rd Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard, moving with solemn precision. The admiral straightened, saluting the flag-draped casket. The young lieutenant leading the detail mirrored the gesture, his gaze lingering on the Medal of Honor ribbon adorning one officer's chest. The weight of the moment hung heavy in the air. Another one gone, Greer muttered once the procession had passed, bitterness sharpening his words. What's the point of burying these kids, Dutch? No, tell me that. Casimir's voice was dry as he recited, pay any price, bear any burden. Sounds noble until you realize we're the ones footing the bill. Where were the politicians when the checks came due? Dutch exhaled, scanning the sea of white markers. We are the chips, Cass. That's Sequate. He gestured to Arlington. This is the damn table. The irony wasn't lost on them. This land had once belonged to Robert E. Lee, a final twist of fate that the very soil he'd cherished now cradled the men he'd led. Maxwell allowed himself a grim smile. What's the word upriver, James? Could use improvement, James admitted. Got orders to sweep house clean. Gonna need one hell of a broom. Dutch raised an eyebrow. Heard anything about Boxwood Green? Greer's lips twitched his first near smile all day. Should I brace myself? Your expertise might come in handy. Desay Kerr, off the books then? Greer shot back. Casimir snorted. After the kingpin mess? Tight as a drum this time. Name your needs. You'll have whatever I can dig up. Greer paused. You handling the 3 work, Cass. Damn right. Podolsky's eyes gleamed, the wings of gold on his uniform catching the light. Operations and planning were his forte, and he wore the responsibility like a second skin. How's your boy? Greer asked, shifting gears. Flying commercial, now Delta, co-pilot. Captain's bars coming soon. A rare warmth crept into Dutch's voice. And I'll be a grandfather by summer. Congratulations, Greer said, clapping him on the shoulder. Can't blame him for stepping away. I used to, but not anymore. The SEAL who pulled him out, Kelly, right? Maxwell nodded. He's out too. Podolsky scowled. You should have pushed for the medal, Dutch. That ope was a nightmare. Maxwell shook his head. Made him a chief. Couldn't swing the medal, not for saving an admiral's kid. You know how the game's played. Yeah, Casimir muttered, watching as the casket was lifted from the gun carriage. A young widow stood rigid, her face a mask of grief. Yeah, I know politics. Tucker guided the boat into the slip with practiced ease, the engine purring before he killed it. Mooring lines secured, he tossed the gear into a duffel while Tony and Eddie hoisted the cooler into the back of the station wagon. Easy money, Tony remarked, slamming the tailgate shut. Eddie smirked, wiping salt spray from his sunglasses. Wonder who took the checkered flag today. They'd forgotten to bring a radio on their trip, making the long drive feel even longer. I put $20 on Foyt just to spice things up, one of them said, cracking open a soda. Tucker raised an eyebrow. Not Andretti. He's one of ours, but the guy's got a black cloud over him. Piaggi just smirked. Betting's a numbers game, kid. Angelo was old news now, and honestly, the way they'd handled that situation had a dark humor to it, though the poor guy probably wouldn't touch seafood for a long time. Tucker leaned back, unfazed. You know where I am when you're ready. Eddie, never one to stay quiet, cut in. You'll get your cut by Friday, same spot as always. He hesitated, then pushed further. But what if orders double? Tucker didn't blink. I can cover it. Whatever you need. Stad is krevd. What kind of magic supply line you running here? Angelo asked the same thing, didn't he? Tucker just grinned. Tell you the truth, if I spilled that, you wouldn't need me around anymore, would you? Piaggi chuckled, swirling his drink. Don't trust us, huh? Sure I do, Tucker shot back. I trust you to move the product and split the profits. That's partnership. Piaggi nodded, satisfied. Smart man. Keep it that way, it keeps everyone happy. Got a banker lined up yet? Me's Tucker played dumb. Haven't gotten around to it. Piaggi's tone turned serious. Start thinking. We can hook you up with an offshore account, untraceable, numbered, the works. But listen, flash too much cash, and the wrong people notice. Seen too many guys go down that road. Tucker shrugged. I don't roll the dice, Tony. Good, Piaggi said. Because the cops aren't as dumb as they used to be. That, Tucker smirked. Still not smart enough. Meanwhile, halfway across the country, a sleep-deprived Navy captain delivered a package to Intelligence HQ in Suitland. Analysts pored over the Buffalo Hunter drone footage, crisp and clear for once. One frame showed an American on the ground staring right at the camera, just before a Neva soldier swung his rifle like a club. Guy never saw it coming, a Navy chief muttered. His Air Force counterpart slid a photo across the table. Match. The chief nodded. Close enough to bet my paycheck on. Neither realized they were looking at a dead man. Back on the island, Kelly let Pam sleep in, relieved she hadn't needed pills to do it. He laced up his sneakers and ran the perimeter twice, the morning air thick with humidity. On the dock, he caught his breath as Sam and Sarah wandered over. You're looking better these days, Sarah remarked, then hesitated. How was Pam last night? The question threw Kelly off guard. What? Sam coughed, hiding a laugh, while Sarah turned red. I meant she talked me out of giving her sedatives. Wanted to try sleeping on her own. That's all. Kelly rubbed his neck, unsure how much to share. At first, he'd kept his distance, afraid of pushing her, and she'd taken it the wrong way until things finally clicked. She's got some wild ideas, he started, then stopped himself. That wasn't his story to tell. She slept fine. Wore herself out yesterday. Sarah smiled. Never met a patient so stubborn. She poked Kelly's chest. You two are a pair. You've been a huge help, kid, the woman said, making Kelly shift uncomfortably. He wasn't sure how to respond, should he say it was his pleasure. Part of him still wrestled with guilt, wondering if he'd somehow taken advantage of Pam's vulnerability. But no, that wasn't it at all. Against all odds, he'd fallen for her. His chaotic life was finally stabilizing, or at least, that's what he told himself. Their healing went both ways. While he helped her recover, she was stitching up his own broken pieces too. She's afraid I'll judge her for. Well, everything that happened before, he admitted, rubbing his neck. But honestly, I couldn't care less about her past. Like you said, she's tougher than she thinks. Hell, my own history isn't exactly Sunday school material either. Sam leaned forward, his voice steady. She needs to voice it all, get everything out in the open before she can truly move past it. Sarah studied Kelly's reaction carefully. You certain you can handle what she might reveal? Some of it could be. Dark. Dark compared to war. Kelly scoffed, shaking his head before steering the conversation elsewhere. What about her meds? The shift in topic eased the tension. Sarah slipped back into professional mode. The worst of withdrawal is behind her. Stress might still trigger episodes, but she's fighting through it. If things get rough, you've got the phenobarbital, just follow the instructions I gave you. Honestly, her resilience surprises even her. You'll know if she's struggling. If she is, convince her to take a pill. The thought of forcing Pam to do anything made Kelly bristle. Doc, I can't just relax, John, Sarah cut in. I'm not saying force it down her throat. If you tell her she needs it, she'll trust you. What to culture blades? How much longer? Another week, maybe 10 days, Sarah said after a pause. And after that? Then you two can start figuring out what comes next, she replied. Sam shifted awkwardly at the personal turn in conversation. But first, I want her fully evaluated. When are you heading back to Baltimore? Kelly shrugged. Couple weeks, maybe sooner. Why? Sarah crossed her arms. My exam wasn't thorough enough. She needs a full workup, history, physical, the works. Sam, any thoughts? Madge North. Perfect, Sarah nodded, then pointed at Kelly. And you're getting checked, too. Kelly flexed his arms with exaggerated pride. Do I look sick to you? Sarah rolled her eyes. Cut the act. When she goes, you go. I want you both healthy, end of discussion. Kelly mock saluted. Yes, ma'am. One last thing, Sarah added firmly. She needs a psychiatrist. Kelly frowned. Why, Custer Prevdern? Because life isn't some Hollywood ending, John, Sarah said bluntly. She's been through hell, abuse, addiction, trauma. Right now, she probably blames herself for all of it. Therapy can help untangle that. What you're doing matters, but she needs professional help too. They're understood. Kelly exhaled. Understood. Good, Sarah said, her expression softening. I like you. You actually listen. Kelly smirked. Do I have a choice? Minna right, Sarah. Not really. Sam clapped Kelly on the shoulder. She's always this bossy. Should have been a nurse, they're the ones who order us around. Sarah playfully nudged him, and Kelly grinned. Then I'm staying far away from nurses. Later, Pam slept for nearly 11 hours straight. No sedatives needed, though she woke with a pounding headache. Kelly handed her aspirin, but Sarah insisted, switch to Tylenol. Easier on her stomach. As Sam packed up, Sarah gave Pam one last check, nodding in approval at her progress. Kelly felt the weight of the doctor's words pressing down on him. Put on 5 pounds before our next visit, she'd ordered, leaving no room for argument. Before he could protest, she'd already turned to John, arranging a full medical checkup in 2 weeks. Kelly sighed, nodding in reluctant agreement. Pam shot him a sympathetic look as Sarah piled on the pressure. They ambushed me too, Kelly admitted, his voice uncharacteristically meek. Sarah just smirked, tossing her bag over her shoulder. We should have left last night, but oh well. Her eyes locked onto Kelly's. If you skip that appointment, I'll hunt you down. Kelly groaned. Sarah, you're relentless. You think I'm bad? You should hear Sam. They walked her to the dock, the morning air thick with salt and the rumble of Sam's boat engine. Pam hugged Kelly tightly, and though he tried to keep it casual with a handshake, she planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Sam, ever the show-off, backed the Hatteras out with precision, spinning the boat neatly before gunning the engines toward open water. Pam stood frozen, gripping Kelly's hand until the boat vanished into the horizon. "I never thanked her," Pam murmured. Kelly squeezed her fingers. "You did." Just not out loud. He studied her messy hair, clear eyes, a lightness in her step. Without thinking, he leaned in and kissed her. "So, what's next?" Pam took a deep breath. "We need to talk." "Well, Perius time." Kelly fetched 2 lounge chairs from the shop, settling her into one. "All right," he said gently. "Tell me everything." Pam's story spilled out her full name, Pamela Starr Madden. Her stifling childhood in the Texas Panhandle under the iron fist of a father who mistook cruelty for discipline. Donald Madden was the kind of man who quoted scripture but forgot mercy, who drank to numb his own failures and took his rage out on his family. The night she finally ran away, after a beating worse than any before, she'd crawled out her window and walked 4 miles to a Greyhound station, boarding the first bus to Houston. No one came looking. Kelly listened, his grip on her hand tightening as she spoke. "You don't owe me this," he said softly. But they both knew she needed to say it. The words hung between them, heavy with the weight of years. With the last few dollars she'd scraped together, Pam boarded yet another bus, this time Greyhound, and ended up in New Orleans. Naive, underweight, and barely 16, she had no idea how many predators lurked in the shadows, waiting for girls like her. It didn't take long for a sharply dressed smooth talker named Peter Laurent to notice her. After buying her dinner and spinning a tale of sympathy, he offered her a place to stay. She accepted, not realizing the trap she'd walked into. Within days, he became her first lover, though lover was too kind a word. A week later, a stinging slap across her cheek forced her into the arms of a middle-aged salesman from Springfield, Illinois, who paid Laurent $300 for the privilege, murmuring how much she reminded him of his own daughter. The next morning, Pam swallowed a handful of Laurent's pills in desperation. But all she got for her rebellion was a gut-wrenching sickness and a brutal beating. Kelly listened without flinching, his face unreadable. Inside, though, his stomach twisted. The girls he'd known in Vietnam, tiny, fragile things, and the few he'd been with since his wife's death had never seemed unwilling. Or had they? The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. He'd paid for their company, never once considering they might have been just as trapped as Pam. The shame of it seared through him, hot and relentless. By 19, Pam had cycled through 4 different pimps, each worse than the last. One in Atlanta took pleasure in lashing his girls with thin leather straps while his friends watched. Another in Chicago, sensing her defiance, hooked her on heroin to keep her in line, but she bolted the next day anyway. The worst was watching another girl collapse from an overdose, her body convulsing before going still. That terrified Pam more than any beating ever could. With no home to return to, her mother had hung up on her the one time she called, and no trust in the system that might have saved her, she washed up in Washington, D. A hardened streetwalker numbing herself with drugs to escape the person she'd become. But not numb enough. And maybe, Kelly thought, that was her saving grace. Pam wiped her tears as Kelly moved closer, wrapping an arm around her. "You see what I really am?" She whispered. "What I see," he said firmly, "is someone who survived hell and still has the strength to fight." The last chapter of her nightmare began with a man named Ross Fleming. By then, Pam was deep into barbiturates, though she could still clean up well enough to fetch a decent price. Then came Henry, a drug dealer with an expansion plan. He bought girls from pimps in other cities cold, cash-only transactions that sent chills down Pam's spine. She tried to run immediately, but they caught her, breaking 3 ribs in the process. The silver lining. It could have been worse. Henry made sure of that by pumping her full of sedatives, dulling the pain while tightening his grip. Henry had taken the abuse to another level by offering her up to his associates whenever they wanted her. In doing so, he'd accomplished what no one else could. He'd broken her will completely. For 5 brutal months, the relentless cycle of violence, exploitation, and drugs had hollowed her out, leaving her numb and barely functional. That fog only lifted when she stumbled over the lifeless body of a kid in an alleyway, a needle dangling from his arm. The shock jolted her awake. Pam played the part of the obedient captive, but inside, she was fighting cutting back on the drugs, biding her time. Henry's crew didn't notice, mistaking her quiet resilience for submission. They assumed their own charm was the reason she seemed more present, never guessing she was silently plotting. When Henry left town, she seized her moment. With nothing but the clothes on her back, Henry made sure none of them had money. She slipped away, hitchhiking out of the city before anyone realized she was gone. Kelly listened in silence as she finished her story, then asked gently, "Tell me about Henry." 30 black about your height, Pam answered flatly. Did anyone else ever escape? Her voice turned icy. One girl tried. Tiver zed Tiverine. He killed her, thought she was going to the cops. Made us all watch. She looked up hollow-eyed. It was worse than anything I've ever seen. Kelly kept his voice steady. Then why did you risk it? I'd rather die than go back, she whispered. That boy in the alley, he just stopped. And I helped make that happen. How'd you get away? The night before, I made sure they were all happy with me. So they'd let their guard down. Her hands trembled. You get it now? You did what you had to, Kelly said, fighting to keep his voice calm. Thank God you're here. She stared at the ground. You could just walk away. Maybe I deserve it. Pam, Kelly said softly, you ever hear the story where Jesus told the woman, "Go and sin no more"? You think you're the only one who's ever done something they regret. You're not. And you're alive. That takes guts. Her expression stayed blank. You needed to know. And now I do. Doesn't change a damn thing, except maybe how much I respect you. Dekrat the tea. What if they find me? Kelly's jaw tightened. Then we deal with it. You keep running, or you help me make sure they can't hurt anyone else. She shook her head violently. The cops won't stop them. You don't know how powerful these people are. Kelly noticed the scars on her back, pale lines where the sun couldn't reach. The marks told their own story, one that started with men like Donald Madden. Small, vicious cowards who only knew how to take. Stay here, he said abruptly. He walked to the nearby bunker and returned with a handful of empty cans, lining them up in the dirt. Cover your ears. When she did, his hand flashed to the pour. Safety vive under his shirt. The first shot rang out before she could blink. One by one, with precise half-second intervals between each shot, the tin cans either toppled or launched a couple feet into the air as Kelly's pistol barked. Before the final can even landed, he'd already swapped out the empty magazine for a fresh one, sending 7 more targets dancing. After ensuring the weapon was clear, he holstered it and took a seat beside Pam, who watched with wide eyes. Scaring a lonely girl doesn't take much, he said, wiping sweat from his brow. But intimidating me. That's a taller order. Listen, Pam, if anyone even considers laying a finger on you, they'll have to answer to me first. She glanced at the scattered cans, then back at Kelly, whose smug grin betrayed his satisfaction. The shooting session had been cathartic for him, each can representing a face from his past. Yet Pam's hesitant expression told him she wasn't fully convinced. These things took time. "All right," he sighed, settling beside her again. "You've told me your story. Do you still think it changes how I see you?" Pam shook her head. "No. You say it doesn't, and I believe you." "Good. Because the world isn't full of monsters, Pam. Most guys aren't like the ones you've met. You just had a string of rotten luck, like a soldier stepping on a landmine or catching a stray bullet. It doesn't mean you're broken." He hesitated, then added, "Sarah thinks talking to some doctors would help." "I agree. We'll get you through this." "And then what?" Pam's voice was barely a whisper. Kelly exhaled sharply, realizing he'd stepped into dangerous territory. "Will you stay?" The shock on her face hit him like a punch. "You don't mean that," she stammered. "You're just saying it," because Kelly stood abruptly, gripping her shoulders. "Hear me out. You've been through hell, but you're still standing. That takes guts. And I believe in you. It won't be quick or easy, but when you come out the other side, you'll be unstoppable." His hands trembled not from anger at her, but at himself for pushing too hard. "I'm sorry," he muttered, releasing her. "Just trust yourself a little." "I can't," she whispered. "Not after everything I've done." Sarah was right. Pam needed more than he could give. The realization gnawed at him. The days that followed fell into an unexpected rhythm. Pam's cooking was disastrous at first, burnt offerings that brought her to tears, though Kelly choked them down with forced cheer. But she improved fast, and by week's end, her hamburgers were edible. Kelly stayed close, offering quiet encouragement without smothering her. She picked up his early rising habit, and he coaxed her into light exercise, starting with slow walks around the island, working up to 5 laps by Friday. Sunbathing in her underwear, she began to tan, oblivious to the faint scars that made Kelly's jaw tighten. She took pride in her appearance now, washing her hair until it shone, and Kelly never missed a chance to compliment her. Not once did she reach for the sedatives Sarah had left behind. One evening, as the sun dipped below the trees, Pam surprised him by laughing at a joke he hadn't meant to make a small sound, but genuine. Kelly stored the moment away, proof that progress was happening, one step at a time. She fought through the struggle at first, but by sticking to exercise rather than medication, she gradually found her way back to a steady sleep schedule. Her smiles grew more genuine, and more than once, he noticed her studying her reflection with something other than despair. "Looking good, huh?" he teased one Saturday evening as she stepped out of the shower. She gave a small shrug, picking up a comb to work through her damp hair. "The sun's really brightened it up for you," he added, watching as she carefully untangled a stubborn knot. "It took forever to wash all that grime out," she admitted, leaning into his touch. Kelly kept his movements gentle, not wanting to tug too hard. "But it's clean now, Pammy. You see that, right?" She met her own gaze in the mirror, hesitating before answering. "Yeah, I guess so." "Tough to admit, huh?" "Really tough." This time, her smile reached her eyes, warm. Real. Kelly set the comb down, pressing a kiss to the nape of her neck, letting her watch the moment in the glass. He picked the comb back up, smoothing out the last of the tangles. It wasn't exactly the most rugged thing for a guy to enjoy, but he loved every second of it. There. Perfect. "You should really invest in a hairdryer," she said, turning to take his hands. He shrugged. Never had a reason to before. Her grip tightened slightly. "You will now, if you still want to." The silence stretched between them, thick with unspoken fear. When he finally spoke, his voice wavered. "You mean that? Do you still, yes?" He didn't care that her hair was wet, or that she was still damp from the shower. Some moments demanded action. Lifting her up, he marveled at how much she'd changed. Her ribs weren't as stark beneath her skin, her body stronger from steady meals and movement. But the real transformation was deeper, hidden behind those brightening eyes. He didn't dare believe he'd played a part in it, even though he knew he had. Setting her down, he caught the mischief in her gaze and felt a surge of pride. "I've got my own scars, you know," he warned, oblivious to the intensity in his own expression. "I've seen them," she murmured, her fingers tracing the marks on his chest, some from battles fought in distant lands. Her wounds were buried deeper, but so were some of his. Together, maybe they could mend what was broken. For the first time, Pam saw the future not as a void to hide in, but as something worth reaching for. The rest came naturally. They took the boat to Solomon's, where she picked out a few simple things, clothes, toiletries. A salon trimmed her hair, shaping it into something fresh. By her second week with Kelly, she'd started running, her legs firming up, her body filling out. She could even wear a bikini without feeling self-conscious. But the past wasn't done with her. Some nights, Kelly woke to find her trembling, caught in nightmares that never quite formed words. His touch soothed her, but it left him unsettled. He taught her to run, to swim, surprised she'd learned in landlocked Texas, but most of all, he just loved her. The sound of her laugh, the way she smelled after a shower, the way she'd playfully catch his eye across the room. Yet sometimes, he'd catch her staring into the distance, lost in thoughts he couldn't reach. In those moments, he wished he could carve out the darkness inside her, knowing some wounds needed more than just time. But for now, she was here alive, healing, and more real than he'd ever imagined. Kelly found himself drawn to Pam more often than not, inventing reasons to be near her just so he could brush his fingers lightly across her shoulder, a silent reminder that he was there. A week and a half after Sam and Sarah had gone, they held a small ritual. He watched as she took the boat out, fastened the bottle of phenobarbital to a heavy stone, and dropped it into the water. The splash marked the end of one chapter of her life, and as Kelly wrapped his arms around her waist, they both stared at the boats gliding across the bay, the horizon full of possibility. "You were right," she murmured, tracing the lines of his forearms. "Even a broken clock is right twice a day," Kelly quipped, though his smile faded when she spoke again. "There are more, John. Other women Henry hurt. Like Helen, the one he murdered." His grip tightened. "What are you saying?" "I have to go back. I can't let him keep doing this." Kelly exhaled slowly. "It's dangerous, Pam." "I know," she whispered. "But what about them?" He recognized it, the return of her conscience, the weight of empathy. She wasn't just surviving anymore, she was thinking of others. "Hiding forever isn't living," she added, her voice steady despite the fear he could feel in her trembling frame. "No," he admitted, pulling her closer. "It's not. And some things chase you, no matter how far you run." She turned slightly. "Are you sure about your cop friend?" "Yeah, the Torsensaffer. Lieutenant Allen. I helped him recover a tossed weapon once, and after that, I ended up training their dive team. He owes me." Kelly hesitated. "But Pam, you don't have to do this. We could walk away. Baltimore doesn't have anything left for me, except medical checkups." Her jaw set. "If I don't stop him, it'll never be over. Not for me, not for the others." Kelly knew that feeling too well, the ghosts that refused to stay buried. If they were going to move forward, they'd have to face them. "Let me make a call." Lieutenant Frank Allen picked up on the second ring, his office stifling from the broken AC, paperwork stacked high. "Allen," he grunted. "Frank. It's John Kelly." A grin tugged at Allen's mouth. "Enjoying your vacation on the bay?" "Something like that," Kelly replied. "Listen, I've got someone who might have information for you. Alan leaned back in his creaky chair, fishing for a cigarette. What kind of information? About a murder. Drug-related. The lieutenant's posture shifted, his cop instincts kicking in. Details. Not over the phone. Alan exhaled smoke, eyes narrowing. How bad is it? Sword bad enough. And it's not just one. Kelly's phrasing wasn't lost on him, someone, not some guy. Taffler. Alan had heard whispers about a drug operation involving women, though it wasn't his case. Ryan and Douglas were handling it quietly. There are 3 major players in the drug scene right now, Alan said carefully. None of them play nice. Frank leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. All right, give me the details, but keep it simple. Your buddy wants minimal involvement. I get that. But if we're dealing with the kind of people you're hinting at, this could get messy fast. Alan had never dug too deep into Kelly's past, but the basics were clear. The guy was former Navy, a skilled diver who'd served in the Mekong Delta with the 9th Infantry. Not just some random sailor either. Kelly had earned his stripes, retraining an entire unit of divers while pocketing a decent paycheck. Pentagon connections didn't hurt either. And now? Whatever this was, it involved a woman. Kelly wouldn't go to these lengths for a man. That much was obvious. You're not jerking me around, are you? Alan asked, skepticism creeping into his voice. Kelly's reply was firm. Not my style. Ground rules, info only, low profile. That's it. Ellen exhaled. Look, with anyone else, I'd say come down to the station and we'll hash it out. But you handed me the Gooding case on a silver platter. Life plus 30 years guy's not going anywhere. So yeah, I'll play along. The Pewley Sam. Appreciate it. What's your schedule look like? Late shift this week. Off around midnight, maybe 1. Depends how chaotic things get. Tomorrow night, then. I'll pick you up. We'll grab a bite, talk it over. Alan couldn't help but smirk. Feels like some spy movie nonsense. But fine. See you then, hotshot. The call ended, and Alan scribbled a note on his calendar before turning back to his paperwork. Kelly watched her fidget with the edge of her sleeve. You nervous? A little, she admitted. Good. Means you're paying attention. He gave her a reassuring grin. Frank doesn't know a thing about you. If you change your mind, we walk away. I'll be armed the whole time. In and out one night. And I'll be right there with you. Every second. Unless you're in the ladies' room. Then you're on your own. That got a laugh out of her, tension easing as she headed to the kitchen to start dinner. Kelly stepped outside, the weight of the .45 already familiar in his hands. He'd practiced enough today, but routine was routine. Inside the equipment bunker, he broke the pistol down with practiced ease. Slide, barrel, spring, each piece inspected under the light. The barrel was grimy from earlier drills. He worked methodically, scrubbing away residue with solvent and a toothbrush until the metal gleamed. A thin coat of oil followed too much would attract dirt, and a jammed gun was useless when it mattered. Reassembly was second nature. Slide snapped into place, magazine loaded. 15 rounds total, counting the spare clip. He racked the slide once, twice, smooth as ever. Ready? Somewhere in the house, the scent of garlic and onions drifted from the kitchen. For a moment, the world felt almost normal. Isteden is drr. Kelly felt prepared, though his skills were better suited for the dense jungles of Vietnam than the shadowy streets of a city. Still, he could drop a target with a single shot from 30 feet, even in pitch darkness. Combat had never shaken him, He'd taken lives before, and whatever threats lurked ahead, he was ready. This wasn't the Viet Cong. Nightfall was his ally, thinning crowds and reducing the risk of ambush. Staying sharp came naturally to him. Dinner was simple. Pam had cooked chicken, and Kelly considered opening a bottle of wine before deciding against it. No sense tempting her. Maybe he'd quit drinking altogether. It wouldn't be a hardship, and the gesture would prove his dedication. They kept the conversation light, steering clear of danger. No point in dwelling on risks overthinking, only made things worse. You really think we need new curtains? Pam asked, eyeing the mismatched fabric. Kelly smirked. For a boat? It's a little drab, don't you think? Drab, he echoed, clearing the table. Next, you'll tell me all men are the same, he froze. The words had slipped out before he could stop them. Sorry, but tray pin, sorry. Pam flashed a teasing grin. Well, in some ways you are. And relax, you don't have to tiptoe around me. Kelly exhaled, pulling her close. If that's how you feel. She melted into his embrace, laughing softly as his hands traced her back, discovering the absence of a bra beneath her blouse. Took you long enough, she teased. The candles were distracting, he muttered, though he didn't mind the dim, stuffy bunker. There'd be time to fix the ventilation later. Right now, he had better things to focus on. You've put on a little weight, he remarked, fingers lingering. Just a bit, Pam admitted, guiding his hands. We should get you some new clothes, he said, watching the newfound confidence in her expression. At the helm, she adjusted their course past Sharp's Island Light, avoiding the crowded shipping lanes. Any suggestions? She asked. Look for the parking lots with Lincolns and Cadillacs, Kelly said. Means good shopping. She laughed, and he marveled at her growing self-assurance, though there was still progress to be made. Where are we staying tonight? She asked. On the boat, Kelly replied. We're safer here. You look different now, and nobody knows me. That's how we stay under the radar. Pam nodded, her trust warming him more than he'd admit. Rain's coming, Kelly noted, eyeing the distant clouds. Good for us. People get careless when they're wet. You really know your stuff, she said. He grinned. Learned it the hard way. 3 hours later, they docked. Kelly played the part of the vigilant protector, scanning the lot before sending Pam below deck. Once the car was ready, she moved swiftly from the boat to the Scout, and they drove off without a second glance. The morning sun had barely risen when they left the city behind, pulling into a bustling shopping center in Timonium. Pam took her time, agonizingly slow in Kelly's opinion, picking out 3 stylish outfits, all paid for in crisp bills. She slipped into his favorite, a simple yet elegant skirt and blouse that complemented his jacket, worn without a tie. For the first time in ages, Kelly dressed like a man who actually had money, and it felt good. Dinner followed at a dimly lit upscale spot, tucked into a shadowy booth where the clink of silverware was the only distraction. He didn't admit it, but the meal was a relief. Pam's cooking skills were improving, but chicken could only go so far. You look good, he remarked, swirling his coffee. Relaxed, I mean. Hard to believe it's only been, 3 weeks? Almost, Pam replied. Kelly set his cup down, his voice steady. Tomorrow we meet Sarah and the others. A few months from now, everything changes. He reached for her left hand, imagining the weight of a gold band on her finger. Mean it. I really do. She smiled. Good. With hours to kill before their covert rendezvous with Lieutenant Allen, Pam glanced out at the rain-slicked streets. What now? Just drive. Kelly tossed cash on the table and guided her outside. The night had swallowed the last traces of daylight, and a steady drizzle pattered against the windshield as he turned onto York Road, heading south. His stomach full, his nerves calm, he felt ready for whatever the night demanded. Passing through Towson, the ghostly remnants of old streetcar tracks signaled their approach to the city and its unseen threats. Kelly's grip tightened on the wheel. His eyes flicked between the road and the mirrors, scanning for movement. The Colt, Sardy-5 under the seat, was within easy reach, a habit born from years of calculated paranoia. "Pam?" he asked, double-checking the locked doors. "Yeah. Porch taven tev the prain. How much do you trust me?" Pshu ek completely. He hesitated. "Where did you used to work?" Her breath hitched. "What? I want to see it. Tonight." He felt her stiffen beside him, but kept his eyes on the road. "I'll be careful. One wrong move, and we're gone." For a moment, fear flickered across her face, then resolve. He'd pulled her from the brink before. She owed him this trust. "Promise me," she whispered. Scout's honor. An hour later, Kelly marveled at the hidden world unfolding outside his window. How many times had he driven these streets, blind to the danger lurking just beyond the glow of sporadic streetlights? The rain came in fits, heavy enough to keep heads down, light enough to let shadows move unseen. It was a different kind of war zone, one he'd ignored for too long. Part of him scoffed, "What else did you expect?" While another chided his complacency. The perfect hunting ground, dark, wet, and indifferent. Kelly didn't mind the slow, methodical circling of the blocks it gave him, time to observe the subtle shifts between each pass. The flickering streetlights were more than just neglect. It felt deliberate, like a silent agreement between underpaid city workers and the neighborhood's so-called entrepreneurs. A 20 slipped into a pocket could buy a little extra darkness, after all. And darkness suited Kelly just fine. It had always been his ally. The streets told a story of decay. Crumbling storefronts, once family-run groceries, now stood hollow, casualties of supermarket chains that had themselves been gutted in the riots decades ago. The sidewalks were cracked, littered with the remnants of lives no one seemed to care about. Who even lived here? Not just criminals, surely. Did they cower behind locked doors at night, only to face the same dangers in daylight? Kelly knew better give an inch, and they'd take everything. He'd learned that lesson in Vietnam. The enemy never stopped pushing. A bitter chuckle escaped him as he turned onto another street, new to him, but worn down by years of abandonment. The good people had fled long ago, leaving behind those they deemed unworthy, until even they had moved on. What remained was a shell of a neighborhood, hollowed out by neglect and greed. Then he saw her, a young mother gripping her child's hand, hurrying past the bus stop. Where were they coming from? A doctor's visit? A rare trip to the library? Whatever it wasn't worth the gauntlet of dealers and danger between the bus and home. Kelly's jaw tightened. He'd seen this before, parents shielding their kids from the world's ugliness, even in war zones. Children deserved better than this. His grip on the wheel tightened as he watched them cross the street, skirting the corner where a dealer made his sale. The war here wasn't fought with guns, but the casualties were just as real. And right now, the wrong side was winning. Kelly eased his foot off the gas, letting the woman cross safely, silently, wishing the tenderness she'd shown her child tonight might somehow shield them both. Did the dealers even register her presence? Or was she just another ghost in the background, invisible, irrelevant, or worse, a target? The child. An afterthought, if that. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, the anger simmering beneath his calm exterior. Pam shifted beside him, her posture tense. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice low. "Nothing," Kelly lied, shaking his head before refocusing on the scene outside. Strangely, he was starting to find a grim fascination in it all. This wasn't just surveillance, it was an education. And Kelly had always loved learning, even when the lesson was something this dark. The customers were a mixed bag. Some looked like they belonged here, their worn clothes and hollow eyes marking them as locals. Others were barely holding it together, their bodies betraying the slow unraveling of addiction. Then there were the suburbanites, clean-cut, nervous, gripping their steering wheels like lifelines. Kelly caught sight of one guy in a loosened tie, his knuckles white as he fumbled with the window. Cash exchanged in a flash before he peeled away like the devil was on his tail. Following the Buick on impulse, Kelly watched as it weaved through traffic, desperate to put distance between itself and this part of town. The cops? Nowhere. The whole operation ran like a well-oiled machine, bold as brass in broad daylight. How had things gotten this bad? A decade ago, his old neighborhood in Indianapolis felt worlds away from this. The Navy, the island that kept him sheltered, oblivious. Now he was a stranger in his own country, playing tourist in a war zone. Pam stayed quiet, but her tension was palpable. Not that they were in real danger. Kelly had made sure of that, blending in, staying unpredictable, keeping his Sartor 5 within reach. These street thugs, amateurs compared to the Viet Cong. He'd faced worse and walked away. Still, his grip tightened on the wheel as a dealer in a flashy silk shirt, brown or maybe maroon, caught his eye 50 yards ahead. The game wasn't over yet. The dim lighting made it difficult to discern the exact shade, but the fabric's shimmer gave it away, definitely silk. Maybe even the real deal. Kelly smirked at the dealer's audacity. These guys didn't just break the rules, they flaunted it, like peacocks strutting in a junkyard. Stupid, really. If you're going to play with fire, you don't wave a neon sign over your head. You stay hidden, plan your exits, and never let arrogance cloud your judgment. How do these clowns even survive? Kelly muttered under his breath. Pam glanced over. What? These guys are walking targets, Kelly said, nodding toward the flashy shirted dealer near the curb. Even if the cops look the other way, what stops some street thug from rolling up and taking his cash? Probably carrying $1,000 or $2, Pam replied. But trust me, he's not alone. See that shadow in the doorway? That's the real boss. The guy in the silk? Just the middleman. Kelly clenched his jaw. He'd missed that detail, pride blinding him again. A rookie mistake. He watched as a suburbanite in a sedan handed over cash, and the middleman slipped something back. Then, like clockwork, the money traveled to the shadowy figure lurking in the alcove. Clever, Kelly admitted. The muscle stays hidden, armed, while the front man does the dirty work. Maybe they're not as dumb as I thought. Pam shrugged. They've been at this a while. Kelly's mind raced, filing away the lesson. 2 threats, not 1. The real danger wasn't the showy lackey, it was the ghost in the doorway. Just like back in Vietnam, hunting that Mia officer codenamed Ermine Coate. 4 days of stalking, studying his routines before the perfect shot. The memory sent a cold thrill down his spine. He could almost feel the weight of the rifle again, the predator's patience settling over him. Then something snapped him back, a red Plymouth Roadrunner, idling too, still down the block. Its engine growled faintly, out of place in the slow hum of the street. They what, Kelly? Pam's voice tightened, her fingers digging into the seat. His fingers instinctively brushed the Serpy 5, easing it slightly in the holster, just enough to feel the familiar texture of the worn wooden grip. That reflexive reach for the weapon sent a clear signal something wasn't right. His instincts, honed from years of combat, flared to life, sharpening his focus. A flicker of pride cut through the tension, at least his reflexes hadn't dulled. Still got it when it counts, he thought, the realization flashing through his mind in an instant. Kelly's voice stayed steady, almost unnervingly calm. All right, we're moving. Your right time to go. He pressed the accelerator, swerving left to pass the Plymouth Roadrunner idling ahead. He almost warned Pam to duck, but she was already shrinking low in her seat. Just another minute, and made be clear then. Bam, some rich guy in a sleek black Carmen Ghia, fresh from whatever shady deal he'd just wrapped up, darted out from behind the Roadrunner. The idiot slammed his brakes, forcing Kelly to do the same. The timing couldn't have been worse. They lurched to a stop right beside the Roadrunner, its door swinging open as the driver stepped out. Instead of moving forward, the guy circled around the back of his car and froze. His gaze locked onto Pam's terrified face, barely 3 feet away. Kelly saw the recognition in the man's eyes. He knows her. Got it, Kelly muttered, his voice eerily detached, the same tone he'd used in combat. He cranked the wheel hard left and punched the gas, swerving past the stalled convertible. Within seconds, they hit the intersection. A quick scan of traffic, then a sharp turn, they were out. He saw me. Pam's voice trembled on the edge of panic. We're clear, Kelly assured her, eyes flicking between the road and the rear view. You're safe with me. But his instincts snarled back. Dumb move. Hope they don't chase. That Roadrunner's got twice the muscle under the hood. Then headlights. Bright, low, aggressive. The same turn Kelly had taken moments ago. The car fishtailed on the wet pavement, engine roaring as it accelerated. Not the Carmen Ghia. Now you've got trouble, his instincts warned, cold and clinical. Zevolv, wake up. Kelly tightened his grip on the wheel. The gun could wait. He took stock his Scout wasn't built for speed. 4 cylinders against the Roadrunner's roaring V8. That Plymouth was made to dominate the streets, while his truck was built for hauling over dirt roads at a crawl. But it wasn't helpless. High ground clearance. Heavy-duty bumpers. This thing could ram like a battering ram if he played it right. The Plymouth might be flashy, but his Scout? It was a weapon. And Kelly knew weapons. Pam, he said, voice low but firm. Get down on the floor. She started to turn, fear thick in her voice. Are they? His hand pressed her shoulder down before she could finish. Yeah. They're coming. Kelly tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his knuckles white as he navigated the winding streets with calculated precision. A quiet satisfaction settled over him. He'd been in tighter spots before, and this Billy character was nothing but an overconfident amateur with a shiny car and a fragile ego. The Roadrunner might have speed, but Kelly had experience, and that counted for a hell of a lot more. He flicked a glance at the rearview mirror, just as headlights from a passing car illuminated the Roadrunner's interior. 3 figures probably armed, probably reckless, definitely outmatched. A shotgun would be messy, but unlikely. These guys weren't professionals. They were just thugs with bad judgment and too much pride. Wisted, his Barentomai. Sarty-5 rested snug against his hip, a comforting weight. If things got ugly, he'd make sure they regretted it. The chase turned into a twisted dance. Kelly feinting left, Billy swerving right, neither willing to commit to a full collision. It was almost funny, really. Here was Billy, clinging to his precious paint job like it was his firstborn, while Kelly played him like a fiddle. A sudden brake check sent the Scout lurching forward, giving Billy an up-close view of the trailer hitch. The Roadrunner's tires screeched in protest as Billy slammed his brakes, too scared to risk a dent. Pam's voice cut through the tension, shaky and strained. Kelly, what's happening? He kept his tone steady, almost amused. Billy loves his car more than he loves winning. That's his problem. Another sharp turn, another near miss. Kelly let the Scout fishtail just enough to sell the illusion of panic. Billy took the bait, closing in like a predator, only to hesitate again when Kelly smoothly corrected course. The guy had the reflexes of a startled deer. Then, just for fun, Kelly gunned it, swerving hard into the next intersection. The roadrunner followed, but the hesitation was there. Billy wasn't sure if this was a trap or just bad driving. Kelly smirked. Let him wonder. The police station was 3 blocks away. All he had to do was keep Billy chasing his tail until then. And if Billy got too bold? Well, Kelly had a few surprises left. The Roadrunner's driver was feeling confident he had the advantage, or so he believed. Kelly knew his options were limited. With Billy cutting off his right turn, he swung the wheel hard left, barreling down a desolate stretch of vacant land, slated for a future highway. The rain had turned the filled-in basements into a swamp of thick mud. A quick glance in the rearview mirror sent a jolt through him. The Roadrunner's passenger window was rolling down. No question what that meant. Hey, gun. Kelly's mind raced. He could use this. Playing the terrified victim, he let his face twist into panic, mouth gaping, eyes wide. Then he slammed the brakes and jerked the wheel right, sending the Scout lurching over a shattered curb in what looked like pure desperation. Pam shrieked as the vehicle jolted violently. The Roadrunner had the edge: better speed, better tires, better brakes, but Kelly was banking on that. He knew the driver would follow, matching his every move. And follow he did. The sleek muscle car tore after him, bouncing over the ruined remnants of a demolished neighborhood, only to plow straight into Kelly's trap. 70 feet in, the Roadrunner was done. Kelly had already downshifted, feeling the Scout's tires sink slightly into the muck before gripping again. Behind him, the Roadrunner wasn't so lucky. Its low frame yawed wildly, tires spinning uselessly as the engine roared, digging itself deeper into the sludge. Steam hissed from the overheated block, sealing its fate. 3 men climbed out, their flashy shoes instantly ruined, staring in disbelief at their once pristine ride, now buried like a pig in filth. All their big plans, wrecked by rain and mud. Mel Kelly smirked. Still got it. From 30 yards away, he couldn't resist. You dummies. He shouted through the drizzle. See ya, round losers. Keeping one eye on them, he eased the Scout back onto pavement, listening to the mud clods thumping against the wheel wells. You can sit up now, Pam. They're not going anywhere. Pam slowly straightened, her face pale as she glanced back at the stranded Roadrunner. How did you? Picked the right battlefield, Kelly said, grinning. Fast on pavement, useless in mud. She forced a shaky smile, playing along like a trooper, but her hands trembled. He checked his watch plenty of time before the cops' shift change. Billy and his crew would be stuck for hours. Finding a quiet side street, Kelly pulled over. You okay? He asked gently. Bowles and Pam shuddered. That was terrifying. We can head back to the boat if... No. Her voice was steel. Billy raped me. And killed Helen. Kelly clenched her fists, the weight of her decision pressing down on her. If I don't stop him now, he'll just keep hurting the people I care about. The words were more for herself than for John. She needed to believe them. He recognized that look in her eyes, the mix of fear and determination he'd seen in soldiers before a mission. It was the kind of courage that came from staring into the abyss and refusing to blink. She had found her purpose, and now she had to act on it. Fine, John said, exhaling sharply. But after we loop Frank in, you're getting as far from this mess as possible. Pam forced a weak smile, her hands trembling. I'm fine, she lied, though she knew he saw right through it. The shame burned in her chest. She didn't realize just how well he understood the storm inside her. He wanted to tell her she wasn't alone, but some lessons had to be learned the hard way. Instead, he asked, "How many others has he done this to?" The names spilled out like a confession. Doris, Xantha, Paula, Maria, Roberta. They're all like me, John. And Helen, when they killed her, they made us watch. John's jaw tightened. Luck's gotta turn sometime, kid. Maybe you'll get your shot. He pulled her close, and after a moment, the shaking eased. Pam wiped her eyes. "I need a drink." "There's a cooler in the back," John said, nodding toward the rear seat. Pam twisted around, her fingers brushing the ice-cold can, then her whole body locked up. A sharp gasp tore from her throat, and Kelly felt it too, that sickening jolt of adrenaline, the primal warning screaming in her veins. "John." Pam's scream shattered the air. Kelly was already moving, hand flying toward his holster, but deep down he knew. He'd screwed up, missed something critical, and now it was too late. The realization burned through his mind just as the muzzle flash lit up the car. The impact slammed into his skull, and the world dissolved into black. Officer Chuck Monroe cruised through his usual patrol route, the quiet hum of the radio filling the car. 16 months on the job, just enough time to earn his stripes and a solo unit, but not enough to dull the anger simmering under his skin. His city was rotting, and he was tired of watching it happen. Then he spotted the Scout. It was out of place, too clean, too quiet. He slowed, jotting down the plate number out of habit. Then he saw the damage. 2 gaping holes in the driver's side, the metal twisted inward like crumpled paper. His pulse spiked. "Lights flashing," he called it, impossible shots fired. Officer investigating before stepping out. Baton in one hand, the other hovering near his sidearm. Jesus Christ. The door was locked, but the window was gone, shattered. He reached in, fingers slick with sweat, and yanked the handle. The scene inside hit him like a punch to the gut. The man was slumped over the wheel, one hand dangling, the other limp in his lap. Blood coated everything, the dash, the seats, the steering column. And yet somehow he was still breathing. The shotgun blast had torn through the door, shredding flesh and bone, leaving a grotesque mosaic of wounds. Monroe had seen combat, seen street violence. But this shouldn't have been survivable. He backed away, swallowing hard. The first aid kit stayed closed. Some things were beyond fixing. The ambulance would arrive any minute, and Officer Monroe knew that anything he did now might just complicate things further. Clutching the first aid kit awkwardly in his right hand, he stared down at the unconscious man with the restless irritation of someone used to taking charge, but forced to wait. At least the guy wasn't suffering small mercies. Curiosity got the better of him, and he shifted the kit to his left hand, reaching for the victim's wallet. Empty. But the slight movement made the man twitch, and Monroe instinctively reached out to steady him, only to realize too late that touching his head was the worst possible move. A sharp cry of pain cut through the damp night air before the man went limp again. Damn it. Monroe wiped the blood from his fingers onto his uniform pants, just as the wail of approaching sirens signaled relief. The fire department ambulance screeched around the corner, its red and white bulk pulling up beside his patrol car. 2 paramedics jumped out, already assessing the scene with practiced efficiency. "Gunshot, close range," Monroe said before they could ask. The lead paramedic Mike barely reacted, already kneeling beside the victim. "Neck's a mess." "Nee, the Gutskrivler." His partner, Phil, tossed one over before heading back to the rig. Another squad car rolled up, and the watch sergeant stepped out, flashlight sweeping the interior of the wrecked vehicle. "Anything useful?" Monroe shook his head. "No ID. Ran the plates waiting on that." The sergeant exhaled, watching the paramedics work. "This part of town, it's never just a fender bender." Mike secured the cervical collar with a muttered curse. Bled out half his volume already. Gotta get him to Hopkins University's swamped. But then se frikeppe. That's an extra 10 minutes. Tell me about it, Mike shot back. Phil, drive like hell and call ahead, we need Neuro on standby. As they loaded the victim onto the gurney, his body jerked weakly. 3 more officers moved in to help hold him down while the paramedics strapped him in. Hey, tough guy, Phil said, adjusting an oxygen mask. You hang in there? We're not done with you yet. Monroe stepped back, watching the ambulance doors slam shut. Another night, another mystery one that might never get solved. The sergeant's grim expression said it all. Some cases just slipped through the cracks, leaving nothing but bloodstains and unanswered questions. Let's move, Mike, the senior paramedic said as they lifted the unconscious man onto the gurney. Mike Eaton adjusted the IV line, fighting against gravity as the patient lay prone, but he secured it just as the ambulance lurched forward. The ride to Johns Hopkins stretched 16 tense minutes, Eaton monitoring erratic vitals, scribbling notes, stealing glances at the stranger. Mid-20s, solid build. Not your typical overdose case. Under different circumstances, this guy might have looked intimidating, but now? Just a broken doll with an oxygen mask strapped to his face, each shallow breath a minor victory. Pick up the pace, Phil. Eaton barked toward the cab. Roads are slick, man. Phil Marconi shot back, gripping the wheel tighter. Unless you want to trade places. Please. You Italians invented reckless driving. Yeah, but we didn't invent whiskey breath, Phil retorted, flashing a grin in the rear view. Relax, ears prepped. Trauma team's waiting. Eaton exhaled, watching blood slither off the gurney onto the floor, those crimson trails weaving like they had somewhere better to be. The siren's scream usually grated on him, but tonight it was company. 2 minutes out, Phil called. Eaton braced himself as the ambulance swerved, reversed, then jerked to a halt. Before he could reach the doors, they flew open. Damn, muttered the ER resident, taking in the mess. Trauma Bay 3 now. 2 orderlies muscled the gurney out while Eaton snatched the IV bag, jogging alongside. University call you in? The resident asked. Bus wreck, Phil said, catching up. But this one's special, guys packed with lead. The resident leaned in, whistling low. Jesus, that's a shotgun party in his back. Wait till you see his neck, Eaton muttered. The resident paled. They shoved into the ER, commandeering a corner bay. 5 sets of hands transferred the patient. The room erupting in controlled chaos. Nurses swarmed, starting new IVs, drawing blood. Resident Cliff Severn peeled back the cervical collar, then froze. Possible spinal involvement, he announced, but he's bleeding out first. Orders flew. A nurse scraped a metal tool down the patient's foot, twitched. Good. Legs reacted too. Small miracles. Where's Neuro? Severn snapped. Right behind you, a voice grumbled. Severn turned. Oh, Professor Rosen. Sam Rosen looked like death warmed over 20 hours deep into a failed surgery, his scrubs rumpled, his temper thinner than the coffee in his cup. That old woman's face kept flashing behind his eyelids. He should have saved her. The how and why still gnawed at him as he glared at the new disaster on the table. The professor felt more relieved than frustrated by the unexpected extension of an already grueling shift. There was still a chance to turn things around. Give me the rundown, he demanded sharply. Multiple shotgun pellets lodged near the spinal cord, came the reply. Rosen crouched beside the gurney, clasping his hands behind him. And the glass fragments? Vehicle accident, Eaton answered from across the curtained space. We'll need to clear that out and prep the scalp. Rosen muttered, assessing the injuries. Vitals. BP's tanking 50/30, a nurse practitioner reported. Pulses racing at 140, weak and irregular. Rosen exhaled. This is going to be a long night. He's crashing hard. He paused, studying the patient. Decent muscle tone, though. Let's push fluids. As if on cue, 2 IV lines were already in place. The ER team was sharp. He gave an approving nod. How's your boy, Margaret? He asked the senior nurse. Carnegie Mellon in the fall, she answered, adjusting the transfusion rate. Neck cleanup next, Rosen directed. I need a clear view. Margaret worked methodically, using forceps and sterile gauze to clear the blood, revealing the wounds beneath. The damage looked dramatic, but she knew appearances could be deceiving. As she finished, Rosen returned in full surgical garb. Engineering, right? He asked, snapping on gloves. That's the plan. Smart kid. Rosen held out a hand. Tweezers. With surprising precision for a man his size. He extracted a small lead pellet from the patient's shoulder. Number 7 shot. Someone thought he was target practice. Lucky break, he remarked to the paramedics. Leaning in, he examined the neck again. Mastostafic debegen. Climbing 55/40, another nurse called. First IV was yours? Rosen glanced at Eaton. Mia. Dave, solid work. You first responders pull miracles daily. He smirked. Half the time, I think you keep us surgeons in business. Eaton nodded, surprised by the praise. Rosen wasn't known for handing out compliments. Neurological responses. Rosen turned to the resident. Strong reflexes, no major deficits, Severin replied, trying to sound confident. Then let's move fast before these pellets decide to wander. 2-3 hours max. Rosen checked his watch. I'll take him at 6. Might as well, I'm already here. You're scrubbing in personally? Easy case for once. I deserve it. He stretched, rolling his shoulders. Margaret, we're too old for these marathon shifts. She chuckled. Speak for yourself. I've got tuition to pay. Any ID on our mystery man? Not yet, Marconi said. Cop should be here soon. Good. Rosen sighed. Next time, remind me to take up gardening instead. As the nursing team leader for the shift, Nurse Wilson was the first to notice the unusual marking. What's this? She murmured, tracing a finger along the patient's arm. Professor Rosen, who had been reviewing charts nearby, immediately stepped closer at her comment. His sharp intake of breath surprised her. Since when did tattoos warrant that kind of reaction from a seasoned trauma surgeon? Kelly's awakening wasn't the gradual drift he was used to. Instead, it hit him like a truck confusion first, then the dull ache creeping in like storm clouds on the horizon. His eyelids felt weighted, but he forced them open to the sterile glow of hospital lights reflecting off a scuffed linoleum floor. The sharp scent of antiseptic mixed with the hum of distant voices and the rhythmic whoosh of air conditioning. Every nerve in his left side screamed, as if someone had pressed a branding iron from his neck down to his elbow. Alive. Why does that feel wrong? His thoughts swam, sluggish. The vibration under him wasn't ship engines. No, the growl of a city bus fading into traffic. Since when was I in a city? A blur of green scrubs passed by, clipboard in hand, before darkness swallowed him again. Across the room, Rosen briefed the neurosurgical resident with the dry humor of someone running on too much caffeine. Shoulders a mess, but nothing deep. Lost enough blood to fill a kiddie pool, though. Shotgun wounds always dramatic. He held up the X-ray, tilting it toward the light. 237 pellets. Think of it as a free tattoo session. Sam rubbed his temples, exhaustion settling in. He'd insisted on handling this one himself, and now his hands ached from hours of meticulous work. Sandy O'Toole appeared, fresh from recovery. "You know him, don't you?" she asked, handing over the chart. "Wait, just the Premun." Rosen's voice softened. "He's tough. Firefighters kept him stable long enough for us to patch him up." Sandy arched a brow. "Friend of yours?" "The kind worth going the extra mile for. Sarah likes him too." The unspoken "so don't screw this up" hung between them. Sandy smirked. "If he's got your sister's approval, I'll keep an eye out." She turned, then paused. "Police are asking questions." Rosen waved a hand. "Tell them 4 hours. And save me a coffee if I drink another cup. My stomach's filing for divorce." "Who exactly is this guy?" Sam hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "Not sure about all the details, but I got into some trouble out on the bay in my boat, and he stepped in to help. Ended up spending the weekend at his place." He left it at that, no need to dive deeper. Truth was, he'd pieced together enough to unsettle him, and that was more than he wanted to admit. He'd done what he could. Kelly's survival had come down to luck and the firefighters, but Sam had handled the emergency with precision, much to the irritation of Dr. Ann Pretlow, the resident who'd been relegated to the sidelines. "I need some shut-eye. Not much on my schedule today, mind handling, Mrs. Baker's follow-up?" "Nah, of course." "Wake me in 3 hours," Rosen muttered, already heading for his office and the worn-in couch waiting there. Across town, Billy smirked, eyeing the woman sprawled on the floor. "Nice tan. Wonder where she picked that up." The others chuckled, but the amusement was thin. "So, what's the plan? Ye considered it?" There was a cleaner, safer way to handle situations like this, now one that involved a long boat ride and absolute discretion. But time was tight, and he wasn't about to share his method. Trust was in short supply. "Find a spot," he finally said. "If she turns up, it won't matter." His gaze swept the room, reading the faces. The message had been received. No one would cross him again, not after this. No words were needed. Tonight. Better after dark. "No rush," Billy agreed. Let the others stare a little longer. Let the lessons sink in. Even through the haze of drugs, this one would stick. And the guy... Billy's smirk widened. "Took care of it. Both barrels point blank. He's not coming back." Good. With that, he walked out. Business waited, and this mess was behind him. A shame not every problem could be wrapped up so neatly. Meanwhile, Kelly drifted in and out of awareness. The floor shifted beneath him, tiles scrolling past like credits on a screen, until he was wheeled into a smaller room. This time, he managed to lift his head just enough to spot the green surgical scrubs of a woman standing nearby. The hum of machinery filled the air as the bed adjusted, rotating him gently. Restraints held him in place, not painful, just present. Then she came into view, young brown hair tucked under a cap, eyes warm behind her mask. "Hi there," she said softly. "I'm your nurse." Kelly's voice was rough. "Where am I?" "Johns Hopkins." What? "Someone shot you." Her fingers brushed his hand and something flickered in his drugged mind. A memory, hazy but urgent, clawing its way to the surface. The pieces were coming together, and though he knew what awaited him, his thoughts raced toward the truth, dread and clarity fighting for dominance. It was Nurse Sandy O'Toole who finally broke the tension. She'd kept her surgical mask on deliberately. Experience had taught her that male patients often responded better when they thought a pretty nurse was giving them special attention. Now that John Kelly was awake, she untied the mask and flashed him a warm, practiced smile, the kind she reserved for lifting spirits. With her athletic build and that accidental gap between her front teeth, something men inexplicably found charming, she knew how to work her assets. For her, it was just part of the job, another way to help patients heal. But Kelly's reaction wasn't what she expected. Instead of brightening, his face drained of color, taking on a sickly, almost grayish hue, like old packing foam. For a heartbeat, she thought he was coding maybe a hemorrhage or a clot. He didn't scream, just went rigid, his breath hitching as his hands went slack. His eyes locked onto hers with a raw, horrified recognition. Instinct made her reach for his hand, but the words, "It's okay," died in her throat. "Oh, God, Pam," he choked out, his voice shattered. The despair in his expression was absolute. Later, when Dr. Rosen stepped in, Kelly's first groggy question was about Pam. "Do you know anything, Doc?" Rosen lied smoothly, suggesting she might have been taken to another hospital, even as guilt twisted in his gut. He fussed with Kelly's vitals, buying time. "You're lucky," he said, examining the shotgun wounds. The car window took most of the blast. "Shoulder's a mess, but you'll live." Kelly managed a weak thanks before drifting again. "Check the other hospitals for her, okay?" Rosen nodded, though they both knew the truth. The cops arrived soon after, their questions clipped and professional. Kelly gave them Pam's last name, something even Rosen hadn't known until then. When they pressed for details, Rosen admitted, "She was hooked on pills when we met her. My wife and I helped her detox." The older officer exchanged a glance with his partner. "We'll need to talk to your wife," he said, and Rosen just nodded, too exhausted to care. "Let's talk about Mr. Kelly," the officer pressed. "Former Navy, served in Vietnam. Doctor." Rosen replied, his tone sharpening. "And before you ask, no, he's not some junkie. The man's in peak physical shape. And when we discovered Pam had a pill problem, he nearly lost it. I had to talk him off the ledge. Trust me, as a doctor, I'd know if he was using." The cop shrugged, jotting it down. The detectives were gonna love this. What started as a basic robbery now had kidnapping written all over it. Just what they needed. So why was he in that neighborhood? "Your guess is as good as mine," Sam admitted. "Who's Lieutenant Allen?" "Homicide, Western Division," the officer said. "Funny they had a meeting scheduled." "That's Allen's problem to explain," the cop muttered. "Robbery, then." "Looks that way." Wallet turned up a block over, cleaned out, except for his license. Found a pistol in his car, though. Guess the thief missed that. Which, by the way, is illegal. Another officer walked in, snapping his fingers. Kelly's name finally clicked. He worked with Allen last year, the Gooding case. The guy who recovered the murder weapon and ended up training our dive team. The senior officer glanced up. "Oh, right. So why's he mixed up in this mess?" "Beats me," his partner admitted. "But it doesn't exactly scream career criminal." The senior cop sighed. "There was a girl with him. Now she's gone. And Savin, too. What do we know about her?" "Just the name Pamela Madden. 20, ex-addict, vanished. Kelly's car, his gun, nothing else. No shell casings, no witnesses. And the girl? Blends into a crowd of 10,000. Robbery plus kidnapping, standard nightmare." The officer leaned in. "Doc, anything else you can tell us?" Sam exhaled. "She had scars. Old ones. My wife noticed hell, I noticed. Whip marks, signs of abuse. Might have been working the streets. We didn't push her on it. Kelly keeps interesting company, the cop mused, scribbling. Helps cops, hangs with ex-hookers, real stand-up guy. Rosen's patience snapped. Worcestershire Sanative. I've got patience. Doctor, we've got attempted murder, robbery, and a missing girl. This isn't small time. When can we talk to Kelly? Tomorrow, maybe. He's in rough shape. Gurkenstane tenaprakar. Work. Fine. As the officers left, Rosen rubbed his temples. Criminal cases weren't his usual traffic accidents. Workplace injuries? Sure. But this? Kelly, a criminal. The questions had that slant, and it didn't sit right. Then, Dr. Pretlow walked in, lab results in hand. Kelly's blood work came back. Gonorrhea. Early stage, but he'll need penicillin. Me allergies. Rosen shut his eyes. Perfect. No. Social services can no. Rosen cut in, voice low. They won't. Sam hesitated, his voice catching in his throat. The truth was too painful to say out loud. The girl who had given the man the infection was likely gone, and forcing him to relive that loss would only deepen the wound. Saying it aloud made it real, and that realization twisted inside him. He had no solid proof, just a gut feeling that refused to be ignored. Doctor, legally, we have to. Rosen cut him off, his patience snapping like a frayed wire. That man in there is decent. I saw him fall for a girl who's probably been killed, and his last memory of her won't be that she gave him instead. Understood? As far as he's concerned, the meds are for an infection after surgery. Chart it that way. The younger doctor stiffened. I won't falsify records. Rosen scribbled the note himself, his pen digging into the paper. Done. He looked up, his gaze sharp. Pretlow, you've got the hands of a surgeon, but you're missing the heart. These aren't just cases, they're people. Remember that, and the job gets easier. Hell, you might even become a good doctor. Pretlow stormed out, fuming. What was Rosen's problem, anyway? June 20th was stifling, the kind of heat that made the air feel thick. Bob Price, a Pulitzer-winning photographer for the Baltimore Sun, sat in his car along Druid Lake Drive, fiddling with his new Nikon. The camera was sleek, a far cry from his old Pentax, and the distributor had thrown in a set of telephoto lenses to sweeten the deal. Bored, he practiced swapping lenses by touch, his eyes scanning the lake out of habit. Then, the crows caught his attention. They circled the fountain, a plain concrete pillar, spewing water into the humid air, darting close before recoiling from the spray. What were they after? His fingers found the 200mm lens, and he raised the camera smoothly. The moment the image focused, his breath hitched. Jesus Christ. 10 shots in rapid succession. Then he grabbed his radio, barking at the office to call the police. Switching to the 300mm lens, he loaded a fresh roll of film, bracing the camera against the Chevy's window. One crow finally broke through, landing on his stomach lurched. A pale, lifeless body sprawled across the concrete. The bird hopped over her, its beady eyes assessing, indifferent. Priez dropped the camera and slammed the car into gear. Priez broke multiple traffic rules in his frantic attempt to get near the fountain. And, in an uncharacteristic moment of emotion overriding duty, he leaned on the horn, trying to scare off the bird perched above the water. The creature glanced up briefly, unimpressed by the noise, then resumed its search for breakfast with that razor-sharp beak. On a whim, Priez flicked his headlights, an odd enough disturbance that the bird reconsidered its position and took flight. Maybe it was an owl, smarter than most, realizing its meal wasn't going anywhere. I could always circle back once the nuisance left. A patrol car rolled up beside him. "What's the problem?" the officer asked. Prius handed over his camera without a word. The cop's face went pale as he stared at the image. "Jesus," he muttered before calling it in. Soon, squad cars arrived like scavengers, one after another, until 8 surrounded the fountain. A fire truck showed up minutes later, followed by a Parks Department truck towing a small boat. The forensics team rolled in with their mobile lab, and the grim procession began. Prees asked to join, knowing he could capture the scene better than the department's photographer, but they refused. So he stayed on the shore, documenting from a distance. No Pulitzer here, he thought. Not that he wanted one, if it meant freezing the image of a scavenger violating a young girl's body in the heart of the city. He already had enough sleepless nights. A crowd gathered as officers huddled in small groups, exchanging hushed words and dark jokes. A news van from Television Hill arrived, the same station near the zoo where Priest sometimes took his kids. They loved the lions, the polar bears, all those predators safely locked away. Unlike some people, he mused, watching them zip the body into a black bag. At least her suffering was over. He reloaded his camera as they loaded her into the coroner's wagon. A reporter from the Sun had arrived to handle the questions. Prius would find out later just how sharp his new lens really was when he developed the shots back in his Calvert Street darkroom. Across town, Rosen found Kelly staring blankly at the floor. "John, they found her." "Juan, sir, force bu a tad." Kelly didn't need to look up. Sam's voice said it all. Hope had a way of slipping through your fingers when you needed it most. "Yeah." "What scene, how?" "Don't know yet. Police called me, so I came straight here." Kelly's voice was hollow. "Thanks, Sam." "You should eat," Rosen said, nudging the untouched tray. "Not hungry." "You won't heal if you don't keep your strength up." Kelly's eyes stayed fixed on the floor. "Why bother?" Rosen gripped his friend's hand, searching for words that wouldn't come. Death was no stranger to him. Neurosurgery meant facing the unfixable every day. But this was different. "Anything I can do?" he finally asked. Kelly shook his head. "Not now." John muttered a quiet thanks, his voice hollow. "Maybe you should see a priest," Sam suggested, but John shook his head. "Not now." Sam tried to reassure him. "It wasn't your fault." "Then whose?" John's voice cracked. "She trusted me, Sam. You have failed her." The police had already questioned him twice that morning. He'd given them the basics: her full name, where she was from, how they'd met. He admitted they'd been close, that she'd been running from a hard life, that her body bore the marks of past suffering. But he couldn't bring himself to tell them everything. Confessing the full truth would mean laying bare his own mistakes, and that was a humiliation he couldn't stomach. The officers didn't seem to like him much, but that was fine. He didn't much like himself either. Sam hesitated before speaking again. "I should adjust your meds. I don't like overdoing it, but they'll help you rest." John's bitter laugh cut through the room. "Dope me up more. You think that'll fix anything?" His expression was raw, a look Sam never wanted to see again. Unable to hold his gaze, Sam turned away. "You're stable enough for a regular bed. We'll move you soon." He left without another word, the silence heavy between them. It took Nurse Sandy O'Toole and 2 orderlies to transfer John carefully. She adjusted the bed to ease the strain on his injured shoulder. "I heard what happened," she said softly. His grief felt wrong, too controlled, too bottled up. She knew men like him, soldiers who carried their pain in silence. But grief needed an outlet, or it would fester like a wound. Sandy sat beside him. I lost my husband in Vietnam, she admitted. Tim was a captain in the 1st Cavalry. John didn't turn his head. I'm sorry. Those guys saved my life once. She nodded. It's hard. Wegers take dead of me now. Last November, I lost Tish. And now his voice trailed off. Sarah told me, Sandy said gently. John, bad luck doesn't make you a bad person. It wasn't luck, he snapped. She warned me it was dangerous, and I took her there anyway because I was arrogant. I got her killed. His eyes fixed on the ceiling, unblinking. I was careless. Stupid. Other people pulled the trigger, Sandy countered. You're a victim too. John scoffed. Not a victim. Just a fool. She let that hang for a moment before asking, what was she like? Unlucky, John muttered. He gave a clipped summary of Pamela Madden's tragic life, the abuse, the running, the men who'd used her. Sandy listened, then said quietly, but you gave her something no one else did. When he didn't respond, she pressed on. You loved her, didn't you? John's body tensed. Yes, he whispered. Me that did that. Let it out, she urged. You have to. He shut his eyes, shaking his head. Mems. Sandy sighed. This would be a long road. She'd seen this stubborn pride in her husband, too, the quiet acceptance of duty, even when it led to ruin. Tim had gone back to Vietnam without complaint, calling it part of the job. A pointless job, she thought bitterly, one that had stolen him from her. What did it matter in the end? What happened in some far-off war? Tim had cared deeply about whatever force had shaped him, but all it left behind was a hollow ache, no more meaningful than the raw grief etched on her patient's face. If O'Toole had pushed her thoughts just a little further, she might have understood that pain better. That was a boneheaded move, someone muttered in the dim glow of the theater screen. Tucker shrugged, tossing a piece of stale popcorn into his mouth. Call it what you want, but I can't have my crew vanishing whenever they feel like it. You could have just made them disappear for good. Too predictable, Tucker replied, eyes fixed on the flickering black and white images. The old downtown theater, once grand in the 30s, now sagged under peeling paint and morning matinees just to stay afloat. Still, the shadows of the back row made it perfect for hushed conversations, officially logged as a routine informant chat. Leaving a witness was sloppy, though. Think he'll be trouble. Tucker pressed. The man beside him exhaled through his nose. Doubt it. Ex-Navy, lives out on the eastern shore, some trust fund beachcomber type. Cops already grilled him once, came up empty. Ryan and Douglas are taking another swing at it, but they've got nothing. Sounds like what the girl said before we had our chat, Tucker mused. Guy gave her a ride. They partied till her pills ran dry. Then he dropped her off to score more. No red flags? Probably not. But let's not leave threads hanging. Dura Tucker smirked. Want me to arrange a hospital visit? Could be educational. Christ, no. This stays a simple robbery. Anything else blows it wide open. He's clueless, leave him that way. So he's clean? Tucker needed it spelled out. Worcester Patamper for now. Just remember, no body, no murder case. Gotta keep my people in check. From what I heard, you made your point. Exactly, Tucker said, voice sharp. Set an example, and the rest fall in line. Not your concern, so why's it itching you? A crunch of popcorn bought time. What do you got for me? Tucker's grin was a slash in the dark. Pyoggy's warming up to me. A derisive snort. I'd watch my back. Comes with the territory, Tucker admitted. But his connections? We're on the verge of something big. They're blue aim. How soon? I close. Next move, we push product north. Tony's already up there laying groundwork. And now, I need something solid. How about 3 mules hauling a ton of grass? They don't know me, but I know them. That was the beauty of it. His operation ran on fear, loyalty, enforced with teeth. Outside the hospital room, Rosen blocked the doorway, arms crossed. Go easy on him. He's fresh out of surgery, doped up, and not thinking straight. Douglas, the new detective on the case, looked as worn as Kelly, mid-40s, jaw set. I've got a job to do, Doc. Nis Frenester. But he's dealing with trauma, physical and emotional. His girlfriend's dead. And the faster we get answers, the better our shot at catching who did it. Your job's to keep him breathing. Mine's to make sure her killers don't. My duty is to the dead. If you're asking for my professional opinion, he's in no condition to assist you. The trauma has taken its toll. He's clinically depressed, and that's affecting his physical recovery. Douglas raised an eyebrow. So you're saying you want to be part of this? Just perfect, an overeager spectator complicating things. But arguing would be pointless. Fine, but go easy on him, Sam insisted, stepping aside as the door swung open. Detective Douglas introduced himself, his tone carefully measured. Mr. Kelly, we apologize for the intrusion. The case had landed on Douglas' desk precisely because of its high-profile nature. The Evening Sun had splashed a lurid front-page photo borderline, obscene by media standards, and the mayor had demanded immediate action. Douglas had taken the assignment, though he doubted the politician's attention span would outlast the news cycle. Politicians only cared about votes, after all. This case was messier than a wild pitch, but it was his now, and the worst part was just beginning. 2 nights ago, you were with a woman named Pamela Madden? Kelly's eyes were shut when Nurse O'Toole entered with his morning antibiotics. She hesitated in the doorway, startled by the unexpected company. He's da poverty, Mr. Powell. Kelly, Douglas continued. Yesterday afternoon, we found a body matching Miss Madden's description. He reached into his coat. No. Rosen shot up from his chair. One beds this her. Douglas held out the photo, as if proper phrasing could soften the blow. Damn it. The surgeon shoved Douglas against the wall, the photo slipping onto Kelly's chest. Kelly's eyes snapped open, wild with horror. He strained against the restraints before collapsing, his face drained of color. Everyone looked away except the nurse, who couldn't tear her gaze from her patient. Listen, Doc, Douglas started. Get out of my hospital. Rosen roared. You could have killed him with that stunt. Why didn't you warn me? He had to identify. I've handled it. The scuffle between the 2 men faded into background noise as Nurse O'Toole focused on Kelly, the antibiotic still clutched in her hand. She tried to snatch the photo away, but her own eyes betrayed her lingering on the image before recoiling. Kelly's grip tightened on the print, holding it inches from his face. His expression shifted, freezing her in place. At first, she thought it was shock, but no. His features twisted into something primal, something ancient and vicious. His fists clenched like stone, his eyes locked on an unseen enemy. Then, just as quickly, it was gone. It's okay, Sam, Kelly murmured, his voice eerily calm. He's just doing his job. He closed his eyes and handed the photo back. The room settled, but Nurse O'Toole couldn't shake what she'd witnessed. As Kelly swallowed his pill, she retreated to the hallway, her hands unsteady. That fleeting moment, that door into something dark, had shown her a side of John Kelly she never expected. Not shock. Not grief. pure, unfiltered rage. And then, just like that, it vanished, leaving only the quiet hum of the hospital behind. The blind fury in Kelly's eyes had dissolved into something far more unsettling, a chilling clarity that sent a shiver down her spine. In those fleeting moments before the door swung shut, she glimpsed something terrifying in his expression, though she couldn't pinpoint why. The entire transformation had happened in mere seconds, unnoticed by Rosen and Douglas as they struggled against the wall. Kelly's journey from shock to fury to eerie calm was unnerving. But the brief flash between understanding and composure was what truly froze her blood. What had she seen in his face? The answer came slowly, like a whisper in the dark. Death. Not wild or chaotic, but cold, calculated, and harnessed, yet undeniably death, lurking behind the eyes of a man who now wore serenity like a mask. Back in the room, Douglas straightened his coat, clearing his throat awkwardly. "I hate this part of the job, mister." "Kelly," he admitted, exchanging an uncomfortable glance with Rosen. The surgeon checked Kelly's pulse, surprised to find it steady. You good?" Rosen asked. Kelly gave a stiff nod, his gaze locking on to the detective. "That's her. That's Pam." Douglas sighed, rubbing his temple. "Look, I'm sorry. There's no gentle way to handle this. What's done is done, and now we need to find who did it. We need your help." Kelly's voice was eerily calm. "Fine. Where's Frank? Why isn't he here?" Douglas hesitated, then lied smoothly. "Very too close to you. Personal ties complicate investigations." The half-truth hung in the air. "Did you see the people who Kelly cut him off?" Staring blankly at the bed. "No. I wasn't fast enough. Pam saw them, but by the time I turned, it was too late." Douglas pressed, leaning in. "What were you doing there?" "Observing," Kelly muttered. "You talked to Alan, right?" "Pam witnessed a murder. I was bringing her to Frank." "But go on." Kelly's voice flattened. "She was tangled up with drug dealers. Saw them kill a girl. I told her she had to come forward." "Way a stupid, huh?" His fingers twitched, guilt gnawing at him as the memory replayed. "Stever, names?" "None I remember." Douglas exhaled sharply. "She must have told you something." Kelly met his stare, unblinking. "I didn't ask. Figured that was your job. We were supposed to meet Frank that night. All I know is they deal drugs and use women. That's it." Douglas clenched his jaw. A dead end. Time for another lie, wrapped in just enough truth to stick. "There's a pair of robbers hitting the west side. Two guys, medium build, sawed-off shotguns. They target buyers, especially the rich ones. Most victims don't even report it. They've got 2 kills, this might be number 3. Rosen frowned. "That's it. Robbery and murder aren't exactly small time." Douglas shrugged. "Sometimes it's just bad luck." He turned back to Kelly. "You must have seen something. What were you really doing there? Was Pam trying to score?" "No." Kelly snapped, then forced his voice level. "Like I said, she was mixed up with them. And me. I don't know a damn thing about drugs. But I'll learn." The unspoken vow coiled in his mind, sharp as a blade. Lying motionless in the hospital bed, Kelly's gaze traced the sterile ceiling tiles as if they were frames in a silent film. The cops had it all wrong, he felt it in his gut. This wasn't some random robbery, it was them, the shadowy figures Pam had whispered about in fear. The pattern matched her warnings too perfectly. His mistakes haunted him, letting himself be seen twice, but regret wouldn't rewrite history. The real problem was the monsters still out there, creatures who'd strike again given the chance. Behind his blank expression, though, a darker truth simmered. They've never faced a man like me, he realized, flexing his bandaged hands. Chief Bosun's mate John Terrence Kelly knew pain hell. He'd survived worse than gunshot wounds. Recovery meant gritting through therapy, then rebuilding his body stronger than ever. Running laps before dawn, punishing swims, iron weights clanking in the gym. But the real battle would be in his mind, already sharpening like a blade. A ghost from Vietnam whispered in his memory, "Snake." With a grim smile, he jabbed the nurse call button. When O'Toole hurried in, he simply said, "Bring me a steak." Rare. Across town, Douglas slumped in his chair, rubbing his temples. "That professor's gonna file a complaint. Mark my words," he muttered to Lieutenant Ryan. Kelly's no help doped to the gills. Couldn't ID a clown at a circus. Showed him the crime scene photo like an idiot. Guy nearly coded on the spot. Ryan didn't glance up from the autopsy shots littering his desk. Even after 20 years, the calculated brutality turned his stomach. Frank vouchers for Kelly Solid Guy, helped crack the Gooding mess. Clean record, no drug ties. Pamela Madden's sheet reads like a tour map. Douglas spat. Chicago, Atlanta, Nola picked up for soliciting. Always walked. Judges calling it victimless. His coffee cup cracked the silence as he slammed it down. Ryan finally looked up. "A dead hooker won't move the needle, Tom." Mayer saw the photos, gagged, then shrugged once he heard her rap sheet. "We get a week before this becomes yesterday's news. Then lean on the brass for more bodies, with a mole in the precinct?" Ryan's laugh was bitter. "Trust me, the second we brief City Hall, those animals will vanish like smoke." Douglas exhaled, knowing he was right. Some wars were fought alone in the dark. The investigation was going nowhere fast. "Maybe narcotics can dig up something useful," one detective suggested. Douglas scoffed. "Right. Think Kelly might have any leads?" "Not a chance." The guy was completely off track when it happened. Run standard procedure, then cover the bases and wait for forensics. Maybe they'll catch something we missed. Douglas nodded. In police work, you banked on criminals slipping up eventually. These perps were careful, but everyone made mistakes. The question was always whether they'd happen soon enough. Lieutenant Ryan studied the crime scene photos again, jaw tightening. They really went to town on her. Just like the last victim. Across town, Sam Rosen found Kelly cleaning his plate. "Glad to see you eating again." Kelly pushed the tray aside. "That detective had a point, Sam." Mueller chafed her. "I need to move forward, find something to focus on." "Any ideas?" "West or Sping, who knows? Maybe re-enlist. The Navy always needs bodies." Sam sat beside him. "John, you can't just bury this. Grief doesn't work that way." "More, I've been there." He hesitated. "Wait, what exactly did you tell the cops about me?" "Just how we met." "Why?" "My old unit. Let's just say we didn't get retirement plaques." Kelly rubbed his temple. "Officially, we never existed. The missions, they never happened." Sam frowned. "They didn't ask. Hell, you never even told me details." "Far as they know, I was just training divers." Kelly exhaled. "Thanks for that. And for everything else." Sam stood abruptly but froze before reaching the door. "Cut the act. You think I don't see right through you?" Kelly met his gaze. "Guess not, Doc." "Listen," Sam said, voice cracking. "My job's putting people back together. You can't get emotionally involved, it screws your judgment." "But John." "I liked her too. Who's bad the me?" So let me help. May, properly. Sam's hands trembled. He feared what Kelly might ask, and worse, that he'd say yes. Just get me back on my feet. In rehab, Kelly's determination unsettled even the staff. Sandy watched as he demolished every physical therapy goal without complaint, pushing until his therapist grew uneasy. Ease up, the man warned when Kelly's heart rate hit dangerous levels. Why, Bilibua? Kelly gasped, pedaling harder. Because corpses don't rehab. Kelly laughed darkly but slowed. As Sandy arrived to collect him, the therapist wiped his brow, relieved, yet unnerved by a patient who treated recovery like a combat mission. Kelly wiped his face with a towel, relieved she hadn't rolled in with a wheelchair or anything else that might feel patronizing. So, what's the occasion for this visit, ma'am? He asked, his tone playful but guarded. Sandy crossed her arms. I'm here to keep tabs on you. Trying to prove something with all this. His expression shifted from casual to serious. Mrs. Chul, the docs told me to take my mind off things, right? Exercise helps. Can't run with one arm out of commission. Can't do push-ups, can't hit the weights. But I can ride a bike. So that's what I'm doing. Fair enough? She sighed, conceding. Fine, you've got a point. Stepping into the crowded hallway, she lowered her voice. I really am sorry about your friend. Appreciate it, Kelly replied, blinking away the dizziness from his workout as they navigated the sea of people. In the service, we have traditions, bugles, flags, rifle salutes. It helps. Makes you feel like it meant something. Still hurts, but there's closure. What happened to you, though? What happened to me? That's different. So, what do you do? Bury yourself in work? Finished my master's. Became a nurse practitioner. Now I teach. I fret over patients. That was her life now, pared down to the essentials. Kelly smirked, then quickly schooled his face. Well, don't waste the worry on me. I know my limits. And where exactly are those? Somewhere down the road, he said, the ghost of a grin fading fast. So, how am I doing? Better than expected. Neither of them bought the lie. Donald Madden had flown in to collect his daughter's body, refusing to speak to anyone, especially not Sarah Rosen. Not interested in talking to a fornicator, he'd spat over the phone, a detail Sandy knew but kept to herself. The surgeon had filled her in on Pam's tragic backstory, another bleak footnote in a short, hard life. Kelly had asked about the funeral, but they'd shut that down. No way he was leaving the hospital yet. He just nodded, surprising Sandy. His shoulder was still locked in place, the pain obvious in the tightness around his eyes, especially when his meds wore off. But Kelly wasn't the type to whine. Even now, breathing hard after pushing himself on the bike, he was power walking, like he had something to prove. Why the performance? Sandy asked, half amused. He shrugged. Does everything need a reason? It's just how I operate. Your legs are longer than mine. Slow down, would you? Sure. He eased up as they reached the elevator. How many girls are out there like Pam, I mean? Too many, Sandy admitted. No exact numbers, just enough to be a pattern, a grim trend. Who helps them? She jabbed the elevator button. Nobody. There are programs for addiction, sure. But the real damage, the abuse, the trauma that gets a fancy label now. Behavioral disorder. Steal a car, there's rehab. Hurt a kid, there's therapy. But these girls, they're ghosts. Only the churches even try. Call it a disease, maybe then people would care. Is it? John, I'm not a psychiatrist. I patch up surgical patients. But yeah, we talk. and too many of them end up dead. Overdoses, accidental or not, who knows. The elevator doors slid open, cutting off the thought. Sometimes they cross paths with the wrong crowd, where their handler takes things too far, and they end up in the hospital. Pre-existing conditions only make things worse, and too many of them never walk out alive. A dirty needle brings hepatitis. Untreated infections turn into pneumonia pile that on top of a serious injury, and it's a death sentence. But does anyone care enough to change it? O'Toole stared at the floor as the elevator doors slid open. Kids shouldn't die like that. True enough, Kelly said, motioning for her to step in first. You're the one who's hurt, she argued. Old habits, he shrugged. Blame my upbringing. Who was this guy? Sandy had plenty of patience, but Dr. Rosen had made it clear well, strongly suggested that Kelly needed extra attention. Not that she minded. He wasn't like the others. Still bruised, physically and otherwise, but there was something different about him. A mix of quiet strength and rough edges, like a soldier who remembered his manners. No inappropriate comments, no awkward flirting, just respect and dry humor. And that intensity in rehab, pushing himself like every second counted. When do I bust out of this place? Kelly asked, trying to sound casual but missing the mark. Another week, O'Toole said, guiding him down the hall. Tomorrow, we take the bandages off your arm. Seriously. Sam didn't mention that. So I can start using it again? Don't get too excited, it's gonna hurt. Kelly smirked. It already does. Might as well put the pain to work. She didn't give him a chance to argue before shoving a thermometer in his mouth and checking his vitals. His stats, 98. C, pulse 64, BP 105/60 surprised her. For a guy who'd been through hell, his body was bouncing back fast. What was the rush? One more week, Kelly thought after she left. Time to get this arm functional. Meanwhile, in another room, Maxwell leaned forward. What's the latest? Mixed bag, Greer replied. Good news. Enemy ground forces near the target are minimal 3 battalions, 2 prepping for deployment south, 1 just back from I Corps, and in rough shape. Light on heavy weapons. Bad news. The coast is a nightmare enough anti-air to blot out the sun. Say 2 batteries everywhere. Fast jets might have a shot, but helicopters? A small rescue team could slip through, but a full extraction? That's gambling with lives. Podolsky scowled. It's only 30 miles inland. 15 minutes in a straight line, which they won't get, Greer shot back. Best route I found is 25, and that's pushing it. A wander tet daylight. Forget it. Then we blast a path open with B-52s, Podolsky growled. Greer sighed. Thought we were keeping this quiet. Bigger issue. Nobody's eager for another kingpin situation. Wasn't our fault last time. I know, Greer said, rubbing his temples. But try telling that to the suits upstairs. Podolsky had always been fiercely dedicated to the cause. This should be possible, Cass muttered through gritted teeth. The 3 men leaned in, studying the reconnaissance images spread across the table, a mix of satellite shots, SR-71 Blackbird flyovers, and the sharpest of all, fresh low-angle snaps from Buffalo Hunter drones. The camp was a perfect square, 200 meters on each side, as if lifted straight from some Eastern Bloc manual on high-security installations. Guard towers stood at each corner, identical down to their 10-meter height and tin roofs, shielding the outdated Burt-Pied machine guns inside. Behind the wire, 3 large structures and 2 smaller ones formed the compound. Intelligence suggested one of the main buildings held 20 captured American officers, all lieutenant colonels or higher, this wasn't just any prison. It was the drone images that had first caught Greer's eye. One frame was clear enough to identify a face: Colonel Robin Zacharias of the Air Force, whose F-105G Wild Weasel had been shot down 8 months prior. Officially, he and his weapons officer had been declared dead, their bodies photographed as proof. Yet here he was, alive in a place called Sender Green, a facility so secret, fewer than 50 people knew its name. Unlike the infamous Hanoi Hilton, this camp had never been acknowledged, tucked away where no one would think to look. Its very existence sent a chilling message. Some prisoners might never come home. A pattern had emerged in the data. Higher-ranking flight officers were killed at suspiciously higher rates. The enemy had sources everywhere, even within American peace groups, compiling dossiers on senior officers. Were they being isolated? Their knowledge bartered to Soviet backers in exchange for continued support? The war was a chessboard, and these men were pawns in a darker game. "Brave son of a gun," Maxwell whispered, staring at the enlarged photos. Zacharias's face was unmistakable, his gaze locked on the camera in defiance. The last shot captured a guard mid-swing, rifle butt aimed at his back. Then, Podolsky's finger jabbed at another figure. This one's Russian. The uniform was a dead giveaway. Casimir Podolsky's past simmered beneath the surface. The son of Poland's former ambassador, his family had been erased first by the Nazis, then by the Soviets at Katyn Forest. After graduating from Princeton, he'd traded diplomacy for a naval aviator's wings, serving his adopted country with a skill honed by fury. Now, arthritis twisted his hands, a cruel reminder that even warriors have expiration dates. Greer could see it. The clock was ticking, and the rage burned hotter than ever. No matter how hard he tried to hide it, Cass knew his upcoming medical exam would end his career for good. Retirement loomed with nothing but painful memories. A son lost too soon, a wife dependent on antidepressants, and a military legacy he'd likely view as a disappointment, despite the medals and honors. "We have to figure something out," Podolsky insisted, his voice tight. "If we don't act, those men are gone forever." "Dutch, you realize who could be in that camp?" "Pete Francis and Hank Osborne." Maxwell gave a slow nod. "Pete served under me on the Enterprise." Both men turned to Greer, who exhaled sharply. "I agree about the camp's significance. At first I wasn't sure, but Zacharias, Francis, Osborne, those are names they'd want." Greer had once been stationed at Omaha, part of the team that mapped out strategic strikes. His mind, a vault of America's most classified war plans. The Navy officers held equally critical intel. Brave as they were, determined to resist. Every man had his breaking point, and time wasn't on their side. "I can pitch this to a few contacts," Greer added, "but don't get your hopes up." Podolsky slammed his fist on the desk. "If we walk away, we're betraying our own." But Cass had another motive. Uncovering this prison camp would expose North Vietnam's lies, potentially derailing peace talks and pushing Nixon toward a drastic alternative, an all-out invasion. The plan, codenamed Certain Cornet this month, was a fever dream of vengeance. Paratroopers dropping into Hanoi, Marines storming Haiphong's beaches, helicopters swarming the interior. For career soldiers who'd endured years of half measures, it was the ultimate payback. Greer, though, knew better. Certain Cornet would never leave the briefing room, not with Congress leaking like a sieve. But Sender Green? That was still in play. "Easy, Cass," Maxwell said, rubbing his temple. Greer's eyes drifted to the map. "You flyboys need to think outside the cockpit." He traced a red line snaking from the coast to the camp. "Enemy forces are here, here, and here. The road's paved, follows the river. Flak batteries everywhere, but they're useless against the right gear. Podolsky scoffed. Sounds like an invasion. Maxwell smirked. And sending in air mobile units isn't. Greer ignored them, tapping the map. My boy was shot down near here. A SEAL pulled him out right about this spot. Someone with ground experience? Greer asked. That's useful. Where is he now? Kelly managed a weak smile as Sarah took the chair beside his bed. She looked exhausted. Third visit, she said softly. You were out cold the last two. Sleep's about all I'm good for lately, he admitted. Sam stops by, though. The silence stretched, heavy and awkward. Facing his friends was the toughest part, Kelly admitted to himself. Sarah's words came out in a nervous rush. John, I feel terrible about bringing you into town. I should have sent you to Annapolis instead. My contact there is a solid professional. Pam didn't need to see Madge at all. Her voice cracked under the weight of regret. Kelly watched her wrestle with guilt, recognizing the familiar spiral. Sarah, stop, he interrupted gently. You were the closest thing Pam had to family. If her actual mother had half your heart. His words trailed off, but Sarah barely registered them. She kept circling the same drain. I should have scheduled it later. Just a few days' difference might have changed everything. Kelly knew she wasn't wrong about timing. The domino effect haunted him. What if he'd parked on Maple instead of Third? What if Billy hadn't glanced his way? What if he'd stayed frozen in his seat and let the whole mess drive past? A single altered variable could have rewritten the entire story. Life wasn't some neatly plotted novel. It was a chaotic jumble of chance collisions. One different turn from the grocery warehouse. One moment of distraction where he missed Pam hitchhiking. One less glance at those pill bottles rattling in her bag. Would she still be breathing? If her father hadn't driven her out that night, their paths never would have crossed. Was that tragedy or mercy? The questions gnawed at him until he wanted to laugh. Since when did a retired Navy SEAL turn philosopher? Sarah, he said, cutting through her spiral, you gave Pam more hope than anyone. That's not guilt, that's grace. Grace? Sarah's laugh was raw. We had her safe, Kelly. We'd pulled her out of the fire. Yeah. Then I walked her right back into it. His mouth twisted into something too bitter to call a smile. Funny how we're both claiming blame for the same wreck. Here's the only truth that matters. It wasn't random. Sarah's voice dropped to a whisper. No, Kelly agreed. It never is. Oreza adjusted his binoculars, the Chesapeake breeze carrying his muttered words. Right where you said he'd be. Lieutenant Sharon's grin flashed in the wheelhouse shadows. Dorchester County's finest corn farmers had gotten creative rows of marijuana, nestled between their crops, barns converted into processing hubs. Smart enough to avoid highway transports after that toll booth bust last month, they'd switched to midnight boat runs across the bay. A gift-wrapped opportunity. Charon savored the irony his Coast Guard allies would get their bust, his own standing would rise, and those ambitious farmers would learn the price of threatening his circle. Now, Oreza's hand hovered over the throttle. Now, Charon's voice was smooth. Their buyers are already in cuffs. Keep that quiet, we've got plays left to make. The patrol boat surged forward, its wake churning black water as Oreza barked orders to his crew. Somewhere in the dark, oblivious men were about to have a very bad night. The deep growl of the diesel engines sent a thrill through the boat captain's veins. The polished steel wheel hummed under his grip as he adjusted course, savoring the moment of impending confrontation. What amused him most was how clueless they'd be, despite the Coast Guard's authority over maritime law. Most still saw them as glorified lifeguards. That misconception suited Master Chief Oreza just fine. He'd made examples of a few pot-smoking crewmen over the years. and those stories still circulated like wildfire among the ranks. Through his binoculars, the target came into sharp focus. A weathered 30-footer, the kind of Chesapeake workhorse that usually ran on rebuilt Chevy engines. No match for his cutter's twin screws. A decent disguise might fool tourists, Oriza mused, but betting your freedom on it? That took a special kind of stupid. Keep it casual, he murmured. His crew played their parts perfectly relaxed stances, weapons out of sight, their course an unremarkable beeline toward Thomas Point Station. At 500 yards, Oriza slammed the throttles forward, grinning as the cutter surged. There's English, a deckhand noted. The second patrol boat was already in position, cutting off any escape toward the lighthouse. Geniuses, these guys, Oriza deadpanned. Then again, if they had brains, they wouldn't be running dope, would they? 300 yards out, panic erupted aboard the fishing boat. Oriza could practically script their dialogue. Coast Guard behind us, stay cool. Maybe shift change weight. Why's that other boat, oh hell? Right on cue, the helmsman's jaw dropped in a silent oh shit. A young crewman snorted. Think they've caught on, boss. Lights flashed, the loudhailer crackled to life, and the bay boat veered south straight into the waiting cutter's path. Should have sprung for a speedboat, geniuses, Oriza muttered. But smugness faded fast. These idiots would learn, and next time they'd come prepared. The takedown was textbook. English held position while Oriza closed in. You. Coast Guard, the quartermaster boomed. Prepare for boarding. The defeated slump of the crew said it all like a team realizing the game was rigged from the start. The crew stood frozen in defeat, their slumped shoulders betraying any lingering hope of escape. Oriza scanned their faces, calculating how long before desperation overrode common sense. Nearby, 2 of his sailors boarded the vessel, while 2 others provided cover from the fantail of the 41-footer. Mr. English maneuvered his boat expertly into position, just like a seasoned warrant officer should his own team ready to intervene if things turned ugly. The 3 suspects remained motionless, eyes glued to the deck, as if praying this was merely a routine safety check. Meanwhile, Oriza's men disappeared into the forward cabin, emerging moments later. One adjusted his cap brim in silent confirmation, then tapped his stomach 5 times. Major Hall. We've got a bust, sir, Oriza remarked, his tone dry as dust. Leaning against the hatchway, Lieutenant Mark Sharon of Baltimore PD's Narcotics Division flashed a grin. Dressed like any other coastie in an orange life vest, he blended right in. Your show, Captain. How do we spin it? Standard safety inspection? Oh, look what we stumbled upon. Oriza deadpanned, rolling his eyes for effect. Perfect, Sharon chuckled. The arrangement had already been laid out. The Coast Guard would take the credit, shielding Sharon's informants. Oriza didn't mind his crew would get bragging rights, maybe even a marijuana leaf stenciled on the radar mast. As for the suspects, they'd fold fast, pleading to whatever slap on the wrist deal their lawyer could scrape together. Word would spread that their buyers had sold them out. With luck, those suppliers might vanish entirely, leaving a gap in the drug trade's delicate ecosystem, a term Sharon had recently adopted with smug satisfaction. He didn't bother watching the arrests. Instead, his gaze drifted to the horizon where the sun dipped low. The coasties could handle the theatrics, Miranda Rights recited from laminated cards, cuffs clicking shut. To them, it was just another day's adventure. To Sharon, a well-played move in a much larger game. Elsewhere, Kelly cursed under his breath. Where the hell was air support? The mission had been cursed from the start. Pickett, his usual partner, sidelined by crippling dysentery, leaving Kelly to navigate this reeking excuse for a river alone. Of course, this backwater village was the one crawling with plastic flour. the Mayus laughably named political unit. Who dreamed up these code names? He crouched lower, every sense on high alert, the stench of stagnant water thick in his nostrils. Kelly's team had earned plenty of unflattering nicknames over time, none of them kind. These weren't the cheerful volunteers handing out ballots back in Indianapolis. No, this group had been trained in Hanoi's brutal methods of persuasion. The village leader, whatever title he clung to, had crossed the line from bravery into sheer stupidity, and now he knelt in the dirt alongside his wife and 3 daughters, their arms wrenched behind them with cruel efficiency. The plastic flour unit had arrived just after 1:30 a.m., rousing every farmer from their homes with chilling precision, herding them into the square to witness the consequences of defiance. The Nava major's voice carried across the clearing, smooth as a schoolteacher's, explaining how this was merely a correction, a necessary lesson in obedience. Kelly watched from his concealed position, jaw clenched, as they started with the wife. 20 agonizing minutes later, her scream still echoed in his skull. Move, damn it. But logic fought back, 11 armed men against 1. The major might have been the architect of this horror, but his soldiers weren't amateurs. They were disciplined, ruthless, and utterly committed to their cause, something Kelly couldn't fathom, even as he counted each wasted second. Where the hell was backup? He'd radioed twice, heard the acknowledgments, the promises. Meanwhile, the oldest daughter, 15, maybe endured another 25 minutes before a knife silenced her. The next girl couldn't have been more than 12. Kelly's grip on his car 15 turned his knuckles white, the plastic creaking under the strain. The night air hummed with distant artillery, jets streaking overhead, but nothing drowned out the sound of a child's terror. His gear was solid, carbine, extra mags, grenades. Enough to make a stand maybe, but not enough to win. And then there was the radio, his real lifeline crackling with orders to hold position. Easy for them to say, safe behind sandbags. The girl's cries cut through him again. 12 years old. Too damn young. Somewhere beyond the trees, a Huey's rotor should have been thumping toward them. But the sky stayed silent. Age didn't matter in moments like this, he thought bitterly, gripping the damp earth beneath him. No single man could undo this horror, and throwing his life away wouldn't bring back the dead. But how could they soldiers, trained warriors like him, stoop to this? What kind of cause stripped men of their humanity so completely? The artillery rumbled in the distance, methodically shelling empty stretches of jungle while the real monsters stood right here, untouched. Overhead, Marine jets screamed past, probably wasting bombs on another false target. Meanwhile, this village had gambled everything on a losing hand, and now they were paying the price. The major probably thought he was being merciful, just one family, just one brutal example to make the others fall in line. Terror was a tool, after all, and these men wielded it with sickening precision. Time dragged and lurched forward all at once. The 12-year-old had gone silent, discarded like trash. Now the 8-year-old was next. His binoculars trembled in his hands as he watched them stoke the fire higher, making sure everyone saw. No subtlety, no shame. Just arrogance. A guard shift changed. 2 more men sauntered in from the perimeter, grinning like they'd won the lottery. One looked frustrated. Maybe the major had denied him his turn. His eyes lingered on the scene, hungry, forgetting his post for the first time that night. Mistake. Kelly was already moving, low and fast, the wet earth muffling his advance. The soldier never heard him. The knife slid in at the base of the skull, a twist, and the body sagged without a sound. Then the Hueys came. The major's head snapped up at the distant rotor thump, barking orders. His men scrambled into formation, all but one. The major's eyes swept the darkness, but the fire had ruined his night vision. All he saw was shadows. Kelly's grenade left his hand on the count of 3. The fuse burned exactly 5 seconds, no more, no less. The boys in Third SOG didn't leave things to chance. Somewhere in the chaos, the 8-year-old's body lay still. But the Major wouldn't get to finish his lesson. Not tonight. The metallic glint caught the firelight just enough to be noticeable. With practiced precision, the grenade arced through the air, landing dead center in the circle of enemy soldiers. Kelly had already hit the dirt before it detonated. The delayed shouts of warning, useless against the explosion that tore through the group. 7 of the 10 men were down, either dead or screaming. Rising with his carbine, Kelly didn't hesitate, putting 3 rounds into the first target's skull without a second glance. Blood misted the air, but this was work, not sport. The Major writhed on the ground, fumbling for his sidearm, until Kelly silenced him with 5 shots to the chest. Mission accomplished. Now came the hard part, getting out alive. Caution was a luxury he couldn't afford. Sprinting to the right, carbine raised, he spotted 2 NVA soldiers still standing, too stunned to flee, too angry to think straight. The sudden flare of an illumination chopper overhead turned the night into a flickering nightmare, ruining his advantage. He cursed, spraying bullets at one of the figures until his magazine clicked empty. Reloading as he moved, he scanned for the second enemy, but his gaze snagged on the chaos in the village center. Civilians scrambled, some wounded by his grenade, but guilt was a distraction he couldn't afford. The fire burned too bright, searing ghostly afterimages into his vision, orange and blue dancing behind his eyelids. The thunder of a Huey landing nearby drowned out the villagers' cries. Pressed against a hooch wall, Kelly blinked hard, forcing his eyes to adjust. One more Nava was out there, not running toward the chopper, not running at all. He edged forward, gauging the 10-meter gap between huts, a death trap lit by flames. A shadow moved. He pivoted, then tripped, crashing into the dirt. Rolling left to dodge gunfire, he misjudged, stumbling back into the light. A rifle barked. 2 rounds slammed into his chest, spinning him like a rag doll. Another burst shattered his carbine. When his vision cleared, he was on his back, the village eerily silent. Pain flared as he tried to move. Then the cold press of a rifle barrel against his ribs. "Over here, Lieutenant." A voice barked. "Medic." Dragged toward the fire, Kelly's head lolled, watching soldiers sweep through the wreckage. One knelt beside a wounded Nava. This one's still breathing. Another strode over, fresh from checking a child's corpse. Without a word, he pressed his rifle to the prisoner's forehead and fired. "Good damn it, Harry." The lieutenant roared. "Look what they did." Harry retorted, doubling over to vomit. The corpsman leaned over Kelly, frowning. "You hit bad." No answer. "Oh, hell, LT, this might be our caller." A new face appeared, 1st Cavalry patch prominent on his sleeve. "Perimeter's clear, sir." Someone called. The lieutenant glanced down. "All dead?" "Affirmative." He turned back to Kelly, eyes narrowing. "Who the hell are you?" "Damn Marines." Kelly coughed out, flecks of blood dotting the medic's uniform. "Navy." He corrected sharply. Nurse O'Toole glanced up from her book in the dimly lit corner. "You were dreaming again," she said, marking her page. "2nd night in a row." "You really should—" "Yeah, I know," Kelly cut her off, his muscles tense as he scanned the hospital room. The familiar ache of regret settled in his chest before he even fully woke. Sergeant Douglas met him at discharge, tossing the car keys with deliberate care. "Your piece is in the trunk. Safety on. Keep it that way." The unspoken warning hung between them. "What about Pam's case?" Kelly demanded from the wheelchair, already knowing the answer. Douglas shifted his weight, the lie obvious in his hesitation. We're following leads. The newspapers had done their damage, one leaked. Arrest record turned a murder investigation into yesterday's news. Sam Rosen personally pulled the restored Scout around, its new driver's side window gleaming under the hospital lights. Kelly ran his fingers along the reinforced doorframe, the very metal that had scattered the bullet's path and spared his life. Stupid. After all his years training recruits in Third SOG about situational awareness, he'd forgotten to check his mirrors. The irony burned worse than the healing wound. Back to your island, Rosen asked, as Kelly tested his weight on both feet. Got a boat needing work, Kelly replied. The salt air would scour his lungs cleaner than any hospital antiseptic. 2 weeks for follow-up, Rosen ordered. Kelly nodded absently, offering Nurse O'Toole a tight smile that almost felt genuine. 18 days of sponge baths and midnight conversations had blurred professional boundaries. He buckled into the Scout's worn seat, the ghost of Pam's perfume still clinging to the passenger side. The manila envelope of medical bills mocked him from where she'd last sat alive. Mulberry Street unfolded like a combat zone, now every loitering figure a potential threat, every alley mouth an ambush point. Civilians drove with tunnel vision, desperate to outrun the city's decay. It struck him then, this was Vietnam in reverse. Instead of keeping jungle violence at bay, Baltimore's good people barricaded themselves against the rot spreading from its core. The Scout accelerated past courthouse marble and bank towers, daylight fortresses abandoned by dusk. Kelly's knuckles whitened on the wheel. No more blind spots. Not ever again. The city thrived under tight security, its pulse dependent on the constant flow of commerce. Without it, the place might as well collapse. Or maybe it wasn't survival at stake, just the frantic pace of life. Kelly frowned, checking the distance in his head. 1.5 miles? That couldn't be right. He'd need to verify on a map later. Either way, it was too close for comfort. Barely any buffer between the bustling streets and the lurking dangers people feared. Pausing at a red light, he took in the long, unobstructed view down the avenue, the buildings framing the road like walls of a canyon. When the signal turned green, he pressed on. By the time he reached the marina, Springer waited in her usual spot. Kelly gathered his gear and stepped aboard. Within minutes, the engines rumbled to life, the AC hummed, and he was cocooned in his familiar, sterile world of order. Off painkillers now, he craved a cold beer, just one, a small taste of normalcy, but he resisted. His left shoulder still ached, stiff despite his attempts to work through it. He paced the salon, swinging his arms in wide arcs, gritting his teeth against the sharp twinges. Up on deck, he prepped for departure, aware of Murdoch watching silently from the office doorway. The papers had covered Kelly's recent ordeal, though they'd missed the connection to Pam's small mercies, he supposed. Fuel talked off, systems running smooth, yet no invoice for the dock work. Typical. Handling the lines proved clumsy, his left arm lagging behind his commands. Finally free, Springer glided out into open water. Kelly settled into the helm, steering toward the bay, the AC a welcome shield against the outside world. Only after leaving the shipping lane behind did he let his focus drift from the water. He swallowed 2 Tylenol with a sip of soda, his only concession to pain in days. Leaning back, he tore open Sam's envelope, the autopilot guiding them south. The photos were absent, thankfully. One had been enough. The attached note, handwritten and cautious, explained the documents were copies courtesy of Sam's medical examiner friend. The words wrongful death and homicide glared from the page. The report was clinical, detached, manual strangulation, deep ligature marks, a shoestring likely used. Bruises hinted at a large-handed killer facing her as he choked the life out of her. 5 pages of cold, methodical details followed every wound, every violation. She'd fought back hard. Defensive wounds marked her arms. And then the final indignity, evidence of multiple attackers. Pam had fought. And lost. Kelly stared at the medical report, his fingers tightening around the pages. The injuries described were brutal: a shattered jaw, multiple broken bones, including a compound fracture in her left forearm. He had to pause, lifting his gaze to the distant horizon just to steady himself. The clinical detachment of the report couldn't mask the horror. Flipping to the handwritten note tucked at the back, he read the words of an old colleague. "Sam, take a look at photo 6. This wasn't just violence, it was calculated. Hours of deliberate torture. And they missed one detail: her hair. Combed out neatly, probably after she was gone. The rookie pathologist overlooked it, too focused on the obvious damage. I know you knew her." I'm sorry." The signature, Brent, was clearer than the rest. Kelly slid the documents back into the envelope, his movements deliberate. He reached into the console drawer, pulling out a box of 55 rounds and methodically loaded 2 magazines. An unloaded gun was nothing but a paperweight. Then he moved to the galley, grabbing the heaviest can off the shelf. Back at the controls, he worked the can like a weight, his muscles burning with each repetition. The pain was grounding, a reminder of purpose. His eyes scanned the water, unwavering. "No more mistakes, Johnny boy," he muttered, voice steady. "Not this time." Meanwhile, a C-141 touched down at Pope Air Force Base in North Carolina, its landing harder than usual. The crew was exhausted, their flight spanning thousands of miles, but their cargo required no attention. Troops coming home got the red carpet treatment: smiling flight attendants, free drinks, the works. This flight wasn't for the living. The crew went through the motions, taxiing to the receiving center before heading off for debrief and drinks at the officers' club. None of them glanced back at the plane. They'd see it again soon enough. It was a strange routine, this solemn duty. In past wars, the fallen stayed where they lay, marked by rows of white crosses in foreign soil. But Vietnam was different. No one wanted to linger there, not even in death. Every body came home, processed first near Saigon, then again here before finally returning to the towns that had sent these young men off to die. The contradiction hung in the air: routine for the crew, a final journey for the lost. By now, the grieving families had likely chosen burial sites, with arrangements ready for each named casualty listed on the flight manifest. Civilian morticians stood by in the receiving center, a role the military didn't cover in its training programs. A uniformed officer remained present to confirm identities, a solemn duty ensuring the right remains reached the right families, even though most caskets left sealed. The brutal toll of combat, compounded by delays in recovery under tropical conditions, meant few relatives would ever see their loved ones as they were. This made verification critical, a responsibility the military treated with utmost gravity. The processing room was spacious, designed for efficiency, though quieter than in past years. The workers here had developed a dark humor, some even checking overseas weather forecasts to guess how busy they'd be next week. The pungent odor of preservatives kept most visitors at bay. Senior officers and defense officials rarely ventured in, unwilling to face the grim reality. But for those who worked there, the chemical scent was preferable to the alternative. One body, that of Specialist Dwayne Kendall, bore the brutal evidence of war. The mortician noted the jagged scars of field surgeons' frantic attempts to save him, incisions that would have horrified a civilian hospital but paled next to the shrapnel wounds. 20 minutes of effort, the mortician guessed, before the damage to the liver proved fatal. His attention shifted to a white tag tucked near the arm, matching the container's markings. "Solid ID," he remarked to the passing captain, who nodded and moved on. With practiced ease, the mortician worked through his tasks, waiting until the officer was across the room. Then, with a quick tug, he unraveled a stitch, reaching inside to retrieve 4 plastic bags of powder. They vanished into his bag before he resealed the incision. It was his final haul of the day. After finishing one more body, he clocked out, heading to his Mercury Cougar. A quick stop at Winn-Dixie for bread masked his real errand, dropping coins into a payphone. Henry Tucker answered instantly. "The 8. The line went dead. Tucker smirked. 8 kilos from this guy, 7 from another, neither aware of the other's role, their pickups carefully staggered. Business as usual. Business was about to boom now that Tucker had streamlined his distribution chain. The math was straightforward. A kilogram equaled 1,000 grams, and each batch would be cut with harmless fillers like powdered lactose, sourced discreetly from commercial food suppliers. His crew would blend everything thoroughly before portioning the mixture into smaller street-ready packages. Thanks to his product's superior quality and growing reputation, he could charge a premium, which his wholesale partners happily absorbed. But success brought its own challenges. Tucker had deliberately kept operations small. At first, he wasn't one for reckless expansion, yet maintaining that restraint was becoming impossible. His hidden stockpile of pure heroin dwarfed what his associates imagined, and while he'd slowly reveal the true volume, he'd never let them glimpse his genius-level smuggling tactics. Government reports, which he followed with amusement, claimed Europe's so-called French Connection funneled barely a metric ton of heroin into the Ballium. Pathetic, really. With his current setup, Tucker could move 20 kilos a week without breaking a sweat, all while bypassing customs entirely. His operation ran like a Swiss watch, thanks to ruthless efficiency. Key players never handled product directly. That rule was enforced with lethal consequences. Just 6 trusted individuals kept the machine humming, 2 secured shipments through well-compensated local contacts, while 4 discreet morticians on the payroll ensured seamless logistics. Even transportation was outsourced courtesy of the Air Force, saving him both risk and overhead. The real artistry, though, lay in the final mile. His delivery driver, a meticulously cautious man, never so much as rolled through a stop sign. And the Chesapeake Bay ruse? Pure theater. Let his partners believe shipments arrived via cargo ships bound for Baltimore. Their awe at his brilliance almost made him chuckle. In reality, Tucker personally retrieved the goods from a secluded drop point. That idiot Angelo and his sailboat stunt had played right into his hands, making it laughably easy to turn Eddie and Tony against him. As he nursed a beer and half-watched the game, Tucker allowed himself a rare moment of satisfaction. Vietnam kept demand soaring, but he was already scheming for the post-war era. Expansion was inevitable. New territories, fresh faces to exploit. The East Coast would soon be his, one carefully calculated step at a time. Douglas knew his old methods had served him well, catching the eye of his new colleagues. But now they felt like a relic from another era. His ambitions had outgrown them, and soon he'd need a complete overhaul, though that was a problem for another day. "All right, it's official," Douglas sighed, slapping the case file onto the desk. Lieutenant Ryan barely glanced up. "What have we got?" "Nothing. Nobody saw a thing. Nobody knows which pimp she worked for. Hell, nobody even knew her name." Douglas dropped into his chair, frustration tightening his jaw. "Her dad hung up on me after admitting he hadn't spoken to her in 4 years. And that boyfriend. Useless didn't see a damn thing before or after taking a bullet." Ryan finished the thought for him. "And the mayors lost interest. Look, I don't mind working under the radar, but this case is tanking my clearance rate. What happens if the promotion board passes me over? Real funny, Tom. Douglas turned toward the window, his reflection ghostly against the glass. What if it really was the dynamic duo? He muttered. The infamous pair had struck again 2 nights prior, this time gunning down an Essex lawyer. A witness in a parked car had confirmed there were 2 shooters, hardly groundbreaking intel. Cops like to joke that killing a lawyer shouldn't even be a crime, but neither man found humor in this mess. Tell me when you actually start believing that, Ryan said quietly. They both knew better. These guys were just thieves with a violent streak. Sure, they'd left bodies in their wake and joy-ridden in their victims' cars, but only the flashy ones, like they just wanted a quick thrill. The department had vague descriptions, size, color, not much else. But the duo were professionals. Whoever killed Pamela Madden. That was personal. Or worse, there was a new monster in town, and that thought only piled onto their already overflowing caseload. We were close, Douglas said, rubbing his temples. She had names. Tall faces. Dupree saw them. Yeah, and then some idiot let her slip through our fingers, Ryan snapped. Now he's vanished, and we're back to square one. Douglas grabbed the file and stalked back to his desk. Night had fallen by the time Kelly finished securing Springer. A helicopter buzzed overhead, probably running drills from the nearby naval base, but it didn't linger. The air outside clung thick and humid, but inside the bunker was worse, stale, suffocating. It took an hour for the AC to finally kick in. The place felt hollow. For the second time in a year, the walls seemed to stretch wider without someone else to fill the silence. Kelly drifted through the rooms, his steps purposeless, until he found himself staring at Pam's clothes. Reality hit like a gut punch. She wasn't coming back. He gathered her things carefully. The cutoffs, the halter top, the flannel shirt she'd worn against the night chill. Her shoes, scuffed from wear, sat atop the pile. So little to remember her by. Kelly sank onto the bed, eyes fixed on the small heap. I toppled, her. That was all they'd had. Not enough to mark on a calendar, but enough to carve a space in his life deeper than the years since Tish's death. The hospital stay had been a blur, a dividing line between then and now, between warmth and this hollow quiet. Kelly stood before the wall, staring at the life he could no longer grasp. The past taunted him, a relentless ghost whispering of choices unmade and roads untraveled. He had built this barrier himself, brick by regretful brick, just as he'd stacked Pam's clothes, once vibrant with her presence, now just empty fabric, holding nothing but echoes. Closing his eyes, he could almost see her, hear her laughter in the silence. But the warmth of her skin, the scent of her hair gone forever. His fingers brushed the flannel shirt, remembering how his rough hands had fumbled with the buttons, desperate to reach her. Now it was just cloth, hollow and lifeless. Then the dam broke. Sobs racked his body, the first since he'd learned she was dead. Alone in that concrete cell, he screamed her name, begging for forgiveness he didn't deserve. Maybe she was at peace now. Maybe God would see the goodness in her that he'd failed to protect. But that wasn't his call to make. His world was this room, this pile of discarded clothes, her final indignity. They hadn't even covered her body, leaving her exposed like trash, a message carved in cruelty. To them, she was nothing. The warning. Oh, a trophy. The realization hit him like a punch. If his pride had destroyed her, theirs would answer for it. Exhausted, Kelly collapsed onto the bed, glaring at the ceiling light. Sleep wouldn't come, not the kind he wanted. No dreams of Pam, just the cold truth waiting in the dark. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, Dutch Maxwell settled into his office at dawn. As the Navy's assistant chief for air operations, every aircraft was his responsibility, even if he no longer flew them himself. The morning report lay before him: yesterday's strikes over Vietnam, though thanks to the dateline, it felt like today. Time zones had always annoyed him, ever since that battle near the international dateline decades ago. He could still picture it. June 4, 1942. A young ensign with a fresh haircut and a new wife, scrambling into his Wildcat off the Enterprise. 3 lost Japanese dive bombers straying toward his carrier. 2 went down in his first pass. The third put up a fight, sunlight flashing off its wings as the gunner's tracers streaked past. Funny how war burns some memories into your bones. Touching down on his aircraft carrier less than an hour later, he'd stunned his squadron leader by bagging 3 confirmed kills, each verified by the gun camera footage. By morning, his old Winnie coffee mug had been replaced with a new one bearing the call sign Dutch in bold crimson letters, a moniker that stuck with him for the rest of his service. Over 4 more combat deployments, he added 12 more kills to his tally, painted proudly on his fighter's fuselage. His career soared, commanding a fighter squadron, then an entire carrier air wing, followed by an aircraft carrier, a battle group, and ultimately rising to lead the air forces of the U. Those to Fick Fleet. The next logical step? A fleet command, though he'd never dared to dream beyond that. His office reflected a lifetime of service. To the left of his massive mahogany desk hung a salvaged panel from the F-6F Hellcat he'd flown during the battles of the Philippine Sea and along Japan's coast. 15 red rising sun flags stood stark against the dark blue paint, undeniable proof that this seasoned aviator had not just participated in history, but had excelled at it. His old Enterprise mug sat on the desk, now a relic rather than a drinking vessel. Yet, despite the prestige, his gaze lingered on the day's casualty report from Yankee Station. 2 A-7A Corsairs, same ship, same squadron, gone. What happened? Maxwell demanded, turning to Rear Admiral Podolsky. Casimir exhaled. Best guess. Mid-air collision. Anders was leading, Robertson was his rookie wingman. No SAM warnings too high for flak. YE. Gone. WEC survivors. Negative. The division leader saw the fireball. Nothing came out intact. Maxwell clenched his jaw. What was the target? Podolsky's grimace said everything. A suspected truck park. Strike went in, hit the mark, no secondary explosions. So, we lost 2 men for nothing. Maxwell rubbed his temples, frustration simmering. Not nothing, Cass countered. Someone thought it mattered. Too early for optimism, Cass. The Admiral nodded. Beezer Kagat's investigating. Probably chalk it up to Nerves Robertson's second mission. Maybe he overcorrected. Happened to us too, back in the day. Maxwell sighed. What else? An A-6 took a SAM near Haiphong, but limped back. Pilot and bombardier both earned DFCs. Otherwise quiet in the South China Sea. Atlantic's dead. Eastern Med's heating up Syrians testing their new MiGs. Not our problem yet. Tomorrow, we meet Grumman, then Capitol Hill to beg for F-14 funding. Maxwell smirked. You like the new bird specs. Wish we were young enough to fly it. Hell, Dutch, one of those things costs what a carrier used to. Progress, Maxwell muttered. Yeah, ain't it grand? Podolsky snorted. One more thing Pax River called. Your civilian friend's boat's docked. You waited this long to tell me. Cass shrugged. He's retired. Probably still asleep. Maxwell chuckled darkly. Must be nice. Maybe I'll try that someday. 5 miles can feel like an eternity. The swim felt endless, more so because Kelly hadn't done it solo in weeks. By the halfway mark, his muscles burned, but he refused to ease up even in the shallows where he could have stood. Instead, he pushed harder, adjusting his stroke to make his left side ache, as if pain was proof he was moving forward. The water was perfect, cool enough to keep him from overheating, but not so cold it sapped his strength. Half a mile from Battery Island, fatigue crept in, but he dug deep, forcing his pace back up until his fingers finally brushed the muddy shore. His body locked up the second he stopped, legs stiff as he staggered onto land. That's when he spotted the helicopter. He'd heard its rotor earlier, but paid no mind. Helicopters were background noise to him. But one parked on his sandbar. Unusual. He started toward it until a voice barked from the bunkers. "Over here, Chief." Rubbing salt water from his eyes, Kelly turned to see Admiral Maxwell in undress whites, the gold on his shoulders glinting under the sun. "Sir," Kelly managed, suddenly aware of the mud caked on his legs. "A heads-up would have been nice." Maxwell clasped his hand. "We tried. Where've you been another mission?" The Admiral caught the flicker in Kelly's expression. "Not exactly. Clean up. I'll find us drinks." As Kelly turned, Maxwell noticed the fresh scars along his neck and back. Christ. Memories flooded back 3 years ago on the Kitty Hawk, a feverish young SEAL who dragged his son, Dutch, out of a nightmare. 2 days in that cesspool of a river, and Kelly had nearly died from the infection. He should have gotten the Medal of Honor, but politics had buried it. Maxwell had stayed aboard those extra days, pretending to inspect flight ops, while quietly ensuring both men survived. He'd been there when Kelly got the news about his firefighter, father's heart attack. And now, here he was again, stepping into another chapter of the kid's pain. Kelly emerged from the shower in a worn t-shirt, exhaustion in his steps, but a hardened glint in his gaze. Whatever had happened out there, it hadn't broken him. If anything, it had sharpened him. John wiped the salt water from his face as he caught his breath on the dock. "Just shy of 5 miles," he replied, accepting the ice-cold Coke Admiral Maxwell offered. "Solid effort," Maxwell nodded, studying the fresh wound on John's shoulder. "That's new. What's the story?" John gave the clipped version, the kind only another soldier would understand. Despite their rank difference, they spoke the same language. Maxwell listened like the father figure he'd become. "That's rough, son," the Admiral said quietly. John glanced away. "Meant to thank you for the card after Tish. It meant a lot. How's your boy doing?" "Flying commercial jets now. About to make me a granddad any day." Maxwell caught himself, the joy in his voice, suddenly felt misplaced next to John's loss. "Good for him," John forced a smile, clinging to the rare good news. The Admiral unrolled a map across the coffee table. John's eyes locked onto the hand-drawn markings. "Sir, that's classified intel." "This whole conversation is," Maxwell said, lowering his voice. John glanced around, realizing the Admiral had come alone. No aides, no entourage. Unusual. "To Capilar, to Kippocrate, you're the only one who's walked that ground." John's jaw tightened. The map brought back memories he'd rather forget. His finger traced a path. "Found your son right here." Maxwell nodded. "Bridge is gone now. Took 16 sorties to drop it. They'll just build a ford or underwater crossing." "You want to hit those?" "Waste of effort." "The Dukka Trebik Thide." Maxwell tapped a red mark. John leaned in. "That's one hell of a swim." "What's the play?" "You're still in the Fleet Reserve, Chief." John stiffened. "Sir, relax. Not calling you back. Yet." Maxwell's grin faded as he pulled a recon photo. This is above top secret. John's grip tightened on the image. Those bastards. You planning a rescue op? Like Songtae. You know about that? Rumors. Sounded like a clean job. But the cage was empty. This time, we've got a confirmed Air Force colonel. Maxwell's voice turned grave. This doesn't leave the room. John exhaled. Understood. What's the plan? Still working on it. Your intel could save lives. John's mind flashed back 50 sleepless hours in that hellscape. Helo insertion suicide. That valley's crawling with anti-air. The unspoken question hung between them. How deep are we going? Songtae had its advantages remote and isolated, far from prying eyes. But this new location? Way too close to Haiphong, with roads snaking everywhere, turning the whole operation into a logistical nightmare. This one's a real headache, sir, Kelly muttered, tracing the map with a calloused finger. Since when did we sign up for easy? Maxwell shot back, though his tone carried more amusement than irritation. Kelly pointed to a ridgeline. You could use this to cover your approach, but then you hit the river. Cross here, and you're walking right into a flak trap. And that one? He tapped another spot. Even worse, according to these notes. Maxwell raised an eyebrow. Since when do SEALs plan air missions, Chief? The reply came sharp and unapologetic. Third SOG was always short on officers, they kept getting shot up. I was group ops for 2 months. We all learned how to plan insertions because, let's face it, that's where things usually went sideways. Kelly smirked. No offense, sir, but even us grunts know how to think. Maxwell stiffened slightly. Never said you didn't. Kelly's grin widened. Not all brass are as open-minded as you, Admiral. He turned back to the map. You plan this backward start with the objective, then figure out how to get there in one piece. Save the lecture. Tell me about the river valley, Maxwell ordered. The memory hit Kelly like a punch. 50 brutal hours. Chopped out of Da Nang by Helo. Dumped onto the USS Skate, then shoved into that godforsaken river's murky depths. Fighting the current on an electric sea scooter. Lungs burning, staying submerged until his air ran thin. Hiding in the reeds, watching enemy trucks roll by, flak guns tearing the sky apart. Wondering what a 37mm shell would do to a man if some sharp-eyed kid spotted him. The Bull de Crevely. This admiral wanted him to send others into the same hellhole. It's not a vacation spot, sir, Kelly said quietly. Your boy saw it too. Not like you did, Maxwell countered. Vispon eturi Tristifani. Little Dutch had hunkered down with a busted leg, radio silent, waiting for extraction while flak guns shredded the sky. Same bridge, same failure. 50 hours of no sleep, just fear and the mission gnawing at him. How much time do we have? Bree, honestly? No clue if this even gets approved. We need a solid plan first. Kelly frowned. Weather's a factor. If we don't move by fall, it's over. You really think they won't come back unless we force them? Maxwell sighed. No other reason for them to set up like this. Kelly exhaled. Admiral, I'm good, but I'm still just enlisted. You're the only one who's been there. Maxwell gathered the photos, then handed Kelly fresh maps. You turned down Ox 3 times. Why? Kelly met his gaze. Truth. It meant going back. Maxwell took the statement at face value, though part of him wished his most reliable local contact had the official rank to match his skills. He'd seen it before, talented people overlooked by the system. Back in his flying days aboard the USS Enterprise, Some of the best pilots had been enlisted men, and one in particular had the instincts of a seasoned squadron leader. Then there were the Army's warrant officer helicopter pilots, straight out of Fort Rucker, who could outfly most commissioned officers. This wasn't the time for rigid hierarchy. Kelly broke the silence. One lesson from Song Tae, they probably trained too long. After a while, you're just going through the motions. Pick the right team, 2 weeks tops, and you're sharp. Anything more, and you're just wasting time. Maxwell nodded. You're not the first to say that. Think this is a SEAL mission? Still up in the air, Kelly admitted. But I can give you 2 weeks while the details get ironed out. How do I reach you, sir? Maxwell slid a Pentagon access pass across the table. No calls, no letters, strictly face-to-face. As they walked to the waiting SA-2C Sprite, the crew fired up the engines. Kelly grabbed Maxwell's arm just as the rotors began spinning. Was Song Tae compromised? The Admiral froze. Why ask that now? Cherry Kelly smirked. Your reaction just answered me, Admiral. Maxwell hesitated before ducking under the rotor. We don't know for sure, Chief. As the helicopter lifted off, he couldn't shake the thought that Kelly should have taken that officer commission. The kid was sharper than he'd given him credit for. Maybe a call to his old CO was in order, get the full picture. And then there was the recall to active duty. Part of him hated pulling Kelly back in, especially with everything else going on. But 20 men were counting on him, their status marked sender green. That came first. Watching the helo vanish into the morning haze, Kelly turned toward his workshop. He'd expected to be sore after yesterday's workout, but instead, his mind was restless while his body felt surprisingly loose. The rehab had worked better than he'd hoped. His shoulder, after the usual initial protest, had held up fine, and now he was riding that post-exercise high. He'd crash early tonight. Tomorrow, the real grind began. The machine shop was his sanctuary. Every naval station had one, no matter the size. Battery Island had housed crash boats for years, and with them came the tools to keep them running. His setup wasn't far off what you'd find on a destroyer, probably ordered straight from some military supply catalog. Hell, for all he knew, the Air Force used the same gear. He powered up the South Bend mill, checking oil levels and calibrations. Time to get to work. The workshop was cluttered with an assortment of hand tools, precision gauges, and drawers packed with rough steel blanks, unfinished metal pieces waiting to be shaped into whatever a skilled technician might require. Kelly perched on a stool, weighing his options before shifting gears entirely. Instead of diving into fabrication, he reached for the 35 automatic mounted on the wall. With practiced ease, he unloaded it, broke it down, and scrutinized the slide and barrel under the harsh workshop light. 2 of everything, he muttered, shaking his head. Priorities first. Securing the slide in a heavy-duty jig, he fired up the milling machine. The South Bend lathe hummed smoothly as the drill bit pierced the hardened steel. With surgical precision, barely a quarter turn of the wheel, and it was done. A second hole followed, precisely 1. Nej, die Vause treffen the first. Threading them was child's play, finished off with a twist of a screwdriver. Simple enough, but the real challenge loomed ahead. He smirked at his own reflection in the polished metal. Perfect. Meistri Temmeler. Good enough, got the job done without the headache. Grabbing a thick-walled steel blank, narrower than a can but just as sturdy, he drilled a centered hole, measuring it twice with his calipers. 0. Nooksy inches, dead on. 7 smaller blanks waited next, each destined to become baffles. After trimming them down to 3/4 of an inch, he bored 0. 94-inch holes in their bases, leaving them resembling tiny, bottomless flower pots. The real fun began when none of them fit inside the main tube. 50 minutes of meticulous lathe work, later punctuated by muttered curses, each baffle gleamed, shaved down to a flawless millimeter under the tube's inner diameter. A well-earned sip of Coke later, he slid them in. Perfect snugness, no rattle, no resistance. The cap came next, threaded and secured only for him to realize, with a groan, he'd forgotten to drill the final hole. Another quick pass with the mill, and light shone clean through the assembly. Straight as an arrow. Now, the moment of truth. Kelly exhaled slowly, triple-checked his setup, and pulled the handle in one decisive motion. No room for mistakes now. Kelly had seen this done before, but never tried it himself. As a retired bosun, he was handy with tools, though not exactly a trained machinist. After finishing the modifications, he removed the barrel and put the pistol back together, grabbing a box of .92 long rifle ammo before stepping outside. The hefty Colt automatic had never fazed him, but the price of Serpy 5 rounds compared to the cheaper .92 rimfire had convinced him to buy a conversion kit last year. He flung a soda can about 15 feet away, loaded 3 rounds into the magazine, and skipped the ear protection. Standing relaxed, hands at his sides, he snapped the gun up into a firm two-handed grip only to freeze when he realized the suppressor screwed onto the barrel completely blocked his sights. Not ideal. Lowering the pistol, he raised it again and fired blindly. Predictably, the can remained untouched. The suppressor, at least, worked perfectly, no Hollywood zing, just a muffled scrape like metal on wood. The baffles trapped the gas as the bullet passed through, reducing the noise to a whisper. Great for stealth, but useless if he couldn't hit anything. Missing a soda can at 15 feet? Not a good look. A human head was bigger, sure, but the spot he needed to hit wasn't. He reset, raising the gun smoothly. This time, he pulled the trigger just as the suppressor obscured the target. The can toppled with a hole an inch from the bottom. Wetter, close enough. The next shot landed dead center, and Kelly smirked. After loading 5 hollow points, he turned the can into Swiss cheese, 6 rounds clustered tight. Still got it, old man, he muttered, flicking the safety on. But daylight and a stationary target were one thing, real-world conditions were another. Back in the shop, he stripped the pistol again. The suppressor held up fine, but he cleaned and oiled it anyway. One last touch, a white line painted down the slide for better alignment. By 2 in the afternoon, he allowed himself a quick lunch before his workout. Meanwhile, across town, Tucker smirked as Eddie Morello groaned about their 3-day stay. Don't trust your wife that long. Tucker teased, already marking Eddie as the next problem to solve. Morello's face flushed. Look, Henry, relax, Piaggi cut in, eyeing the 8 kilos on the table. I'd love to know where you get this stuff. Tucker just grinned. We've been over that, Tony. You sure you're ready for this? Piaggi leaned back, scratching his chin. Once you dive into this game, there's no easy way out. It's like feeding bears stop handing out treats, and suddenly you're the main course. His mind raced through connections in Philly and New York, hungry guys like him, sick of taking orders from old-timers stuck in the past. The numbers alone made his pulse quicken. Henry's operation pumped out product so pure it rivaled top-tier Sicilian imports, yet at half the cost. Even better. All the risky logistics fell on Henry's shoulders. What really sold Piaggi, though, was the precision of the setup. No reckless amateur, this Tucker guy. Cool, calculated, the kind of partner who might actually last. My pipeline's locked tight, Piaggi finally said, flashing a grin. Leave the supply chain to me, Paysan. Tucker chuckled when Piaggi admitted the upfront cash would take time. Didn't want to spook you off the bat, Anthony. Gonna front me. Piaggi shot back. A slow nod. I know your rep. Smart move. Piaggi wouldn't walk from a golden goose. not when steady distribution meant long-term stacks. Poor Angelo Verano never saw the bigger picture. But hey, he'd served his purpose as an intro. Now, but de Kofriedser, crab bait. Morello, ever the skeptic, piped up about product quality, earning twin eye rolls. Christ, Eddie, Pabaji cut in. You think he'd stiff us after fronting the goods? He spread his hands. Look, here's the deal. I've got the supply. Lee Frischenter, need in. Where? My business. There's turf I'm keeping for myself, but we ain't tripping over each other yet. Let's keep it smooth. The Italians exchanged glances, Eddie blank, Tony sharp. Piaggi matched Tucker's rhythm. You need feet on the street? We got that. Your territory stays yours. No drama. Time to twist the knife. I didn't survive this long by being sloppy, Tucker said. After today, you're hands off. No more midnight boat rides. Piaggi barely hid his relief. 4 smuggling runs had killed the thrill. Fine by me. My crew can meet your drops, you name the time. Clean splits, Tucker pressed. Money here, product there. Saw's businesslike. Product first, Piaggi countered. Fair, fair. But vet your guys, Tony. Layers protect everyone. Morello, sulking on the sidelines, muttered about snitches. Tucker didn't blink. My people know the price of loose lips. Piaggi's grin turned wolfish. That mess in Jersey, that was you, huh? A confirming nod. Respect. But maybe dial back the fireworks next time. 2 years and a fortune to build this, Tucker said flatly. I'm not gambling it now. So when's my money? Tony jerked a thumb at the duffel. 100 grand right there. The operation had exploded faster than either expected. But those first 3 shipments flew off shelves. Bullies Spitzraffers Chervek. For a guy in their line of work, he was practically trustworthy. Tony figured if Tucker had wanted to rip him off, it would have happened by now. No small-time operator would risk moving this much product at once. It's all yours, Henry. Guess we owe you another. 500. Gonna need about a week to pull that together. You kinda blindsided me here. Cash like that doesn't grow on trees. Henry shook his head with a smirk. Make it 4. No need to bleed your friends dry right out the gate. Let's start off on the right foot, yeah? Damn, you running a promo or something. Tony laughed, tossing him a cold one. You sure you ain't part Italian? Fine, we'll do it your way. Tucker didn't wait for small talk. He tore open the first bag, dumping its contents into a steel mixing bowl. This was the last time he'd dirty his hands with prep work. Step 7 of his business plan was officially done. From now on, underlings would handle the grunt work while he played executive. As he blended the filler into the mix, he couldn't help but admire his own strategy. He'd built this empire the right way. Calculated risks, hands-on hustle, no shortcuts. Maybe Piaggi's ancestors had started the same, but Tony had clearly forgotten the grind. Not Tucker's problem. Across the world, Colonel Grishinov leaned forward in his chair, studying the exhausted American across from him. You expect me to believe you were just an aide? A glorified secretary? Zacharias rubbed his temples. How many times? I fetched coffee, typed memos, same as your general's lackeys. Then why take the job? Grishinov almost pitied him. Nay, Melst. In my Air Force, proximity to power fast-tracks promotions. The colonel's gaze didn't waver. 6 interrogations in, and the Vietnamese still micromanaged every session. Zacharias's file painted a clear picture. Fighter pilot, sure, but also a tactician with a Berkeley master's in electrical engineering. His thesis on radar evasion had practically handed the Soviets a blueprint, unclassified, bafflingly. 3 years later, he joined SAC's war planning team at Offutt, sketching flight paths for B-52s to slip past Soviet defenses. Grishinov exhaled. Hating him would have been easier. The Russian colonel was a seasoned fighter pilot, fresh from commanding a regiment in the Soviet Air Defense Forces, and already tapped for another assignment. In many ways, he was the mirror image of Colonel Zacharias. His mission in wartime was to prevent American bombers from devastating his homeland, and in peacetime, he strategized ways to make their incursions into Soviet airspace as costly as possible. This shared purpose made his current task both challenging and essential. Unlike the KGB or their ruthless enforcers, he took no joy in inflicting pain. Shooting down enemy planes was one thing, but interrogating prisoners was another entirely. Even if they were Americans plotting his country's ruin, he preferred a different approach. The problem was, those skilled in extracting confessions rarely understood the nuances of what he needed to uncover. Written questions were useless. You had to watch a man's eyes when he spoke. A strategist sharp enough to devise bombing runs was also sharp enough to lie convincingly, even under pressure. Grishinov studied Zacharias carefully. This was no ordinary prisoner. He was the architect behind the Wild Weasels, the elite American pilots who hunted Soviet missile sites with relentless precision like foxes chasing prey into their burrows. If the Vietnamese records were accurate, this man had flown 89 such missions. His plane's wreckage told the story. Americans, like Russians, proudly displayed their combat history on their aircraft. Grishinov almost smirked at the irony. Such pride was a double-edged sword. It revealed to the enemy exactly who they'd captured. But then fighter pilots were like that. He'd never hide his own victories either. Part of him even pitied Zacharias. The man had undoubtedly killed skilled Soviet-trained missile crews, and the Vietnamese would want vengeance. But Grishinov wasn't here for politics. His duty was colder, more clinical, to dissect the tactics of America's bomber fleet, to understand how their crews thought, how they'd strike. And frankly, if the Americans wanted to wipe out every last one of Hanoi's fanatics, he wouldn't lose sleep over it. Those zealots had as much in common with true socialism as butchers did with fine dining. Leaning forward, Grishinov slid a freshly arrived dossier across the table. "Colonel, let's not pretend," he said evenly. "I read this last night. Impressive work." Zacharias's reaction was visceral. Despite his training, he couldn't mask his shock. How had they dug so deep? Who had pieced together details even he'd thought buried? The Vietnamese were incompetent. This had to be Moscow's doing. Grishinov watched, satisfied. He'd studied the Luftwaffe's interrogation methods in dusty regimental archives years ago. Brutality only hardened a man's will, but the right information? That could shatter him. Every soldier had a breaking point, even a wild weasel. It required a sharp mind to grasp the nuances. Why wasn't this research classified? Grishinov inquired, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he lit his cigarette. Zacharias gave a half-hearted shrug, his frail frame betraying the exhaustion he fought to mask. "Just academic work," he muttered. The phone companies showed more interest than anyone else. Grishinov tapped the document with deliberate emphasis. "Last night, I discovered something remarkable using terrain maps to predict radar blind spots, calculating evasion routes mathematically. You ask genius. Tell me, what's Berkeley really like?" "Just another college town, West Coast flavor," Zacharias answered before catching himself. He shouldn't be talking. Years of training had drilled into him the importance of silence, evasion, deception. Yet here he was, slipping fatigue, fear, and the crushing weight of a code no one else seemed to care about gnawing at his resolve. I don't know much about your country beyond professional details, he deflected. You're from Utah, right? What's it like there? Grishanov waved a dismissive hand. Colonel, I already know your full name, rank, even your birthday. I've seen maps, Salt Lake City, no major airbase nearby. But maps don't tell me about the wine country in California, or why a lake in Utah is salty when the ocean's miles away. He crushed his cigarette, watching Zacharias closely. The Caspian isn't salty, so how does that work? Geology, I guess, Zacharias mumbled, his thoughts sluggish. Something ancient. Mountains too, yes? The Wasatch Range, Zacharias confirmed, his voice thick with fatigue. Grishanov noted how the Americans were fed just enough to keep them weak, malnourished, drained. Was it intentional? A tactic borrowed from history's darker chapters? Either way, it served his purpose. Resistance crumbled when the body had no strength left. Skiing any good there? Grishanov asked abruptly. For a moment, Zacharias seemed to drift, memories flickering behind his eyes. Yeah. Isaac and Gerd. Something I'll never do here, Grishanov mused. I used to ski cross-country wooden skis at first, then steel ones my mechanic made from aircraft parts. What's the casing? Stainless steel. Heavy but flexible. Cut from the wing of an E-266. Zacharias frowned. What's that? Your people call it Foxbat. Built to intercept your B-70. But we scrapped that program. Grishanov smirked. True. But your canceled project gave me one hell of a fast jet to fly. Back at home, I'll be leading the first squadron of these, Grishanov declared confidently. Weight steel fighter jets. Seriously? Zacharias frowned, struggling to grasp the concept. Steel handles extreme heat better than aluminum, Grishanov explained with a smirk. Plus, you can repurpose the scrap into decent skis. Zacharias blinked, his mind racing. So, how do you think your steel birds would pair with my aluminum bombers? That depends on, Zacharias caught himself mid-sentence, his expression shifting from bewilderment to steely determination. Too eager, Grishanov thought bitterly. He'd pushed too hard, too fast. This American had grit enough to fly his wild weasel straight into enemy territory dozens of times. Breaking him wouldn't be quick. But time was on Grishanov's side. Meanwhile, under the oppressive summer sun, Kelly slammed a dime into the payphone, sweat trickling down his neck. The heat was unbearable, the air thick enough to choke on. Some truths were so glaring you only noticed them after they punched you in the face. Yeah, I'm calling about the car ad, he muttered into the receiver. 15 minutes. Perfect. Hanging up, he exhaled sharply. At least one thing was going right today. Springer was docked at a Potomac marina, but now he needed wheels and fast. The irony wasn't lost on him. How do you buy a car when you don't have one to get there? The absurdity made him chuckle until fate intervened. A cab rolled past, just as he stepped out. Essex Avenue Chevy Chase, Kelly told the driver, sliding a 10 across the seat. Make it in 15, and there's another one in it for you. The cabbie grinned. You got it. The ride was a blur of side streets and near misses, the driver expertly avoiding traffic. With seconds to spare, they pulled up to a quiet, tree-lined neighborhood. The house was easy to spot, and so was the car. A faded VW Beetle, the color of stale peanut butter, sat in the driveway, its body speckled with rust. Perfect. Kelly bounded up the steps and knocked. The door creaked open to reveal a frail woman with sharp green eyes magnified by thick glasses. Mrs. Bravel. Boyd. Beaumesser, Claude Prafrim. Called about the car. She studied him before nodding. Awful out, isn't it? Brutal, Kelly agreed, wiping his brow. She fetched the keys and even shuffled outside with him, her steps unsteady. Kelly offered his arm, guiding her down. Thank you, young man. My pleasure. My granddaughter used this car, she said wistfully. Then Ken took over. One Siveg, Ken. My husband. Her voice wavered slightly. Gone a month now. They'll softened. I'm sorry. She waved it off. He was sick a long time. Handing him the keys, she gestured to the Beetle. Take a look. The interior showed its age-worn seats, one slashed from years of use. But the engine roared to life instantly, the gas gauge hovering near full. Exactly what he needed. The odometer showed just 52,000 miles. The ad had been honest about that much. After getting the owner's permission, he took the car for a quick spin around the neighborhood. It ran smoothly. No strange noises or hesitation, so he pulled back into the driveway and handed the keys over. It drives well, he admitted. But what's with all the rust? The older woman sighed. My daughter took it to Northwestern in Chicago. All that snow and road salt did a number on it. Now Telly nodded. Good school. Gently, she guided the woman back inside, the house thick with the scent of dust and lingering meals still made for two, though only one remained. A faded wedding photo hung on the wall. The groom stiff in his uniform, the bride in a snug white dress. More pictures traced their life together, kids, beach trips, grandkids, all the markers of a long, full marriage. Water's fine, Kelly said when offered a drink. As the woman shuffled to the kitchen, a cat slinked in, curious about the stranger. He worked for the Commerce Department, the woman explained when asked about her husband. 42 years. We planned to retire to Florida, but then he got sick. Now it's just me moving my sisters down in Fort Pierce. Widowed too. Her husband was a cop. Her voice faded as the cat rubbed against Kelly's leg. Place is sold already. A young doctor bought it. I leave next week. Kelly studied the car again. How much? My grandson says it's worth $1,500. $1,500? Kid must think he's negotiating a corporate merger. Kelly kept the thought to herself. I'll give you 12. Usted in cash. The woman's eyes brightened. Cash. A handshake sealed the deal, but the paperwork took longer than expected. Kelly helped her fill out a deposit slip, then drove her to the bank so she could stash the money safely. A quick stop for cat food and milk later, he walked her back to the door. Thanks again, he said. What'll you use it for? Why, there can foreat hate. Kelly grinned and left. By 8:45 that night, two cars rolled into the I-95 rest area near Maryland House, a Dodge Dart. Leading, a red Plymouth Roadrunner trailing. The Dart wove through the lot before parking near a white Oldsmobile with Pennsylvania plates. The Roadrunner settled a row over. A woman stepped out, heading toward the brick building, her path taking her close to the Olds. Hey, baby, a voice called out. She paused, then turned toward the car. The man was tall, with jet-black hair slicked back neatly, his crisp white shirt unbuttoned at the collar. Henry sent me, she murmured. His fingers brushed her cheek, lingering just a moment too long before sliding down. You got what I came for? He asked flatly. Doris nodded, her lips twisting into a tight smile that didn't reach her eyes. She was way past shame at this point. Nice rack, he remarked, voice empty as a hollowed-out shell. Hand it over. She turned toward her car, pretending to search for something, then came back with an oversized handbag that looked more like a gym sack. As she passed the Oldsmobile, his arm shot out and snatched it. Inside the building, Doris grabbed a soda from the vending machine, her gaze darting toward the Roadrunner idling nearby. The driver revved the engine and blew her a kiss, She managed a weak smirk in return. Piece of cake, Henry Tucker muttered from the picnic tables across the lot, where he and two others sat sweating in the muggy night. Oh, quality good. One of them asked Tony Piaggi. Top shelf, Piaggi confirmed. Same batch as the sample. No surprises. The guy from Philly leaned in. And if she cracks under pressure, Tucker cut in, she won't. They all know the consequences. A figure slipped from the Roadrunner into a Dodge Dart. Good girl, Rick purred as Doris climbed in beside him, hands trembling around her soda can. Can we just go? She whispered. He grinned, ignition roaring to life. Not yet. Show me a little appreciation. She hesitated. People are watching. His grin widened. B, so is our Persol. Doris unbuttoned her oversized shirt, left it tucked into her cutoff shorts, and shut her eyes tight. If she imagined hard enough, maybe she was anywhere else. Maybe this wasn't her life. Meanwhile, Piaggi scooped up a briefcase left behind by the Philly guy. Aren't you gonna count it? Tucker asked as they strolled toward a blue caddy. Piaggi smirked. He knows the rules. Business is business. Elsewhere, Kelly flipped through the classifieds. Hi, Tabler Stip Bill Murphy. I saw your ad. Got any vacancies? The manager eyed him. What are you after? Just a one-bedroom. Somewhere to crash between trips, Kelly said. 2, sales. Industrial equipment. New territory. The complex had that post-war charm, brick buildings, towering oaks, squirrels darting between them. The unit was modest but clean, with window ACs humming in every room. Perfect, Kelly said, testing the faucet. Rents, $175 plus deposit. Utilities extra. Kelly nodded. One bill's easier. Let's do it. Kelly glanced at his watch as the manager chimed in. That'll be $220. Actually, make it $440, Kelly corrected. 2 months' rent, right? I can write a check, but it's from an out-of-state bank. No local account yet. Such cash work for you. The manager grinned. Cash works just fine. Kelly pulled out his wallet, counting the bills before pausing. Wait, let's make it $660. 3 months up front, if that's all right. And I'll need a receipt. The manager, obliging as ever, whipped out a notepad and scribbled one on the spot. Kelly leaned against the counter. Any chance of getting a phone hooked up? Tuesday's the earliest. There's an extra deposit for that. Go ahead and set it up. Kelly handed over more cash. My things won't be here for a while. Where's the nearest place to grab sheets and basics? Not much open today. Tomorrow, plenty of options. Kelly peered into the bedroom, eyeing the bare mattress. Even from the doorway, he could see the uneven lumps. He smirked. Worse places to sleep. The manager raised an eyebrow. Veteran. Marine. Same here, once upon a time, the manager admitted, catching Kelly off guard. You're not planning anything crazy, are you? He didn't expect trouble, but the owner insisted he ask even fellow Marines. Kelly just flashed a sheepish grin. Only crime I commit is snoring loud enough to wake the dead. 20 minutes later, Kelly was in a cab speeding toward downtown. He hopped out at Penn Station, boarding the next train to D, where another taxi dropped him at his boat. By dusk, the Springer was cutting through the Potomac. It would have been simpler with backup, Kelly mused. All this back and forth felt like wasted time. Or was it? The solitude gave him space to think, and right now, strategy mattered as much as gear. He reached his place just before midnight, 6 solid hours of planning under his belt. No time to rest, not yet. He stuffed his bag with clothes, mostly bought in D. Ma's debt to Nive. Linens and food could wait for Baltimore. His bray. Circuit 5 automatic and the Nutty 2 conversion kit went in next, buried under old shirts, along with 2 ammo boxes. Enough firepower, he figured. Ammo weighed a ton anyway. As he crafted another silencer, this one for the woodsman, his hands moved on autopilot. His body was in peak shape, almost as sharp as his third SOG days. Daily target practice had honed his aim to near perfection. By 3 a.m., the new suppressor was fitted, tested, and ready. Half an hour later, he was back on the Springer, pushing north. A few hours of shut-eye past Annapolis would have to suffice. The night was quiet, clouds drifting like ghosts. His thoughts wandered until he snapped back to focus. He wasn't some careless civilian anymore. Still, he cracked open his first beer in weeks, letting his mind churn through variables. Had he missed anything? Nothing came to mind. The unsettling part? He still knew so little. Billy and his red Plymouth. Henry, the black guy. Their turf. That was it. But he'd faced trained enemies with less intel. He'd be just as cautious now, but deep down, he knew he'd succeed. Partly because he was better. Mostly because he didn't care about the fallout, only the outcome. A line from Virgil's Aeneid flickered in his memory, something from his Catholic school days. Una, salus, victis nolum sperare salutum. The doomed have one hope to abandon hope entirely. The irony of his dark thoughts made him smirk as he glided across the water beneath a sky full of ancient starlight photons that had traveled farther than Kelly or Virgil had ever lived. The pills dulled the edges of reality, but never fully erased it. Doris didn't so much think as endure, her mind a reluctant witness to truths she couldn't escape. The barbiturates had become her crutch, yet sleep remained elusive, leaving her alone with her thoughts in the suffocating silence of the room. She craved more pills, not for euphoria, just a fleeting escape from the dread coiled inside her. But even chemicals couldn't give her what she needed, a temporary reprieve from the fear gnawing at her bones. She saw more than they realized, glimpses of a future she couldn't outrun. The police would come for her eventually. This wasn't like her past arrests this time. The charges would stick, and she'd vanish behind bars for years. They'd dangle promises of protection, but she wasn't naive. She'd watched 2 friends die already. Miss Pergue Splot. If you could call them that, just people who'd shared the same cage, trading whispered jokes like secret currency against their captors. Someone to cry with until the crying stopped. She'd been forced to watch, numb and drugged but horrifyingly awake, as their pain became her own. Nightmares at least ended when you opened your eyes. This didn't. Rick's steady breathing beside her was the closest thing to comfort she had. He was the least cruel of them, sometimes even kind in his own twisted way. She played the obedient prisoner around him, careful not to provoke his temper, which could flare just as violently as Billy's. A part of her knew how pathetic it was, clinging to scraps of decency in a world where she had no control. But she'd seen what happened to those who fought back. Pam had whispered of escape once, holding her after a brutal night. Doris had prayed she'd made it until they dragged her back. 15 feet away, helpless, she'd watched Pam's last moments, her body jerking as life left her, her tormentor's laughter inches from her face. The only rebellion Doris could muster was smoothing Pam's hair afterward, a silent, useless act of love in a place where love didn't exist. The emptiness of it made her tears burn hotter. What sin had she committed to deserve this? Was there some cosmic scale where her suffering balanced out? Meanwhile, across town, Dr. Trewitt had Rosen raised an eyebrow at his patient. Kelly sat shirtless on the exam table, muscles defined from relentless training. "Color me impressed, John," Rosen said. "What's your routine?" 5-mile swims for the shoulders. Better than lifting, though I do that too. Some running at night. His tone was casual, but his body told a different story, one of discipline and quiet fury. Sam leaned back in the chair as the surgeon removed the blood pressure cuff. "I'd kill for numbers like yours," the doctor remarked, though his own exhaustion was evident. He'd just come off a grueling surgery, but still made time for this checkup. "You know the secret hit the gym," Sam suggested. The surgeon gave a tired shrug. "Easier said than done, my friend." The silence that followed spoke volumes. John Rosen recognized that look, not angry, not sad, just resolved. He tried one last time. "You ever hear that saying about revenge? They say you should dig 2 graves before you start." Sam smirked. "Only 2. Rosen sighed. "I read the report. You really won't let this go? How's Sarah doing?" Sam deflected smoothly. Rosen let it slide. Buried in her research. Actually excited enough to explain it to me, which is saying something. Just then, Nurse Sandy O'Toole walked in, and Sam yanked his shirt down with exaggerated modesty. "Hey now." She burst out laughing, and even Rosen cracked a smile until he noticed the steel beneath Sam's playful act. The guy was sharp, focused, like a surgeon assessing a patient. "You heal fast for someone who took a bullet recently," Sandy remarked. "Clean living," Sam deadpanned. "Haven't touched more than 1 beer in a month." "Mrs. Lots awake," Sandy updated Rosen. "No complications. Her husband's been by. He's holding up better than I expected." Rosen nodded. "Good to hear." "All right, John, you're cleared," Rosen said, tossing Sam his shirt. "Now cover up before Sandy gets ideas." "My supple sitters. The cafeteria is edible if you douse everything in hot sauce." Sam glanced at Sandy. "You free to show me around?" She checked her watch. "I've got a break. You brave enough for mystery meat, or should we escape this place?" "Lead the way, ma'am." The food was as bland as expected, but Sam loaded his tray anyway. "Wal klopter fike, siftere?" he asked as they sat. "Always," Sandy replied. "You live nearby?" "Just off Loch Raven. Small place, half an acre." She hesitated, then added, "Grass needs cutting this weekend." The mention of chores brought it all back, the life she'd planned, the future stolen by faceless enemies far away. Sam didn't need details. The way her voice faltered said enough. He searched for something, anything, to lighten the mood odd, given his own dark intentions. "You were good to me when I was stuck upstairs." "Thanks for that." She managed a faint smile. "Just doing my job." "Pretty face like yours should smile more," he teased. She exhaled. "Not always easy." "I got you laughing earlier," he pointed out. "You startled me." He leaned in slightly. "It's Tim, isn't it?" The name hit her like a punch. The topic wasn't something people usually discussed, was it? Sandy held Kelly's gaze for a long moment before finally whispering, "I still don't get it." Kelly exhaled, turning the thought over in his mind before answering. "Some parts are simple. You as Ichemtad. Not so much. The toughest part," he admitted, "is figuring out why people force these choices on us. Why they do the things they do. At the end of the day, there are just bad people in the world, and if you don't stop them, they'll come for you eventually. You can pretend they don't exist, but that never lasts. And sometimes you see things you can't unsee." He leaned back, struggling to find the right words. "You've seen awful things here, Sandy. I've seen worse, I've watched people do things that... Your nightmare? She interrupted softly. Kelly gave a slow nod. Yeah. Almost got myself killed that night. What happened? Trust me, you don't want the details, he cut in. Hell, I don't even understand it myself. Maybe they believe in something so much they forget what it means to be human. Maybe they want something so badly they stop caring. Or maybe they're just wired wrong. A Fortstickschmetlo. But what they do is real. And someone has to stand in their way. Even when you know it won't change a damn thing, he thought. But didn't say. How could he tell her that her husband had died for nothing? Sandy's voice turned bitter. So what? My husband was some kind of hero on a white horse? Kelly shook his head. You're the one in white, Sandy. You fight one kind of battle. There are others. Somebody has to fight those too. I still don't see why Tim had to die. Kelly sighed. It wasn't about politics or grand causes. Every life was supposed to have its time until someone cut it short. He'd seen it happen, even caused it himself. But how do you explain that to the ones left behind? How do you justify it to yourself? You do tough work, right? He asked suddenly. Yeah, Sandy admitted. Ever think about switching to something easier? Pediatrics, maybe? Happier place, right? She shrugged. Sure, but it's still important. Babies need care too. But you don't do that. You work neuro. The hard stuff. Someone has to... Exactly, Kelly interrupted. It's brutal on you, on your heart, but you do it anyway. Sandy hesitated, then nodded firmly. Yes. That's why Tim did what he did. He saw a flicker of understanding before grief clouded her eyes again. It still doesn't feel fair. Maybe the situation doesn't make sense, Kelly offered. But the people, they do. He rubbed his temple. Sorry, I'm no philosopher. Just a beat-up Navy guy. Sandy almost smiled. Not too beat up. And you've got some fight left. Not all of us make it, Kelly said quietly. But the ones who do. That's worth something. He stood, walking her back toward the unit, the silence stretching between them. Finally, he cleared his throat. Listen, maybe dinner sometime? Not now, but... Sandy gave him a sideways glance, half dismissive, half curious. I'll think about it. Neither of them was ready. But for the first time in a long while, she wondered what kind of man was this, really? Kelly found herself questioning the risks of getting involved with him. Stepping into the Pentagon for the first time, Kelly felt out of place, second-guessing whether he should have worn his old khaki uniform, though those days were behind him. He'd opted for a crisp blue suit instead, the Navy Cross ribbon pinned discreetly to his lapel. The bus tunnel led him inside, where he scanned a directory, committing the maze-like layout to memory before heading to the right office. A petty officer glanced up as he entered. John Kelly, he announced. I have a meeting with Admiral Maxwell. He took a seat, eyeing a copy of Navy Times on the table. Same old complaints, nothing new. Mr. Trapple, why, sir, the Kelly. A voice summoned him, and he stepped into the office, the door sealing shut behind him, with a red warning light flickering on. How are you holding up, John? Maxwell asked, his tone casual but assessing. Fine, sir, Kelly replied, though the presence of a flag officer still put him on edge. The tension spiked when two more men entered, one in civilian attire, the other a rear admiral with a Medal of Honor gleaming on his chest. Maxwell handled introductions. Heard plenty about you, Podolsky said, gripping Kelly's hand. Cass and I go way back, Maxwell added, nodding at the aircraft panel on the wall. 15 for me, 18 for him. All documented, Podolsky quipped. Greer smirked. I didn't bag any, but at least I kept my brain intact. He unzipped his map case, revealing an annotated version of the same intel Kelly had at home. Then came the photos Colonel Zachariah's face, enhanced and unmistakable. I was 3 miles from that site, Kelly muttered. Nobody briefed me because it didn't exist yet, Greer cut in. Place is new. Maxwell leaned forward. Any other images? Just SR-71 recon shots. My guy's reviewing every frame Air Force vet, reports directly to me. Podolsky chuckled. You're turning into quite the spook. They need me, Greer shot back, half joking, half deadly serious. Kelly studied them. The banter reminded him of the chief's mess, just with less profanity. Tell me about the valley, Greer pressed. Somewhere you don't want to be. First, walk me through Dutch's extraction. Every detail. Kelly recounted the mission departing the skate, the river extraction, the chopper ride to Kitty Hawk. The admirals exchanged glances he couldn't decipher. To him, they were untouchable, ageless. But to them, he was a reflection of their younger selves. A warrior, tested and hardened. The silent looks they shared carried the pride of elders watching the next generation step into their legacy. The stakes were higher now, and the discussion had taken a more intense turn. That was quite the briefing, Greer remarked as Kelly wrapped up. So this region, it's pretty crowded? Sort of, Kelly replied. Not a major city, but plenty of farms and small settlements. I spotted traffic on that road, mostly bicycles and oak carts, with the occasional truck. Not exactly a highway. Podolsky frowned. No military presence. Kelly tapped the map. Admiral, if there were troops, they'd be right here. His finger traced the markings for Neva positions. But getting in? That's the real problem. There's no clean approach, Maxwell admitted. We've considered helo insertions, even an amphibious landing followed by a fast push up this route. Kelly shook his head. Too risky. That road's a death trap. Vietnam's armed to the teeth. Every farmer with a rifle thinks he's defending the motherland. You'd be walking into a hornet's nest. Podolsky still struggled to grasp it. The locals actually back the communists? Kelly gave a dry laugh. Admiral, why do you think we've been stuck there for years? Why do downed pilots vanish without a trace? They don't see the world like we do. And if you land Marines on that beach, don't expect a warm welcome. That road, it's barely passable, one fallen tree, and it's a dead end. Helicopters are the only way. The room fell silent. The area was crawling with anti-aircraft guns, and the admirals exchanged uneasy glances. If even seasoned pilots hesitated at a ground assault, the threat must be worse than Kelly realized. We can neutralize the flak, Maxwell mused. Greer shot him a look. Not bringing back the B-52s, are you? Maxwell shook his head. Newport News is heading back to the gun line soon. Ever seen her in action, John? Kelly nodded. Twice near the coast. Those 8-inch guns are something else. But here's the thing, the more moving parts, the more chances to fail. One hiccup, and the whole mission crumbles. He leaned back, realizing the warning wasn't just for them. Podolsky checked his watch. Dutch, we've got another meeting in 5. The session hadn't gone as planned, but Greer and Maxwell had gleaned valuable insights. Kelly hesitated. Mind if I ask why the secrecy? Maxwell glanced at Greer, who sighed. Song Tae was compromised. We still don't know how, but intel suggests they knew we were coming, just not when. We hit the camp after they moved the prisoners, but before their ambush was ready. Luck, good and bad. Kelly's stomach dropped. Someone betrayed us. Greer's smile was grim. Welcome to the spy game, Chief. But why? If I ever meet the bastard, I'll ask him myself. Greer turned to the others. That's our lead. Quietly dig through the mission records. Where are they? Yeglin Air Force Base where Kingpin trained. Podolsky raised an eyebrow. Mercury Keft. Kelly felt their eyes lock onto him. Gentlemen, I was just a chief. Greer ignored the protest. Where's your car parked? When the city. Took the bus. Then you're riding with me. Greer motioned toward the parking lot. There's a shuttle that runs back here later if you need it. They stepped outside into the crisp air, the silence between them comfortable rather than awkward. His Mercury sat waiting by the riverfront parking area, its chrome gleaming under the afternoon sun. As Kelly slid into the passenger seat, Greer merged onto the George Washington Parkway, the Potomac glinting through the trees. Dutch forwarded your file, Greer said, tapping the steering wheel. I went through every page. Damn impressive, kid. He left out the part about Kelly's IQ scores 3 different tests, all hovering near genius level. Every CO you served under wrote glowing recommendations. Had good leaders to learn from, sir. Clearly. Greer adjusted his sunglasses. 3 of them pushed for Ox, yet here you are. And that full ride to Indiana? Olympic-level swimmer with grades that could have landed academic scholarships, hell. You even got through prep school on merit. So what gives? Kelly stared at the passing traffic. School just. Tutu wasn't my thing. Dad did his time in the Navy during the war. Figured I'd follow suit. He didn't mention the crushed hope in his father's eyes when he enlisted instead. Greer let that hang, unsatisfied. My last command was the Daniel Webster, Greer continued. Brilliant Chief Sonarman, Ph.D. in physics, knew his systems inside out. But leadership? He shook his head. You can't help but step up even when you try not to. Kelly shrugged. When things go sideways, somebody's gotta fix it. Most people wait for orders. Greer smirked as a highway sign blurred past. Then there's folks like you, the ones who just do. The car slowed as a fortified checkpoint came into view. Kelly's stomach dropped. Ever work with agency personnel overseas? Greer asked casually. Kelly tensed. Some. We were attached to Project Phoenix small support role. Your take on them? The Spackley War. The rest? Kelly shot him a wry look. Better suited for mixing cocktails than field work. Greer barked a laugh. Christ, don't let Langley hear you say that. He parked briskly, ushering Kelly past security with a visitor badge that screamed escort required. The building's bland exterior felt unnerving, too normal for what lurked inside. Greer's 6th-floor office smelled of leather and coffee. He shut the door with a click. What's your next week look like? Open. Kelly's guard went up. Vernderd. Greer pulled a folder from his desk. Dutch mentioned your situation. The B-save. But right now, 20 PUL won't see home unless we move fast. He tossed a credential onto Kelly's lap. Option 1, Dutch reactivates you. Option 2, Binel Potty, he leaned in. Civilian consultant. Triple a chief's pay. You fly to Eglin. Review ops plans, tell us how to make this work. Kelly flipped open the ID. The photo stared back, official and irrevocable. The file even contained his old Navy ID photo, just a standard headshot. The kind you'd see on a government badge. Hold on, sir. I'm not exactly qualified for... Actually, you are, but we need it to look like you're not. Greer cut in, his frustration with the agency bubbling into dry sarcasm. Officially, you're just some junior analyst collecting data for a report that'll gather dust on a shelf. Half our budget vanishes into projects like this. Welcome to the bureaucratic black hole. Kelly hesitated. You're serious about this? Listen. Dutch Maxwell is ready to torch his career for those men. Deary Prever, so am I. If there's a shot at bringing them home. What about the peace negotiations? Greer exhaled, weighing how much to reveal. Zacharias is officially dead. The other side confirmed it, even released a photo of a corpse. They sent the chaplain and a fellow officer's wife to break the news to his widow, then gave her a week to clear out of base housing. That's how dead he is. His jaw tightened. We've had quiet discussions, but the truth. Our government won't derail peace talks over this. The evidence we have wouldn't hold up in court, and that's the bar they've set. 20 more lives might be the cost of ending this war. Those men, already written off. Kelly's stomach twisted. How many people did America abandon, not just soldiers, but civilians in their own cities? It's really that broken. Greer's exhaustion was etched into every line of his face. Know why I took this job? I was done. Ready for retirement, golf, consulting gigs. But too many people here treat reality like paperwork, forget there are lives at the end of every memo. That's why I stayed. Somebody's got to drag this place back to earth. He leaned forward. This is a black op, meaning it doesn't exist. O's it crazy? Absolutely. But it's the hand we've been dealt. You in or out. Tafelberg, decidedly. New Orleans. Kelly's silence stretched, then dissolved into a slow nod. If you think I can help, sir, I'm in. What's the timeline? Greer tossed a ticket folder onto the desk. You fly out tomorrow afternoon. Returns open-ended, but I want you back by Friday. ID's under John Clark, easy enough to remember. My direct line's in there. Peck light. Aye, aye, sir. As Greer walked him out, he added, and keep every receipt. Uncle Sam loves his paperwork almost as much as he loves wasting money. Kelly smirked. Do 01 Taff. Outside, the blue Pentagon shuttle rolled up moments after he reached the stop. The ride was surreal, half passengers in uniform, half in suits, all locked in silence like a single word might breach national security. He almost laughed until he remembered the weight of his own mission. Greer had handed him something unexpected, a chance to matter. Kelly reclined in his seat, gazing absently out the airplane window as the other passengers around him remained stiffly upright, lost in their own thoughts. Everyone's thrilled, Piaggi remarked, swirling his drink. I told you from the start, when you've got the top product in town, people notice. Not everyone's celebrating, Tucker countered with a smirk. Some folks are stuck with warehouses full of French product, and our little welcome discount just slashed their profits in half. Tucker chuckled to himself. The old school dealers had been price gouging for years, typical monopoly behavior. To any casual observer, the two men could have passed for corporate executives or attorneys, given their polished appearance and the upscale restaurant just steps from the newly built Garmatz courthouse. Piaggi, dressed in sleek Italian silk, made a mental note to recommend his tailor to Henry. At least the man had finally ditched the cheap suits. Now, if only he'd toned down the flashiness. Subtlety was key, just enough polish to command respect without drawing the wrong kind of attention. The ones who flaunted their wealth, like those gaudy street hustlers, were playing a reckless game they didn't even comprehend. Next shipment's doubling. Your people ready? Piece of cake, Piaggi said. Philly's especially grateful. Their usual supplier had an unfortunate mishap. Yeah, caught that in the papers. Amateur hour, too many loose ends. Nellie, you're sharp. Just don't get too sharp, got it? Piaggi's tone carried a quiet warning. Point is, let's not make those same mistakes. Piaggi took a slow sip of his beer, relaxing into the booth. Gotta say, it's refreshing working with someone who knows how to run things tight. People are curious about your supply chain, but I've got that covered. Though if you ever need extra backing down the line. Tucker's gaze hardened. Not happening. Not now, not ever. For now, sure. But keep it in mind. Tucker gave a curt nod, letting the subject drop for now. But his mind was racing. Trust was a slippery thing in this business. He trusted Piaggi to pay on time, and so far the man had. The steady profits were his safety net, and even a missed payment wouldn't cripple him anymore. As long as the product kept flowing, they'd keep operating like any legitimate enterprise. That was the whole point of this arrangement. But loyalty, that ended where usefulness did. Henry had never expected more, but if Piaggi started sniffing around his suppliers, Piaggi, meanwhile, wondered if he'd pushed too far. Tucker didn't seem to grasp the full potential of what they were building control over the entire East Coast market, all under the radar. Sooner or later, expansion would require more capital, and his connections were already offering. But Tucker's reaction made it clear, push any further, and things would sour. Best to let it lie. Pity, really. Tucker was sharp, just not ambitious enough. Maybe he'd grow into it. He'd never be made, but he could still be valuable. Next Friday work? Tucker asked. Perfect. Why, keep it clean. Keep it smart. Done. The flight was smooth. A routine trip on a Piedmont 737 out of Friendship Airport. Kelly sat in coach, picking at the airline meal. Flying over the U always struck him as surreal compared to his other airborne experiences. The sheer number of backyard pools amazed him, tiny turquoise squares dotting the landscape, glinting under the sun as they passed over Tennessee's rolling hills. Kelly's homeland seemed peaceful and inviting at first glance, but appearances could be deceiving. At least here he didn't have to dodge gunfire or watch for tracers lighting up the night sky. The rental car was ready when he arrived, complete with a neatly folded map on the passenger seat. He'd considered flying into Panama City, Florida, but something about New Orleans felt right. Maybe the lingering jazz in the air or the way the city hummed with hidden energy. Tossing his bags into the trunk, he hit the road, the hum of the engine giving him space to think. Driving wasn't so different from piloting his boat, both required focus. But the highway offered a strange kind of stillness, a blank slate for his mind to sketch out plans. By the time he cracked a faint smile, his thoughts were already weeks ahead, methodically picking apart every possible angle. 4 hours later, after cutting through the southern stretches of Mississippi and Alabama, he rolled up to the gates of Eglin Air Force Base. The place was a fitting training ground for the kingpin operatives, sweltering and sticky, just like the jungles they'd eventually infiltrate. A young Air Force captain named Griffin met him at the gate, snapping off a crisp salute that caught Kelly off guard. Clearly, the CIA mystique still carried weight in some circles. Griffin led him to a modest room in the bachelor officers' quarters, close enough to the beach that Kelly could almost taste the salt in the air. After settling in, they headed to the Officers' Club, where Griffin assured him his visitor pass would get him whatever he needed. You folks really know how to welcome a guy, Kelly remarked, raising his beer. So, you know why I'm here? Griffin leaned in slightly, his voice dropping. Fufta boos pingpin right. He glanced around like they were in some cheesy spy flick. We've got everything prepped for you. Heard you did some work over there yourself. Kelly nodded. That's right. The captain hesitated, then asked, Mind if I ask you something? Go ahead. You think they ever figured out who torched that mission? Kelly took a slow sip. No, but maybe I'll stumble across something while I'm here. My brother was supposed to be in that camp. Griffin admitted, his jaw tightening. He'd be home now if it weren't for some real bastard. Kelly finished, watching the younger man flush. You find out who it was, then what? Not my call, Kelly said, instantly regretting his earlier remark. When do I start? Officially tomorrow, but the files are ready now. Good, because you're such a bore. I need a quiet room, coffee, maybe some food. 10 minutes later, Kelly was hunched over a stack of reconnaissance photos, a legal pad at his elbow. The first set, taken by an RF-101 Voodoo, showed the Songte camp discovered entirely by chance, a hidden puzzle piece in what was supposed to be a minor outpost. The prisoners had left desperate signals, a K scuffed into the dirt, laundry hung just so, stones arranged in silent pleas for rescue. The names attached to the operation read like a hall of fame for special ops, legends Kelly had only heard in whispers. As he scribbled notes, one document in particular made him pause. It wasn't just familiar, it was a blueprint for what he was walking into now. The memo from a senior general to his subordinate revealed that while the Songte mission held its own significance, it served a larger strategic purpose. The three-star officer aimed to prove he could infiltrate special operations teams deep into North Vietnam, a capability that would unlock new opportunities, including targeting a critical dam facility. Kelly immediately grasped the implication. This was about securing authorization to deploy multiple teams behind enemy lines, mirroring the Lowe's tactics used in Europe during World War II. The document ended with a stark warning about the political sensitivity surrounding Polar Circle, the early codename for what later became Operation Kingpin. Any perception of escalating the conflict could spark backlash. Kelly drained his second coffee, shaking his head at the irony. The enemy operated with brutal freedom, yet their own side agonized over appearances. He'd witnessed it firsthand. Even programs like Phoenix, designed to dismantle the enemy's political network, were treated like state secrets. Weren't uniformed combatants legitimate targets? The hypocrisy gnawed at him, but he pushed it aside, refocusing on the stack of files. Planning the operation had been a marathon, assembling a team of legends like Colonel Bull Simons, a battle-hardened leader whose reputation preceded him, and Dick Meadows, a younger but equally relentless operator. These men lived to disrupt the enemy with precision and minimal footprint. Yet the bureaucratic hurdles were staggering. Kelly lost count of the redundant memos to higher-ups, each pledging success as if paperwork guaranteed victory. Half of them read like carbon copies, likely penned by some exasperated clerk recycling phrases for oblivious superiors. For hours, he sifted through reports Eglin's concerns, CIA's nitpicking, absurd suggestions from desk jockeys who'd never set foot in the field. What started as a straightforward mission had ballooned into a spectacle, debated all the way up to the White House. Exhausted, Kelly called it a night at 2:30 a.m., locking the documents away before heading to his quarters. Sleep was a luxury when the mission demanded urgency. At dawn, he was already sprinting barefoot along the beach, surrounded by others like him, operators with that unmistakable build, their routines hinting at training far beyond standard PT. The air hummed with unspoken purpose, and for a moment, the weight of paperwork faded. Out here, action spoke louder than memos. The men exchanged glances, sizing each other up in silent competition, each wondering just how formidable the others truly were. Kelly smirked to himself, pleased that he belonged to this tight-knit group and earned their wary respect. After a hearty breakfast and a hot shower, he felt recharged, ready to tackle another day of paperwork. Walking back to the office, he caught himself questioning why he'd ever walked away from this brotherhood. This was home now, more than Indianapolis had ever been. Days blurred into routine 6 hours of sleep, quick meals, no alcohol beyond that first beer. His workouts stretched longer, not just for fitness, but to prove something. He'd never admit it outright, but he wanted to be the strongest man on that beach at dawn, not just another face in the crowd. By the fourth morning, his transformation was undeniable. The others recognized him now, his presence expected, his scars sparking quiet speculation. They assumed he was still active duty, never guessing he'd walked away, quit. His mind corrected with a sting of regret. The paperwork surprised him. He'd never considered himself a strategist, but now he dissected plans with sharp precision. The Song Tae raid had been a masterpiece, meticulously rehearsed, only to crumble under delays. The mock-up camp, built and dismantled daily to avoid Soviet satellites, must have worn on the men. And then, the bitter twist, the prisoners were gone before the team even arrived. Kelly clenched his jaw. Not betrayal, just bureaucracy moving too slow. The operation itself was flawless. A Sikorsky slamming into the compound, miniguns shredding guard towers, like paper. No theatrics, just raw efficiency. The after-action reports painted a vivid picture. Guards obliterated in seconds, the team's initial euphoria shattered by the hollow realization, no POWs to rescue. The silence on those choppers back to Thailand must have been deafening. Yet there were lessons here. Kelly scribbled notes until his fingers ached. Kingpin was a brutal education in perfection and futility. And as he closed the files, one thought lingered sometimes. Even doing everything right wasn't enough. So much had succeeded, he realized, and those victories could be shamelessly replicated. The only real failure had been timing. Elite troops like those could have been deployed much earlier. The push for perfection hadn't come from the field operators, but from higher-ups men who'd grown distant from the raw energy and sharp instincts of youth. And that hesitation had doomed the mission. Not because of Bull Simons, Dick Meadows, or the Green Berets, who'd willingly risked everything for strangers, but because of men too scared to jeopardize their cushy careers and corner offices, because clearly those mattered more than the lives of the soldiers on the front lines. Song Tae was Vietnam in miniature. A flawless team, undone in minutes, betrayed as much by red tape as by some faceless bureaucrat lurking in the shadows. But Sender Green would be different, Kelly told himself. This time it was a private operation, no oversight, no hesitation. If bureaucracy was the real enemy, then cutting it out of the equation was the solution. "Captain, you've been a huge help," Kelly said. "Find what you needed, Mr. Clark." Griffin asked. "Absolutely," Kelly replied, slipping back into naval lingo without thinking. "Your intel on the secondary camp was top-notch. If no one's said it yet, that analysis might have saved lives. Let me put it this way. I wish we'd had someone like you running intel back when I was in the field." Griffin shifted uncomfortably. "I can't fly, sir. Gotta make myself useful somehow." Bive, Vitersatrace. Kelly handed over his notes, watching as Griffin sealed them in an envelope with red wax. "Courier this to the address inside." "Will do." "You should take a break, sir. Did you even sleep?" Griffin asked. Kelly smirked. "Figured I'd unwind in New Orleans before heading back." "Solid choice." Griffin walked into the car, already packed and ready. As Kelly drove off, he marveled at how easily one piece of intel had fallen into place. His quarters had a New Orleans phone book, and right there, like fate, was the name he'd been hunting since sitting in James Greer's office. Meanwhile, Tucker watched Rick and Billy finish loading the shipment. This was the big one, the deal that would finally cement his reputation. Part of it was bound for New York, where demand had spiked after a major bust. Until now, he'd been an ambitious outsider, but this haul would change everything. Baltimore and Philadelphia would be covered for weeks, maybe less if distribution was as smooth as promised. The leftovers? Straight to the Big Apple. Billy flicked on the radio, catching a weather update instead of sports. Glad we're moving now. Storms rolling in later. Tucker glanced outside. The sky was still clear, untroubled. Nothing we can't handle, he said. New Orleans was a city unlike any other, a blend of European elegance and American hustle. Once ruled by the French and Spanish, it clung to its traditions, from its baffling legal code to the way locals casually slipped French into everyday talk. It was a place where history lived, and Kelly planned to soak it all in before the real work began. Pierre Lamarck came from Acadian roots, with distant relatives still scattered through the bayou country. While tourists found the local customs charming and others clung to tradition, Lamarck saw them only as background noise, something to set him apart in a profession that demanded flamboyance. He cultivated his image carefully, a crisp white linen suit, vest, and a bold red tie that screamed respectable businessman with a touch of showmanship. His eggshell white Cadillac completed the picture, understated compared to the gaudy rides favored by lesser men in his line of work. One fool even mounted steer horns on his Lincoln, a desperate attempt at flash from a man who couldn't manage basic courtesy, let alone class. Lamarck, on the other hand, prided himself on refinement. He treated his girls well, or so he told himself, as he held the door for his latest edition, a 15-year-old with wide eyes and a hesitant step, fresh to his stable of 8. She'd earned a rare gesture with a private performance earlier that evening. The caddy purred to life, and by 7:30, Lamarck was rolling toward the French Quarter, where convention crowds meant steady business. Tonight, with distributors in town, the streets would be flush with cash. Kelly spotted him half a block away, who else wore a 3-piece suit with a girl in a micro mini. The cheap glint of her jewelry was visible even from a distance. He eased his rental car into traffic, keeping a few vehicles between them. White Cadillacs weren't exactly common, and this one led him across the river without much effort. A risky run through a yellow light was the only hiccup. When the caddy stopped at a hotel, the girl stepped out, her walk a practiced blend of purpose and resignation. Kelly avoided looking too closely tonight. Wasn't about sympathy. The mission demanded cold precision, not the anger that had brought him here. The Cadillac rolled on, parking near a garish bar, just close enough to the upscale district to draw clients, but far enough to avoid scrutiny. Taxis came and went like clockwork, proof of the place's reliable clientele. Kelly parked 3 blocks away, using the walk to scout the area. Neon signs flickered over doorways, and women in short skirts offered hollow smiles. He ignored them, scanning the street for exits, blind spots, anything useful. The past whispered at the edges of his mind, but he shut it down. Tonight was about the hunt. The man wore relaxed, nondescript clothing, the kind a well-off but unassuming guy might choose for a sweltering, muggy evening. His outfit whispered wealth without shouting it, and the way he carried himself made it clear he wasn't someone to mess with. He had the air of a man who knew his worth but preferred to keep things low-key, even when stepping into the shadows for the night. At exactly 8:17, he pushed through the doors of Wildcats, a dimly lit bar thick with cigarette smoke and the raw energy of a live rock band. The music pulsed from the far end of the room, where a modest dance floor was packed with people swaying to the beat, some his age, most younger. In the corner, Pierre Lamarck lounged at a table with a couple of associates, their body language suggesting business rather than friendship. Kelly made a beeline for the restroom, partly out of necessity, but mostly to scope out the layout. A side exit offered no advantage. Lamarck's table was just as accessible from the main entrance. The quickest route to the white Cadillac outside would take anyone right past Kelly's spot at the bar, So that's where he planted himself, ordering a beer and pretending to be engrossed in the band. By 9:10, the scene at Lamarck's table shifted. Two women approached, one draping herself over his lap, the other whispering something that made him smirk. His companions watched with mild amusement as both women discreetly passed him something. Kelly kept his gaze on the band, careful not to stare, but Lamarck made it obvious cash, thick and flashy, rolled into the wad he pulled from his pocket. Classic pimp behavior, Kelly noted. The women left, replaced by others in a steady rotation. His tablemates got the same treatment, laughing too loudly, tossing bills at the waitress like it was nothing. Kelly stayed mobile, shedding his jacket and rolling up his sleeves to blend in better. He nursed 2 beers over 4 hours, keeping his wits sharp, despite the stifling heat and the bar's seedy energy. The monotony of surveillance didn't bother him. He cataloged every movement, every face, assigning nicknames to the regulars. Lamarck never removed his suit jacket, always kept his back to the wall. His companions joked with forced camaraderie, their interactions too polished to be genuine. Even among his own kind, Lamarck was alone. Just past midnight, Kelly slipped his jacket back on and headed to the restroom again. Inside a stall, he adjusted the pistol tucked into his waistband. 2 beers in 4 hours, his system should have burned through them by now. He hoped. At the sink, he caught a glimpse in the mirror as the door swung open. A flash of white suit, dark hair. Kelly took his time, waiting for the flush. The man turned, their eyes locking in the reflection. "Excuse me," Pierre Lamarck said. Kelly tossed the crumpled paper towel aside, his hands finally dry. "I've always had a thing for women," he murmured, keeping his voice low. Lamarck, already 6 drinks deep and swaying slightly, barely registered the comment as he admired his reflection in the grimy bathroom mirror. "The kind who approach you first," Kelly added, hesitating. "They, answer to you, right?" Lamarck smirked, running a cheap black comb through his hair. "You could put it that way, friend. What's your angle?" Kelly shifted uncomfortably, rubbing the back of his neck. "I might need some company tonight. A few friends in town, one celebrating a birthday, a little private party." Lamarck cut in, amused. "Got it." Kelly's attempt at bashfulness only made him seem more out of place, but the awkwardness played to his advantage. "Why didn't you just say so? How many girls you thinking?" "The 3, maybe 4. Let's step outside, I could use some fresh air." Sure. Just let me rinse off real quick." Kelly waited by the bar's entrance, the streets surprisingly calm for New Orleans. Even in a city that never slept, midweek nights had their own quiet rhythm. Footsteps approached and Lamarck clapped him on the shoulder. "No shame in wanting a good time, especially when you're out of town, right?" "I'll pay whatever it takes," Kelly said, forcing a nervous grin. Lamarck chuckled, playing the seasoned businessman, putting a rookie at ease. "With my girls, you better. Anything else you need to keep the party going?" Kelly cleared his throat, motioning toward a dim alley. "Maybe something to, liven things up?" Lamarck followed without hesitation. "I got you covered." "Say, you look familiar. You ever meet Pam? Blonde, real slim?" Kelly nodded. "Yeah, she was fun." "Not with me anymore," Lamarck said dismissively. "But I got plenty more. Fresh faces, always ready to please." "I bet," Kelly muttered, his hand slipping behind his back. "They're all on something, right? To keep them lively." Lamarck grinned. "Happy juice, my man. Make sure they're always in the mood." He paused at the alley's mouth, scanning the street probably for cops, which worked just fine for Kelly. Behind him, the narrow passage was barely lit, lined with dumpsters, and the occasional scrawny cat. "All right, 4 girls, all night, plus party favors, let's call it 500. Top shelf service, no regrets." Hands where I can see them, Kelly ordered, pressing the barrel of his Colt against Lamarck's ribs. The pimp scoffed. You're making a big mistake, pal, bigger than arguing with a loaded gun. Kelly's tone was ice. Walk. That's right, quietly. Maybe you'll live to drink another round. Lamarck's bravado wavered. You really want to die over this? You tell me, Kelly countered. Is your wallet worth it? Lamarck weighed his options, then turned into the shadows. 50 yards in, Kelly yanked him against the brick wall, checking the alley twice before growling. Give me your piece slow. I don't. The click of the hammer silenced him. Try again. Lamarck swallowed hard. Easy, man. It's just cash. Smart answer, Kelly said as a small pistol slid into his waiting hand. Kelly slid his finger inside the trigger guard, careful not to leave prints on the weapon. The weight of the pistol settled comfortably in his coat pocket, but the reality of what he was about to do sent a cold ripple down his spine. Lamarck fumbled with the roll of cash, his nerves fraying at the edges, good for intimidation, bad for predictability. Kelly felt his own muscles tighten. Appreciate it, mister. Lamarck, he said, keeping his tone smooth, though the man's wavering focus and liquor-slurred words made the air feel thicker. Then Lamarck's gaze sharpened just for a second. Hold up, you mentioned Pam earlier. Kelly didn't flinch. Yeah, I did. Lamarck's face twisted in the dim light, eyes glinting like wet stones in a riverbed. You're one of the guys who wrecked her. Watrous Baffin. Lamarck barked a laugh. She came to me, man. And you handed her pills like candy so she could keep up with the party, right? Kelly's voice was eerily calm, detached, like he was discussing the weather. Just business, huh? Just another girl to use? Lamarck's bravado flickered. She was good at what she did. Was, Kelly echoed, hand dipping into his pocket. Because she's dead. Somebody made sure of that. Not me. Lamarck's voice cracked. He was sweating now, caught in a nightmare where the rules kept shifting. Kelly twisted the silencer into place with a quiet click. Lamarck's breath hitched as his brain finally caught up. This wasn't a shakedown. This was an ending. Then why? Kelly didn't let him finish. The pistol rose, swift and final. Practice, he said, and the word hung in the air like smoke. The plane ride back to D was quiet, half-empty, just how Kelly preferred it. He sipped orange juice and replayed the night in his head, the way he always did after an op. Old SEAL habits died hard. Performance critique, his old CO would have called it. Lamarck's blood had been the surprise arterial spray, messy and dramatic. Kelly had dodged most of it, but not all. Small oversight. At least he dressed for the occasion. Dark clothes, a homemade catch bag for the shell casings, a location with no witnesses. Lamarck had dropped like a sack of flour. No twitching, no last words. Teffer craze, efficient. But as the plane hummed through the clouds, Kelly's fingers tapped restlessly against the armrest. Traft at Depson, one mistake. That's all it took. Next time, he'd stand farther back. The alley had been dim, the perfect place to disappear back into the flow of pedestrians before reaching his car. Back at the motel, he stripped off everything, the blood-stained pants, the shirt, even the socks, stuffing them into a plastic dry cleaning bag. A quick trip across the street to toss it in a grocery store dumpster, and the evidence was gone. If anyone found it, they'd probably assume some butcher had a messy day at work. He'd been careful no open meetings with Lamarck. Their only conversation under light had been in the bar's restroom, and luck had been on his side. The sidewalk where they'd walked was too shadowed, too anonymous. Even if someone recognized Lamarck, they'd only recall a vague figure near him. A fair risk, Kelly decided, gazing down at the dense forests of northern Alabama. The scene had been staged like a robbery. Lamarck's flashy roll of cash, nearly $1,500, tucked away in his bag. Leaving the money would have raised questions. Cash was cash, and taking it made the whole thing look random, just another street crime. As for the act itself, he refused to call it a crime. He'd executed it cleanly. But the real test had been inside his own head. This wasn't combat, not like Vietnam, yet his nerves had held. No shaking, no hesitation. Just the old familiar rush, every sense sharpened, every sound amplified, his body humming with adrenaline. For a moment, he'd felt more alive than he had in years. It was almost ironic, that surge of vitality coming from ending a life. But Lamarck, he'd lost any right to sympathy long ago. Maybe he'd had a rough childhood. Maybe the world had failed him. Kelly didn't care. Lamarck had chosen his path, exploiting vulnerable girls without a second thought. And choices have consequences. Somewhere out there, someone who loved one of those girls might have done the same thing. Lamarck had rolled the dice, and this time, he'd lost. Kelly leaned back, eyes closed, searching for guilt. There was none. No regret. No sorrow, just the quiet certainty that the world was better off. The plane hummed beneath him, miles above the earth, and he felt nothing but calm. Lamarck's death meant nothing to Kelly, just another bad guy erased from existence. The 5 girls he'd spotted working the bar might miss their pimp, but who knows? Maybe one would use this as her chance to turn things around. Not likely, sure, but hope wasn't a crime. Reality kept Kelly grounded. He couldn't fix the whole damn world, but that didn't mean he'd ignore the cracks he could patch. Still, none of that answered the real question. How did he feel about wiping Pierre Lamarck off the map? The truth? Nothing. No satisfaction. Just the quiet pride of a job well done. Like squashing a roach, no fanfare. Just one less pest in the world. The money. A prop, not a prize. Pam's death stayed unavenged. The world kept spinning. But he'd proven something to himself, cold, clean efficiency. Eyes shut, Kelly let his mind sharpen. Lamarck was small time. What came next? Bigger targets, worse men. This time they came to him. Greer smirked as he guided them into the CIA's sleek conference room. No Pentagon chaos here. VIP parking, chilled air. Podolsky already camped by the vent, cigarette in hand. "Dutch, you nailed it," Greer said, sliding typed notes across the table. "Should have dragged this kid into Ox at gunpoint. He's exactly what we used to be." Podolsky's laugh was sharp. No wonder he quit. "Careful with that gun idea," Greer countered. "Spent last night digging through his file. White's George and the calf. The guy's a tornado." Maxwell's brow furrowed. "Wild. Call it." "Motivated," Greer amended. 3 COs backed his plays except one. "Plastic flower. That political op he iced?" "Bingo." His LT lost it, but after what he saw? Only mistake was rushing in. Podolsky glanced up, fighter pilot grin intact. "Hell, I'd have done worse. And look, kid writes cleaner than half my analysts." "Jesuit education," Greer said. "Our kingpin assessment lines up with his, minus some bluntness." Maxwell leaned in. "Who ran CIA's eval?" "Robert Ritter. Europe guy. Terse but sharp." Podolsky blew smoke. "Why's a Euro specialist on Kingpin?" Maxwell's smile was thin. "You know why, Cass. If Boxwood Green kicks off, we need ops muscle. My cloud only stretches so far." Greer scanned the room, watching as each person at the table gave a hesitant nod, all except Podolsky. who kept his eyes glued to his files before finally voicing the question on everyone's mind. Can we really trust him? He wasn't the one who blew Kingpin, Greer countered. That's Jim Angleton's mess to sort out. Ritter was brought in for a reason. He knows how this place works better than I do. I'm just the analyst. He's the one who gets things done. And loyalty. The guy nearly got fired for extracting an asset from Gru when the suits upstairs said no. Turned out his guy had intel state needed, which saved Ritter's neck. He left out the part about the martini-loving bureaucrat who'd been quietly sidelined. Some losses weren't worth mourning. Maxwell smirked. So he's a swashbuckler. He sticks by his people, Greer shot back. Something this place tends to forget. Podolsky finally looked up. Sounds like our guy. Bring him in, Maxwell ordered, then leaned forward, his voice dropping to a growl. But make it clear if some pencil pusher screws this up. I'll personally fly down to Pax River, grab an A4 and turn his house into a bonfire. Cass chuckled. Let me handle that, Dutch. I've got a steadier hand for dropping things. Plus, I've got 600 hours in the scooter. Greer wasn't sure if the man was joking. What about Kelly? Maxwell asked. His new alias is Clark. Works better as a civilian, no rank to trip over. He'll never shake the chief mentality, but this way he's flexible. Make it happen, Maxwell said. Having a Navy man under CIA cover but still bound by military discipline was too useful to pass up. Quantico for training, Maxwell added. General Young's an old friend. Aviator. He'll get it. Podolsky grinned. Marty and I went through test pilot school together. True a Tiveler true, and honestly, Kingpin was overstaffed. If this works, Kelly deserves his medal. One step at a time, Maxwell warned, turning back to Greer. Keep us posted if Angleton digs up anything. Count on it, Greer said. If there's a rat, we'll flush him out. The guy could catch a fish in a desert. Later, at the airport, Kelly dialed Greer's number while waiting for his luggage. Clark here, he said, amused by the spy movie feel of the alias. Still on for today? Rescheduled. Tuesday at 3:30. Drive in, give me your car details. Kelly rattled off the info, surprised but not offended. You got my notes? Solid work, Clark. We'll review Tuesday. Kelly hung up, muttering, thanks for nothing. An hour later, he was back in his Baltimore apartment, scarfing down sandwiches and Coke. His stubble darkened his jawline, but he couldn't be bothered to shave. A long nap sounded better. The civilian construction crew wasn't entirely sure what they were building, but the paycheck made it worthwhile. With mortgages to cover and kids to feed, they weren't about to question the bizarre structures taking shape on this remote marine base in Virginia's rolling woodlands. The buildings stood out like sore thumbs concrete boxes with strange dimensions, clearly designed using metric measurements despite the American standard blueprints. Most of the crew were military veterans, a mix of Army and Marine Corps alumni who exchanged uneasy glances as officer candidates jogged past the site each dawn. One ex-Marine corporal found himself staring at the fresh-faced recruits, wondering how many would survive their first deployment. He'd made it back from his own tour unscathed, a minor miracle considering how often he'd heard bullets whizzing past his head. The job itself had been straightforward if oddly rushed. 3 weeks of relentless overtime had transformed the cleared site into something resembling a military installation, complete with a massive parking lot that seemed absurd for buildings without plumbing or electricity. But nothing compared to the strangeness of his current assignment: assembling playground equipment under the Virginia sun. As he tightened the last bolt on an oversized jungle gym, he couldn't shake the irony. Here he was, a combat veteran building swing sets for a facility that clearly wasn't meant for children. The Corps worked in mysterious ways, but the overtime checks were fat enough to silence any questions. If only the commute weren't so brutal. Maybe next time they'd need contractors at Fort Belvoir now. That would be convenient. Across town, two old prep school buddies shared drinks at a Capitol Hill bistro. Peter Henderson, a Senate aide, nursed his beer while Wally Hicks from the White House staff lamented the stagnant peace talks. It's the same old story, Wally sighed. We bury ours, they bury theirs. When does it end? Peter frowned, remembering their Andover days when the Cuban Missile Crisis had made war feel imminent. Now, years later, the cycle just repeated. It has to change, Peter insisted, though neither could imagine how. The conversation drifted, heavy with the weight of history neither man could rewrite. The moment their political awakening truly hit home came on an ordinary Tuesday evening, huddled around the flickering black and white TV in their boarding school's common room. The president's grim face filled the screen as he addressed the nation. Soviet missiles had been spotted in Cuba. The newspapers had whispered about tensions, but seeing it unfold in grainy real-time made it visceral. For Peter Henderson and Wally Hicks, it was a brutal crash course in global stakes, one their privileged education had somehow failed to deliver until now. Surrounded by the nervous murmurs of classmates, the reality sank in. They were sitting ducks. Boston glittered to the southeast. Westover Air Force Base loomed nearby, and nuclear submarines lurked at Portsmouth. If those missiles launched, their sheltered lives would evaporate before they'd even had a chance to live them. And then, with the absurdity only teenage minds could conjure, the thought struck them simultaneously they'd never even had sex. Other boys boasted, but Peter and Wally, bound by honesty, admitted their futile attempts. Wasn't the universe supposed to prioritize them? Weren't they destined for greatness? The injustice of it all kept them awake all night, whispering in the dark as the world outside turned from predictable to perilous. By dawn, they'd made a pact. They'd fix this broken system. After graduation, though Brown and Harvard pulled them apart geographically, their missions stayed intact. Political science degrees, master's programs, the right connections, their families smoothed the path, ensuring they bypassed the draft with well-placed phone calls. Now, as junior aides to powerful men, they nursed bruised egos, but underestimated their own influence. Filtering reports, shaping agendas, they controlled the flow of information, often knowing more than their bosses. And wasn't that how it should be? War was idiotic. Peace was logical. And the fact that so many failed to see it baffled them. The only real difference. Hicks operated inside the White House machinery, while Henderson maneuvered elsewhere. But both were certain of one thing. They'd learned the truth young, and the world would catch up eventually. Hicks confided everything in his classmate, which wasn't an issue. Both held special access clearances, and more importantly, he valued the insight of someone whose intellect he respected. What Hicks didn't realize was that Henderson had already crossed a line he hadn't. After the chaos of the Cambodia protests, Henderson had made up his mind. If he couldn't shift policy from within, he'd seek outside allies to stop the reckless decisions threatening global stability. There were others out there, scattered across the world, who shared his disgust for war people, who understood you couldn't shove a government down people's throats. His first connection had been a peace activist at Harvard, but now he was dealing with someone deeper in the shadows. Part of him knew he should have told Hicks, but the moment never felt right. Wally might not be ready to hear it. "It'll happen," Henderson muttered, signaling the waitress for another drink. "This war's ending. We're pulling out. Vietnam gets to choose its own fate. Losing might be the best thing for us. Teach us humility, remind us power has limits. Maybe then we'll finally learn to step back and let peace breathe." Kelly woke just past 5, groggy from the previous day's chaos and the exhaustion of travel. But now, after nearly 11 hours of sleep, he felt sharp. Staring into the mirror, he rubbed the thick stubble from 2 unshaven days. Perfect. His outfit was a carefully curated disaster. Oversized, faded, and deliberately ruined. He'd even washed everything in scalding water with extra bleach to make the fabric look as miserable as possible. The final touches, worn-out sneakers and dingy socks, completed the look, though they were sturdier than they appeared. The wig, a mess of coarse black hair, got the hot water treatment before he roughly combed it into disarray. Now it just needed to wreak something he'd figure out later. Nature lent a hand as evening storms rolled in, the wind and rain masking his movements as he slipped into his beat-up Volkswagen. Parking near a liquor store, he grabbed a bottle of cheap wine in a crumpled paper bag, then dumped half the contents into the gutter before twisting the cap back on. The neighborhood felt different now, no longer just a place to pass through, but a hunting ground. Driving past the spot where he'd confronted Billy, he glanced for tire marks. Yuri Tefalapeter. Vietnam flashed in his mind, the tree line, that invisible border between safety and danger where the jungle swallowed you whole. Here, the boundary was just as real, only this time he wasn't marching in with a squad. He was alone in a rusted-out car, accelerating into the urban jungle. Finding a parking spot among other derelict vehicles, he moved fast, slipping into a trash-strewn alley like he was evading an enemy LZ. Every sense was on high alert. The war wasn't over, it had just followed him home. Kelly wiped the sweat from his brow, pleased with how thoroughly he'd worked himself into character. The cheap wine left a bitter taste as he swished it around, before letting it trickle down his chin, staining his already grimy shirt. He scooped up a handful of loose dirt, working it into his skin, until his arms looked as weathered as the cracked pavement beneath him. A final touch, he dusted his wig, transforming himself into just another disheveled drifter blending into the urban decay. The alley stretched, long and shadowed, lined with abandoned buildings that sagged under neglect. Kelly slowed his steps, letting his movements grow loose and unsteady, while scanning for the perfect vantage point. It didn't take long. Vacant houses were plentiful here. He settled on a corner property with a second-floor bay window, slipping inside through a rusted back door. The moment he stepped into the wrecked kitchen, 2 rats scurried from a pile of debris, their beady eyes locking onto him. A shudder ran down his spine. Damn rodents. He hated them, their greasy fur, those twitching tails, the way they moved like they owned the place. Hell no, he muttered, sidestepping as they watched him with more curiosity than fear. Anger flared as he climbed the creaking stairs. Since when did rats rattle me? He scoffed at his own reaction. Were they gonna form some kind of rodent militia? The absurdity of it finally broke his tension, and he shook his head with a quiet laugh. The bay windows offered a sweeping view, cracked glass, missing panes, but a solid perch. The streets below were a grid of fading light and shifting shadows, the air thick with humidity from the earlier rain. Streetlights buzzed, drawing moths into their glow, while distant car horns and muffled voices drifted up. Kelly adjusted his binoculars, scanning the Friday night bustle. Dealers worked the corners, customers drifted in and out. One stood out, young, early 20s, moving with the practiced ease of someone who knew the game. Kelly chewed his gum absently, mapping out his next move. The city hummed around him, alive and oblivious to the hunter in its midst. After 20 minutes of careful surveillance, Kelly had a clear mental image of the drug dealer and his right-hand man. They moved with the relaxed confidence of men who'd earned their position, whether by taking it or defending it. Their operation was clearly thriving, with what appeared to be repeat customers. He watched as they strolled up to a luxury import, exchanging jokes with the driver and passenger before the deal went down. Handshakes and casual waves followed. The two men were nearly identical in height and build, so Kelly mentally dubbed them Archie and Jughead. Christ, I used to be so naive, Kelly thought, shaking his head as he scanned the next street. A memory flashed some idiot in Third Sog caught lighting up right before a mission. It had been Kelly's team, his responsibility, and even though the guy was fresh out of SEAL training, that excuse didn't fly. Kelly had laid it out plain. Going into the field, anything less than razor sharp could get the whole team killed. The guy's lazy, "Hey man, I got this," earned him a one-way ticket out courtesy of Kelly's fists. That was the only time drugs had ever touched his unit, as far as he knew. Barisu off duty. Sure, they'd had their wild nights like that legendary bender in Taiwan that left half the hotel in shambles. But that was different. At least that's what he told himself, ignoring the hypocrisy. His thoughts snapped back to the present. Down another block, a lone dealer worked without backup, his striped shirt marking him as Charlie Brown in Kelly's mental catalog. Over the next few hours, he mapped out 3 more operations, weighing each for weaknesses. Archie and Jughead had the most traffic, but visibility was an issue. Charlie Brown had his turf to himself, except for that damn bus stop nearby. Then there was Dagwood and the Wizard, each with their own muscle, making them tricky targets. Big Bob and his even bigger enforcer. That was a fight Kelly wasn't ready for, not yet. First, he needed to know the terrain cold. A 10-block radius, memorized down to patrol routes and cop shift changes. No parking the same spot twice, no movement in daylight. Gear prep, a backup blade, not a gun. Rope. Gloves the rubber kind housewives use. A jacket with hidden pockets. Snacks for energy, gum to stay sharp. Every detail mattered. Because in this game, hesitation got you killed. Kelly smirked to himself. Maybe bubblegum would lighten the mood. A glance at his watch showed 3:20 a.m., the streets thinning out. Wizard and his second-in-command had already vanished around the corner, while Dagwood slipped into his car, his lieutenant taking the wheel. Charlie was gone by the next sweep. Only Archie and Jughead to the south and Big Bob to the west remained, still closing deals with their well-dressed clientele. Kelly kept watching, his muscles stiff from hours of stillness, until even the last 2 packed up, disappearing, faster than he could track. How would they pull that off? Another note for later. Creeping down the stairs, his night-adjusted eyes scanned for movement. The house next door was oddly active, but at least the rats had scattered. The alley was clear, so he staggered out, playing the part of a drunk until his car came into view. Damn it. He'd parked too close to a streetlight, rookie mistake. Slurring his steps, he closed the distance, then slid inside, engine roaring to life. No headlights until he was blocks away, merging onto the empty stretch of Loch Raven Boulevard. The car's warmth let him replay the night. Dealers flicking Zippos, their night vision ruined by each flare. Business had dwindled, their movements growing sluggish. Tired. Witduble, skindaful, human. Their routines revealed weaknesses. A good haul. Passing the baseball stadium, he almost reached for the wine bottle, but stopped himself. No slip-ups now. The wig came off, his scalp damp beneath it. God, I need water. Back at his apartment, he gulped down glass after glass. The AC, a blessing on his grimy skin. Lunch meat sandwiches vanished in seconds, but the shower taunted him. Fight, fruit de tree. The filth was armor. His stench, his greasy beard, they kept eyes off him. In the mirror, a stranger stared back. The floor would be his bed tonight. Clean sheets were a luxury he couldn't afford. Not when invisibility meant survival. The nightmare started right at 11 in the morning, though Colonel Zacharias had lost all sense of time. The relentless tropical sun hung like a burning spotlight, scorching everything beneath it. Even in his cramped windowless cell, the heat pressed in, thick and suffocating, while insects swarmed in the oppressive humidity, thriving where he could barely endure. It was as if the very environment conspired against him, a perfect reflection of the hell he'd once heard described in sermons back home. Zacharias had trained for this. SEER school survival, evasion, resistance, and escape was mandatory for pilots, designed to break men before the enemy ever could. The instructors had reveled in their cruelty, pushing Air Force and Navy officers beyond limits even hardened Marines would balk at. It was brutal, humiliating, and something he'd sworn never to endure again. Yet here he was, reliving it against his will. He'd always known capture was a possibility, but like most pilots, he'd pushed the thought aside until the chilling static of emergency radios cut through the air, until he'd seen parachutes drifting toward hostile ground. He'd scrambled to organize rescue missions, praying for the Jolly Green Giants from Laos or the Navy's hulking Big Muthas to swoop in. Sometimes they made it. More often, they didn't. The desperate pleas of downed airmen haunted him, voices cracking with fear, begging for extraction before the enemy closed in. Those chopper crews were legends, risking everything, and though Zacharias never drank, he'd bought enough rounds for them to drown a platoon, a warrior's tribute to their courage. But he'd never truly believed it would be him. Death? Sure. He'd faced that possibility every time he strapped into his F-105, diving headfirst into the densest air defenses the world had ever seen. As King Weasel, he'd written a playbook, outthinking Soviet-built radars and missiles in a deadly dance of speed and precision. It was the ultimate game high-stakes chess at Mach 1, where one wrong move meant oblivion. He'd expected, if anything, to go out in a blaze of fire and thunder, a warrior's end. Now, trapped in this sweltering hellhole, he realized how naive he'd been. Faith had always steadied him. Death in battle would have been honorable, a chance to stand before God with pride. But this was something else entirely. Colonel Robin Zacharias had always been a man of unwavering faith, a devoted husband, a loving father to his spirited children, and a respected leader among his fellow soldiers. As an elder in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, he dutifully tithed his Air Force salary, living by the principles of his faith without hesitation. Death had never frightened him. The afterlife was a certainty, a promise he trusted completely. But life was unpredictable, and right now, his was hanging by a thread. Faith, no matter how strong, still had to wrestle with the frailties of the body that housed it, a truth he had never fully grasped until now. He told himself his belief should be unshakable, enough to carry him through any trial. Men should be. Was. That's what he'd been taught as a boy in those quiet classrooms beneath the shadow of the Wasatch Mountains, where teachers in crisp white shirts spoke with the certainty of generations. But here, in this suffocating isolation, the lessons felt distant, almost naive. A whisper in his mind insisted this was different, and he fought to silence it. To accept it would mean doubting everything he believed. Joseph Smith had died for his faith. Countless martyrs before him had endured torture, their final breaths whispering God's name. But their suffering had an end: hours, days at most. They could see the finish line. Robin had no such luxury. Alone, cut off from any human contact, even the tap code met with silence. His prayers, once a refuge, now felt dangerous. Asking for deliverance meant admitting it might not come, and if it didn't, what then? The deprivation gnawed at him, not just hunger, but the absence of thought, of connection. Fear coiled in his gut, not of death but of pain, of the slow erosion of his resolve. He had always prided himself on strength, but now he understood. The mind and body were bound together, and exhaustion could break even the most steadfast spirit. Worse, he blamed himself for it, as if being human was a failure. If only he could speak to another elder, confess his doubts, but there was no one. Instead, he spiraled deeper into his own trap, his refusal to acknowledge weakness becoming his undoing. And all the while his captors watched, waiting for the moment his faith and his soul would finally shatter. The situation took a brutal turn when the cell door creaked open. Two Vietnamese soldiers in faded khaki uniforms glared at Zacharias with undisguised contempt, as if his very presence polluted their homeland. He braced himself, recognizing their intent, but before he could steady his nerves, they seized him, each gripping an arm while a third guard trailed behind, rifle barrel jabbing into his spine. The sharp pain radiated from his old ejection injury, forcing a choked gasp from his lips. Their faces remained blank, indifferent to his suffering. No questions, no purpose, just methodical violence as 5 men descended on him at once. Zacharias understood. Fighting back meant death. Though part of him longed for an end, surrender wasn't an option. Not like this. Within moments, his body gave out. He crumpled onto the cracked concrete, each blow landing like a tally mark on some grim ledger. Pain locked his muscles, rendering him helpless as their laughter twisted into something inhuman hyenas circling prey. Just when the torment seemed endless, a roar shattered the chaos. The kicks ceased. Boots shuffled backward. Through blurred vision, he caught the soldier's startled expressions as a commanding voice, unmistakably American, cut through the room. Then a shift. Strong hands lifted him, propping him against the wall. Grishanov's face swam into focus, flushed with fury. "My God," the Russian muttered, before barking orders in broken Vietnamese. A canteen appeared, water sluicing over Zacharias' face. The door slammed shut. "Drink, Robin," Grishanov urged, pressing a flask to his lips. The vodka burned, harsh and medicinal. Zacharias recoiled, but Grishanov's grip tightened. "This isn't indulgence, it's survival. Your faith allows it. Trust me." Doubt flickered. Hadn't he heard of tinctures using alcohol? The logic blurred as the liquor dulled the adrenaline, his body sagging under its weight. Grishanov dabbed at his wounds, cursing under his breath. "Animals," he spat. "Major Vin will answer for this. War has rules, Robin. We're soldiers, not butchers." His voice cracked, raw with frustration. "Honor means something. To them, nothing." He offered the flask again. "It's all I have." Zacharias drank, the world tilting further. Numbness spread, but the confusion lingered deeper now, more unsettling than the pain. Grishanov gave a slow nod, his voice softening as he spoke. "You're a good man. I don't say it often, but standing firm against those relentless pests takes real guts." Zacharias winced, his breath ragged. "No choice," he muttered. "Exactly," Grishanov replied, dabbing the sweat from the pilot's brow with the same care he'd use on his own child. "I'd do the same." He hesitated, then sighed. "Christ, what I wouldn't give to be back in the cockpit." "Same here." "Colonel, if only call me Kolya," the Russian interrupted with a wave. "After all this time, we're past formalities." Said, "Kolya?" "Nikolay's my given name. Kolya's just. Friendlier, no?" Zacharias leaned his head against the cold wall, shutting his eyes as the memory of soaring through the clouds washed over him. "Yeah, Kolya. I'd give anything to feel that rush again." Grishanov settled beside him, draping an arm over his battered shoulders, the first kindness Zacharias had felt in nearly a year. "Not so different, I bet," Kolya mused. "The MiG-17 was my sweetheart. Outdated now, but damn, what a dance. Just a whisper of the stick, and she'd move like she read your mind. My F-86 had that touch, Zacharias murmured. All relics now. The Russian chuckled. Like first loves, eh? That girl who made your pulse race as a boy. But for men like us, nothing beats the first plane. Colder than a woman, sure, but far less unpredictable. Zacharias attempted a laugh, but choked instead. Grishinov handed him the flask again. Easy now. So, what's your pick? Zacharias exhaled, warmth spreading through him. Flown most of them. Missed the F-94 and 89, heard they weren't much loss. The 104. Like a hot rod, but short legs. Nah, the 86H takes the cake for pure handling. And the thud? Grishinov prodded, using the slang for the F-105. Zacharias coughed. Turns like a freight train, but hell, she's fast down low. Pushed mine 120 knots past red line once. Not a fighter, they say. Just a bomb hauler. Grishinov had made a study of American pilot talk. But she'll yank you out of trouble quick. Just don't try tangling in a dogfight, make that first shot count. But for bombing runs, Grishinov leaned in. Pilot to pilot, your precision here is damn impressive. We do our best, Kolya. Zacharias slurred, the liquor hitting harder than expected. The Russian marveled this man had never touched a drop before tonight. Unthinkable to live without it. And how you handle those SAM sites. Makurgatan, I've watched. We're enemies, Robin, Kolya repeated. But we're pilots first. The skill I've seen here. It's Steftasmin. You must be one hell of a poker player back home. May poker? Zacharias shook his head. Nah, not my game. But what you pulled off in that thud, not gambling. Calculated risk. You plan, you adapt, you get inside the other guy's head. Grishinov made a mental note to top off his flask. Months of trial and error, and he'd finally cracked it. Pity those stubborn little brutes couldn't grasp that breaking a man, often forged his resolve. For all their bluster, their worldview was as cramped as their villages. They never learned. Grishinov, though? He collected lessons, ironically, this one from a Luftwaffe officer. Another shame. The Vietnamese only let him run these interrogations. He'd write Moscow soon. With the right leverage, this camp could be far more useful. The savages had shown unexpected ingenuity in setting up this camp, yet their predictable short-sightedness kept them from realizing its full potential. How revolting to be stuck in this sweltering, bug-infested land among these smug, small-minded people with their viper-like tempers. But the intel he needed was here. Though his current task disgusted him, he'd stumbled upon a fitting phrase in one of those modern American novels he read, to refine his already polished language skills, a distinctly American expression. This was just business, a worldview he grasped immediately. Too bad the American beside him likely wouldn't understand, Kolya mused, half listening to the man's endless chatter about weasel pilot maneuvers. The reflection staring back at him grew less familiar by the day, a good sign. Old habits died hard. He'd already filled the sink with steaming water and worked up a lather before remembering he wasn't supposed to wash. Kelly did scrub his teeth, though. That sticky film was unbearable, and for the rest of his disguise, he had that god-awful wine. Cloying, syrupy, with an unsettling amber hue, he might not be a sommelier. But even he knew decent table wine shouldn't resemble ditch water. He fled the bathroom, unable to stomach his own gaze for long. A bland meal of oatmeal and boiled eggs steadied him, providing energy without digestive betrayals. Then the real work began, jogging in place, push-ups, and combat drills to keep his reflexes razor sharp. Yesterday's daylight excursion to Goodwill had been a gamble, risking recognition in his grubby disguise, but the oversized frayed bush jacket he'd scored did the trick. Comparing himself to the other shoppers, he realized the look worked, not the most derelict street person, but convincingly down and out. The clerk's pitying expression as she handed over the jacket suggested she just wanted him gone. Irony tasted bitter in Vietnam. Blending in as a local could have saved lives. Last night's reconnaissance confirmed his camouflage's effectiveness. Not even the muggers glanced twice at another reeking drunk. 5 hours perched in an abandoned house's bay window revealed predictable police patrols and bus schedules. Post-workout, he broke down his unused pistol and suppressor, reassembling them with a new modification. A faint white stripe along the silencer for low-light aiming. Useless for long range. But tonight wouldn't require sharpshooting. The wine bottle sat half empty, its contents as foul as his circumstances, yet both would serve their purpose. With the pistol prepped, he slid around into the chamber and eased the hammer down before snapping the magazine into place. He'd picked up a Ka-Bar combat knife from a military surplus shop, the kind Marines swore by, and spent last night honing its 7-inch, Bowie-style blade to a razor's edge while keeping watch on the neighborhood. Funny how a knife could unsettle people more than a gun. Not logical, but convenient. Both weapons nestled against the small of his back, concealed under the drape of his dark shirt and bush jacket. One pocket held a dented whiskey flask filled with tap water. The other bulged with 4 Snickers bars. Coiled around his waist like a makeshift belt was a length of thick electrical wire, and his pants pocket held a pair of yellow Playtex gloves, not exactly stealthy, but they'd do the job without sacrificing grip. He'd already stashed a pair of worn cotton driving gloves in the car, which he'd scrubbed down inch by inch after buying it, erasing every fingerprint like some TV cop drama taught him. Maybe he was overthinking it, but better paranoid than caught. No ID. Just a thrift store wallet with a few crumpled bills. Binoculars stayed home tonight, too bulky. He made a mental note to grab a compact pair later. The local news predicted patchy clouds and a 75-degree low as he gulped 2 cups of instant coffee, waiting for full dark. Exiting the apartment felt riskier than it should have. Kill the lights, scan the parking lot, then move slow, deliberate. The Volkswagen's door clicked shut only after he'd gloved up. Passing his abandoned Scout, he almost pitied the lonely hulk. The radio played mellow rock to fill the silence as he crept southward, hands clammy inside the gloves. Funny how the drive-in always twisted his gut worse than the actual mission. Red lights became excuses to check mirrors. Speeders blurred past while he counted seconds like a metronome. Tonight's approach looped 2 blocks east of the target, his brain still converting urban blocks to jungle kilometers. A private joke as he parked behind a vintage Chevy. Alley shadows swallowed him whole. 20 paces in, his shoulders slumped into a drunk's shuffle. Yo, old-timer. 3 teens perched on a fence, beers in hand. Kelly veered left, but their laughter followed. No shortcuts tonight. One of the boys jumped down from the fence and swaggered toward him. Hey, old man, what's your problem? The kid sneered, his voice dripping with the careless cruelty of youth. Man, you smell like a dumpster fire. Didn't anyone ever tell you about soap? Kelly barely flinched, keeping his head low and shuffling forward. This wasn't part of the script. The kid matched his pace, deliberately staying in step just to mess with him. When the boy grabbed for the half-empty bottle in Kelly's hand, he held tight. No self-respecting drunk would just hand it over. A quick shove sent Kelly stumbling into the fence, but the kid lost interest fast, laughing as he rejoined his friends. And stay out of here, loser. Echoed behind him as he reached the corner. Kelly had no intention of coming back. The next few blocks brought more of the same groups of teenagers who barely glanced his way, too busy with their own jokes to bother with some ragged old man. When he finally reached the abandoned building, the back door was still cracked open, and for once, the usual scuttling of rats was absent. Inside, Kelly straightened up, letting the tension ease from his shoulders. "Snake to Chicago," he murmured, a ghost of a smile touching his lips. Observation point secured. Up the creaking stairs he went, settling into his usual spot by the southeast window. Archie and Jughead were right where he expected, a block away, chatting up a driver in a sleek sedan. 10:12 at night, and the usual players were all in position, Big Bob and his sidekick. Little Bob, Charlie Brown, working solo. Dagwood with his unnamed partner. Only the wizard was missing, but he showed up fashionably late at 11, trailed by his nervous little shadow. Toto, who darted around like a terrier chasing its own tail. Kelly smirked. "And your little dog, too." Sunday nights were slow, but Archie and Jughead seemed busier than the rest. Maybe it was their clientele, cleaner cars, better-dressed buyers, the kind that didn't usually crawl through this part of town. Not that it mattered. The real prize was what Kelly had spotted the night before and confirmed tonight. Now it was just a waiting game. He stretched out, letting his body relax while his eyes stayed sharp. The street below pulsed with its usual rhythm, police cruisers making their rounds. The groaning city bus with its screeching brakes. The dealers growing restless as the night wore on. Big Bob crossed the street to talk to the wizard, and for the first time, Kelly saw them exchange what looked like a friendly nod. Maybe the guy just needed change for a big bill. By 2 in the morning, traffic had thinned. The dealers were smoking more, talking less. The cops rolled by again, right on schedule. Kelly stayed still, watching, listening, ready. Kelly crumpled the third Snickers wrapper in his fist, stuffing it into his pocket as he scanned the dimly lit room one last time. Every surface was coated in a thick layer of dust, no chance of leaving prints behind. He hadn't even brushed against the grimy windows. Satisfied, he slipped down the creaky staircase and out the back door, melting into the shadows of the alley that ran parallel to the street. His footsteps were nearly silent now, just the faintest shuffle of worn sneakers on cracked pavement. The first night's confusion had turned into an advantage. Archie and Jughead had disappeared in a blink, no car, no sprint to the end of the block. It hadn't taken Kelly long to figure it out. These old row houses had been built with hidden shortcuts, arched passageways cutting through the middle of the blocks, perfect for quick getaways. Archie and Jughead always lingered close to one, though they never seemed to watch it. Kelly smirked as he leaned against a crumbling shed, barely big enough to fit a bicycle. He rigged a makeshift alarm with a couple of empty beer cans and a length of twine, ensuring no one could sneak up on him. Then he moved, light on his feet, fingers brushing the grip of his silenced pistol. 35 feet might as well have been a mile in a tunnel sound carried like a shout in a church. His eyes darted over the ground, avoiding a crumpled newspaper and jagged shards of glass. At the far end, Archie lounged against the brick wall, cigarette dangling from his lips, while Jughead perched on a dented car fender, staring down the empty street. The glow of their cigarettes flared every few seconds, ruining their night vision. Kelly could see them clear as day, but they wouldn't spot him until it was too late. "Don't move," he murmured, just loud enough for Archie to hear. The man turned his head, annoyed at first until he saw the barrel of the gun. His gaze flicked to Jughead, who was still oblivious, humming some half-remembered tune. Kelly cleared his throat. "Hey, Solasby be replace." Jughead spun, freezing when he saw the weapon trained on Archie's temple. Archie swallowed hard, hands twitching toward his pockets before Kelly waved him closer. "Business good tonight." "Fair enough," Archie muttered. "What do you want?" Kelly grinned. "Take a wild guess." "You a cop?" Jughead blurted. Kelly almost laughed. No, I'm not here to arrest anybody. He jerked his chin toward the tunnel. Inside. Face down. Now. Once they were far enough in to be hidden from the street, but still bathed in faint light, he patted them down. Archie's rusty revolver went into Kelly's pocket. Then came the wire, coiled tight around their wrists. He rolled them onto their backs. You've been real helpful. Archie scowled. You better not show your face around here again. Jughead nodded, but Kelly just shook his head. Actually, I need a favor. Ah, T blinked. What kind? Looking for a guy. Billy. Drives a red Roadrunner. Jughead's breath hitched. What? Archie's face twisted in revulsion as he felt the cold barrel press harder against his temple. You screwing with me? He spat, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool night air. Kelly kept his voice measured, the way you'd explain traffic rules to a reckless driver. Just answer the question. When Archie responded with another string of obscenities, the gun shifted with practiced ease. 2 sharp cracks echoed off the brick walls as Jughead's skull erupted like an overripe melon. Blood sprayed across Archie's cheeks in warm streaks, his expression frozen somewhere between disbelief and primal terror. Kelly almost chuckled at the irony Jughead had barely strung 2 words together all night, and now his silence was permanent. The metallic scent of gunpowder mixed with copper as Kelly leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. I even said please. Christ almighty. Archie wheezed, suddenly aware his next breath depended on cooperation. Kelly cut him off before the bargaining could start. Billy. Red Plymouth Roadrunner, flashy type. Distributor. Tell me where he drinks. The unspoken threat hung thicker than the blood in the air. Archie's hands shook as he babbled addresses. Clinging to the lifeline Kelly tossed him a promise of new supply, a twisted mercy. A quick pat-down yielded cash and dime bags, which Kelly pocketed with the efficiency of a man who'd done this before. He stepped over the bodies like they were sidewalk cracks, pausing only to check his shoes. No bloodstains, but they'd burn them anyway. The alley swallowed him whole as he untied the tin cans props for his drunkard act and vanished into the labyrinth of back streets. By dawn, the military base buzzed with surreal activity. 15 wrecked cars, salvaged from junkyards, were arranged in a haphazard civilian parking lot imitation. Marines grumbled as they positioned mannequins in playgrounds and sidewalks, their orders as baffling as they were precise. If Soviet satellites peered down, they'd see a ghost town with swinging child-sized dolls and adults frozen mid-stride, a stage set for a war game no one had bothered to explain. Kelly's after-action report would later call it the most tedious part of the operation. Building a fiction day after day for an audience that might never even be watching. The scene included a small playground nearby, where kids laughed under the watchful eyes of parents while cars came and went, a slice of everyday life that contrasted sharply with the grim discovery just half a mile away, hidden from the main roads and unnoticed by most of the base. Ryan and Douglas hung back, letting the forensic team work. Officer Chuck Monroe had made the gruesome find during his early morning patrol. As his headlights swept the narrow alley between houses, an odd shadow caught his attention. At first glance, it could have been a drunk sprawled out, but the crimson pool glistening under the light told a different story. Monroe didn't bother calling an ambulance. These men were long past saving. People don't realize how much blood a body holds, Douglas muttered. More to break the silence than anything else. The alley looked like someone had dumped buckets of red paint. Ryan turned to the coroner's rep. Time of death? Recent, the man replied, checking for rigor. Sometime after midnight, likely past 2. The cause was obvious, 2 neat holes in their foreheads. Ryan waved Monroe over. What do you know about them? Right one's Miss C. O'Donnell, goes by Juju. The other's his runner. Name's slipping me, Monroe said, exhaling cigarette smoke. Quiet night otherwise. Just the usual lowlifes doing their thing. The unspoken resignation hung in the air another Monday in the district. The photographers packed up, and Ryan swept his flashlight across the brick passage. Shell casings? Not a one, Douglas replied. Probably a revolver. Cheap piece, I'd bet. They combed the alley 3 times, methodical as ever. No grass to hide evidence, no clutter, just a tight, unforgiving space that left little to the imagination. Nothing, Douglas finally admitted. Guy took his brass with him. Amateur hour. Ryan smirked. Or someone who knew exactly what they were doing. The 2 detectives crouched beside the bodies, examining them closely for the first time. No visible gunpowder residue, the sergeant remarked, sounding slightly puzzled. Ryan glanced around before asking Monroe, "Are any of these houses currently occupied?" The young officer shook his head. "Not these 2 flanking the alley, sir. But most across the street have residents." Ryan frowned. 4 gunshots in the early morning. Someone must have heard something. The narrow brick passage should have amplified the sound like a megaphone, and a .92 pistol had a distinctive crack. Yet in neighborhoods like this, people either turned a blind eye or knew better than to get involved. "We've got officers canvassing door to door," Monroe added. "No lead so far." Douglas studied the precise bullet holes in the victim's forehead, barely half an inch apart. No powder burns. Shooter was standing about 3, maybe 4 feet back. He mimed the motion a natural stance, arm extended. "Could be residue we're missing," Ryan countered. "That's what the ME's for." The dim lighting and the victim's darker skin made it hard to spot any tattooing around the wounds. Nearby, the coroner's rep scribbled notes, muttering, "Glad someone values our work." Douglas pointed to the second victim, Miss C. O'Donnell. The shots were even tighter. That's not amateur work. Ryan methodically searched the bodies. No weapons, just wallets, identifying the unknown man as Charles Barker, 20. The cash was suspiciously light for dealers, and no drugs until Ryan found 3 tiny glassine bags of white powder. Pocket change, a cheap Zippo, Pall Malls, and another baggie. Drug deal gone bad, Douglas concluded. Monroe confirmed Maceo, nicknamed Juju, was a seasoned dealer. Nobody crossed him lightly, sir. Ryan noted the victim's hands were bound with copper wire, no defensive wounds. No struggle. Mark Charon arrived, cursing. "Damn it, I had a case on Juju." Ignoring him, Ryan continued, 2 exit wounds in Donald's skull. Bullets are probably at the bottom of the lake. Douglas scoffed. "Forget ballistics. They, Seaskisabonier friend." 92's lead rounds deformed too easily for rifling marks. The frustration in his voice was palpable. Another dead end in a neighborhood where justice often sank without a trace. Thus, via surprise. .92 caliber pistol packed surprising force, punching through targets with more efficiency than even a sortie 5, frequently exiting the body to embed itself in whatever lay beyond in this instance, the concrete sidewalk. "All right, give me the rundown on him," Ryan demanded. Sharon filled in the details. Major player in the drug trade, high-end clientele. Drove a flashy red Cadillac. Sharp operator, too. Not anymore. His gray matter got pureed 6 hours back. Rip? Sharon questioned. Douglas chimed in. Seems like it. No weapon, no stash of cash or product. Whoever pulled this off knew what they were doing. Clean work, M. This wasn't some strung-out addict stumbling into a lucky break. Ryan stood, brushing off his pants. I'd bet on that, Tom. Probably a revolver, but those groupings are too tight for some cheap piece. Mark, any chatter about a seasoned hitter working the streets? The duo, Charon offered. But they favor a shotgun. Feels almost like a mob job. Look, am dead in the eye boom. Douglas reconsidered. Then again, mob hits weren't usually this precise. Most gangland shooters couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, relying on cheap hardware and sloppy execution. Every mob-related case he and Ryan had worked involved either a point-blank shot to the back of the skull, complete with powder burns and brain spatter, or a spray of wild bullets leaving the victim looking like Swiss cheese. This was surgical. And the list of mafia triggermen with that kind of skill was short. But since when did murder follow a textbook? The scene was a contradiction routine, yet baffling. A robbery, sure, with the missing drugs and cash, but the kills? Too clean. Either the shooter had freakish luck twice in a row, or was a stone-cold professional. The mob hits weren't usually dressed up as robberies. They were meant to send a message, loud and public. Mark, any whispers about turf wars heating up? Douglas pressed. Nah, nothing organized. Just the usual squabbles over corners. Background noise. Dig deeper, Ryan suggested. No sweat him. My guys'll shake the trees. This one's gonna drag, Ryan thought. Maybe forever. Then again, only on TV did cases wrap up neat and tidy before the first commercial break. You cleared to take them? He asked the ME's tech, nodding toward the black wagon idling nearby. The morning sun was climbing, and the metallic tang of blood had already drawn the first flies. As they drove back to the precinct, Douglas mused. Whoever did this shoots better than I ever could. He'd once tried out for the department's pistol team. Ryan smirked. Plenty of folks out there with those skills now, Tom. Maybe some found new career paths with our organized associates. So, pro job? Let's call it exceptionally skilled for now, Ryan hedged. Mark can handle the legwork on intel. Thrilling, Douglas deadpanned. Meanwhile, Kelly woke at 10:30, finally feeling human again after days of grime. A scalding shower the night before had washed away the filth, though he half expected the drains to cough up evidence. A proper shave and a solid stretch of sleep would have been nice, but he'd take what he could get. Before eating, he drove to a nearby park, pounding out 3 miles on the trails before returning for another glorious rinse and a late breakfast. Nibet Tarftenheim. Last night's clothes, slacks, shirt, even the shoes were stuffed into a grocery bag. The bush jacket was the only loss he regretted. Its pockets and fit had been perfect. He'd need to replace it. Maybe buy 2. Kelly was almost certain he hadn't gotten blood on himself this time, but the dark fabric of his clothes made it hard to tell. There was likely gunpowder residue, though, and he wasn't about to take chances. He buried the stained clothing under leftover takeout and coffee grounds before tossing the whole mess into the apartment complex's dumpster. Driving to some far-off landfill would have drawn more attention than it was worth. People notice a man dumping things and start asking questions. The 4 spent. The Me Too casings were easier. He'd flicked them into a storm drain during his morning run. The midday news briefly mentioned 2 bodies found, but gave no specifics. Maybe the evening paper would have more. He made a quick call. Hey, Sam. John. You back in town? Rosen's voice carried the usual mix of warmth and distraction. Yeah. Mind if I swing by around 2? When Kelly arrived, Rosen barely glanced up from his paperwork. What brings you here? Gloves, Kelly said, holding up his hands. The thin, surgical kind. They expensive. Rosen almost asked why, but thought better of it. They come in bulk, hundreds at a time. I don't need that many. The surgeon rummaged through a drawer and tossed him a handful of sterile packets. You clean up nice. And he did. Crisp white shirt, navy suit, even a tie. Rosen had never seen him in anything but casual wear. Don't give me grief, Doc. New gig requires dressing the part. My first express. Rosen raised an eyebrow. Something like that. Can't elaborate. Kelly shrugged. I had to staff life. Rev'd same old. More admin work than surgery these days. Rosen tapped a stack of files, uneasy with the small talk. Kelly's polished look felt like a costume, and not knowing what lay beneath it gnawed at him. Actually, need a favor. Sandy's car died. I was supposed to drive her home, but I'm stuck in meetings till 4. She's on regular shifts now. Kelly smirked. When she's not teaching. Kelly killed time in the cafeteria, poking at a limp salad hospital food, hadn't improved until Sandy found him. Car trouble? He asked, noting the exhaustion in her face. Starter wiring. It's in the shop. My chariot awaits, he said, earning a polite but hollow smile. Secatrales in Taz. Different, she murmured in the parking garage. Don't get used to it. He tried to lighten the mood. Still, the same mud-loving guy. She stopped abruptly. It's not you. Bad week. Lost a kid car accident. Rosen tried, but her voice wavered. Sometimes I wonder why I do this. Kelly held the car door open. Short answer. Life's unfair. Wrong people, wrong time, no reason. She managed a faint smile. That's one way to put it. Were you actually trying to make me feel better? The irony of it tugged at the corners of her lips. But the smile that followed wasn't the reassuring kind Kelly had hoped for. We all patch up our cracks as best we can, Sandy. You battle your demons, I face mine, Kelly replied, the words slipping out before he could stop them. So, how many have you actually taken down? Enough, Kelly muttered, his voice distant as he fought to keep his thoughts in check. It startled him how effortlessly the conversation flowed with Sandy, how the walls he usually kept up seemed to crumble around her. And what did it change, John? My old man was a firefighter. Died while I was deployed. Ran into a burning house, pulled 2 kids out. Smoke inhalation had already gotten to them. He got them clear, then dropped dead right there. They said his heart gave out before he even hit the pavement. At least it meant something, Kelly said, the memory of Admiral Maxwell's words echoing in his mind, how death ought to carry weight, how his father's had. You've taken lives, haven't you? Sandy's question hung in the air. That's what war is, Kelly admitted. What did it accomplish? If you're looking for some grand philosophy, I don't have it. But the ones I stopped? They never hurt anyone again. Plastic flowers sure as hell didn't. No more village leaders, no more families caught in the crossfire. Maybe someone else stepped into that role, or maybe not. Sandy's gaze drifted to the passing cars as they rolled north on Broadway. And the people who killed Tim, did they tell themselves the same thing? Maybe. But there's a line. Kelly almost argued that he'd never seen his own men slaughter innocents, but that wasn't true anymore, was it? If everyone believes they're the righteous ones, where does that leave us? It's not like fighting a virus. You're up against something that harms everyone. No deception, no politics. We don't kill people, that's why I do what I do, John. Sandy, 30 years ago, there was a man named Hitler who got off on murdering people like Sam and Sarah just because of their names. He had to be stopped, and he was way too late, but it happened. Wasn't that the clearest lesson of all? "We've got enough problems right here," she countered, nodding toward the rundown streets outside Johns Hopkins. "I know that. Don't forget who you're talking to." The sharpness in his voice deflated her. "I'm sorry, John." "Alf, me too." Kelly hesitated, searching for the right words. "There's a difference, Sandy. Most folks are decent. But the bad ones? You can't ignore them, can't will them into kindness. Someone's got to stand between them and the rest. That's what I did. But how do you keep from becoming one of them?" Kelly exhaled slowly, wishing she hadn't asked. He didn't want to dig into his own conscience, not now, not ever. The past few days had been simple. Identify the enemy, act. No second guessing. Facing his own choices. That was harder. "Never been an issue for me," he lied, dodging the question. Then it hit him. Sandy and her people fought an idea, risking their sanity against forces they couldn't fully grasp. Kelly fought people, tracked them, confronted them, ended them if he had to. One side had purity, but no closure. The other got results, but risked losing themselves in the process. Warrior and healer, two battles, same war. Maybe the real difference wasn't what you fought, but how it changed you. Sandy turned to Kelly, her voice heavy with exhaustion. "What are we even fighting for in Vietnam?" she asked, repeating the question that had haunted her daily since the telegram arrived. "My husband died there, and I still don't understand why." Kelly hesitated, knowing no answer would satisfy her. War was chaos, bad luck. Poor choices and timing conspired to send soldiers to their deaths in some far-off jungle. Even those who survived couldn't always make sense of it. She'd likely heard every justification from her late husband, and searching for meaning now felt pointless. Maybe some things weren't meant to be understood. But how do you keep living without pretending there's a reason? As they turned onto her street, Kelly glanced at her peeling house. "You could use a fresh coat of paint," he remarked, grateful for the distraction. "I know," Sandy sighed, "but I can't afford to hire anyone, and I don't have the time." Kelly studied her weary expression before speaking. "Sandy, can I give you some advice?" "What's that?" "Let yourself live. I'm sorry about Tim, but he's gone. I lost friends too. You have to keep moving forward." Her eyes flickered with something unreadable, a practiced detachment that told him more than words could. "Something's changed in you," he thought. "I wonder what it is." Sandy noticed it too. The sadness that had once mirrored her own grief had vanished from his face, replaced by something she couldn't place. He'd always been polite, even disarmingly gentle, but now there was a quiet resolve she didn't recognize. It unsettled her. She'd always prided herself on seeing through people, but Kelly was different. He stepped out of the car and opened her door with a small gesture toward the house. "Mom." "Why are you so kind?" she asked suddenly. "Did Dr. Rosen put you up to this?" Kelly shook his head. "He just said you needed a ride. Besides, you look exhausted." As they reached the porch, Sandy hesitated. "I don't know why I like talking to you." "You do?" he asked, almost smiling. "I think so." The smile faded quickly. "John, it's too soon for me." "For me too," he admitted. "But is it too soon to be friends?" She considered it. "No, not too soon for that. Dinner sometime? I asked before, remember? How often are you in town?" "Die Sportkleven Sheriff. I've got something to take care of in Washington." "Doing what?" "Nothing important." The lie was faint, but she caught it, not meant to hurt her, just to deflect. "Next week, maybe." I'll call you. I don't know any good places around here. There do. With a final nod, Kelly left without so much as a touch, just a quiet, reassuring look before driving off. Sandy watched him go, still puzzling over what made him different. That haunted look she'd seen in the hospital was gone, replaced by something she didn't fear, but couldn't name. Meanwhile, Kelly muttered under his breath as he drove away, wiping down the car's surfaces with gloved hands. Conversations like this were dangerous. What was the point of any of it? In combat, at least the mission was clear: identify the enemy, move, strike. But no briefing ever explained how any of it would change the world or end the war. Some questions had no answers. The news articles he'd read were filled with empty words, recycled phrases from indifferent reporters, briefers who didn't have the facts, or politicians who couldn't be bothered to learn the truth. Terms like infrastructure and cadre got tossed around, but he wasn't hunting buildings or systems. He hunted men. Real flesh and blood men who made choices, did terrible things, and could be tracked down like predators. Infrastructure. That was just a concept, something vague and impersonal. It wasn't a target he could put in his crosshairs. Kelly forced himself to focus. He wasn't here to fix the world, just to carve out one small piece of justice. Grishinov studied the American as he lowered himself into the chair, each breath shallow and deliberate. The Russian frowned. Broken ribs were no joke, especially here, where infection could turn a minor injury into a death sentence. The guards had gotten carried away, and while pain was useful, a dead prisoner was worthless. I spoke to Major Vin, Grishinov said, rubbing his temple. The little brute claims he has no medicine to spare. Might even be telling the truth. He leaned forward. How bad is it? Like a knife every time I breathe, Zacharias admitted, his face drained of color. Grishinov sighed, pulling out his flask. This is all I have for you, Robin. The colonel shook his head, wincing at the movement. I can't. Stubborn, Grishinov muttered, frustration creeping into his voice. Pain helps no one, not you, not me, not whatever god you pray to. Let me ease it just a little. Zacharias clenched his jaw. His faith forbade it. His body was supposed to be pure. But purity didn't mean much when you were broken. Internal bleeding was a real fear now. Would he even heal in this state? Pain clouded judgment, made resistance harder. Maybe relief wasn't surrender. Maybe it was strategy. Grishinov unscrewed the cap, the sharp scent of alcohol cutting through the stale air. Tell me, Robin, do you ski? The question caught him off guard. Yeah. Learned as a kid. The Diefried D. Downhill, Zacharias corrected. Ah, the Wasatch Mountains, good snow there? A flicker of memory softened the pain. The best. Dry powder, like fine sand. Grishinov smiled, offering the flask again. Just this once. Zacharias hesitated, then took a swallow. The burn spread, dulling the edges of agony. He exhaled, feeling his muscles loosen. Grishinov watched, relieved when the man didn't cough. The vodka was good, real embassy stock, smuggled from Hanoi. Smooth with that faint papery aftertaste, most people wouldn't notice. Not that it mattered after a few drinks. You any good on the slopes? He asked, keeping his tone light. Zacharias closed his eyes as warmth seeped through him. For the first time in days, he could almost breathe without flinching. The pain eased slightly as he relaxed. And Robin found himself with enough strength to humor the Russian's conversation about skiing. I tackle the toughest slopes, he said with quiet pride. Been doing it since I was 5. My dad took me out the first time. Your father, was he a pilot too? Kolya asked. Robin shook his head. No, just a lawyer. My father teaches history at Moscow State University, Kolya replied, his voice softening. We had a cabin in the woods, and when I was young, I'd ski through the trees. The silence was perfect, just the whisper of skis on fresh snow. No other sound. Like the whole world was wrapped in quiet. Robin nodded. Same in the mountains if you go early, right after a fresh snowfall. No wind, just stillness. Kolya grinned. Ooh, like flying, isn't it? A clear day, just you and the sky. He leaned in, lowering his voice. Ever turn off your radio for a few minutes? Just to be alone. They let you do that? Robin asked, surprised. Kolya chuckled. No, but I do it anyway. Robin smiled, remembering a crisp February afternoon in '64, soaring out of Mountain Home Air Force Base. It's like being untouchable. The engine noise fades and suddenly it's just you and the sky. Like God's view. Only if your helmet fits right, Robin joked. Kolya's expression turned wistful. That's why I fly to escape the paperwork, the lectures, all the nonsense. Up there, it's just freedom. Better than skiing, even. On a clear winter day, you can see forever. He passed Robin the flask again. You think these people down here ever feel that? Doubt it. Robin hesitated, then took another sip. You know what I do? I hold the stick lightly, close my eyes for a second, and when I open them, the world's different. I'm not part of it anymore. More like an angel. Verstapert. The sky belongs to me. But it's never quite like holding a woman. Best feelings are the ones you have alone, I guess. Kolya studied him, intrigued. You a poet or something? I love poetry, Kolya admitted. Can't write it, but I read it. Memorize it, let the words take me where they want. His voice was sincere as he watched Robin's gaze drift, lost in thought. We're not so different, my friend. Elsewhere, Tucker and Sharon stood between the towering shelves of the Enoch Pratt Library, voices low. Juju got sloppy, Tucker muttered. One of yours? Sharon flipped a page absently. Moved a lot of product for us. Who took him out? No telling. Ryan and Douglas were there, but they didn't have much. You really sweating one dealer? Tucker's jaw tightened. You know better than that. First time one of mine's been clipped. Sharon smirked. High-risk business. Maybe someone wanted quick cash. Maybe a shortcut into the trade. Hell, if they were that clean, maybe you could cut a deal. I've got enough dealers, Tucker snapped. And peace talks are bad for business. How would they do it? Taba Daruz Pravtotated. 2 headshots each. Douglas thought it looked like mob work. Tucker turned sharply, eyes narrowing. Sharon didn't even turn around, his voice steady as he addressed Henry. This wasn't Tony's style. You really think he'd pull something like that? Unlikely, Henry admitted. But Eddie? That was another story. Sharon exhaled, rubbing his temple. I need a favor. What kind? The dealer. Unless you've got insider tips on the next big race. That D is bricked. Most of them answer to me now, remember? It had been smooth sailing at first, using Charon to wipe out the competition. It worked like a charm. But as Tucker tightened his grip on the local trade, the pool of targets had dried up. The remaining players? They could be assets, not enemies if he played his cards right. If you want my protection, Henry, I need leverage. That means high-profile busts now and then. Sharon slid the book back onto the shelf, frustration creeping into his tone. Why did he always have to spell things out? When? Early next week. Something flashy. Après. Pest to this dive. I'll see what I can do. Tucker walked off, leaving Charon to scan the shelves again. His fingers brushed against the right volume and the unmarked envelope beside it. No need to count. The amount was always exact. Across town, Greer made the introductions. Mr. Clark, meet General Martin Young and Robert Ritter. Kelly shook their hands. The Marine had the same pilot's edge as Maxwell and Podolsky, both absent today. Ritter spoke first. Solid breakdown. Not exactly polished, but you nailed the essentials. Sir, it's straightforward. The ground assault. The cakewalk. These aren't elite troops, they're watching the inside, not outside. 2 guys per tower, machine guns facing inward. Takes seconds to pivot. Use the tree line to get close. Hit them with M79s. Kelly traced the diagram. Barracks here, 2 doors, maybe 40 men inside. General Young tapped the southwest corner. Till point. Exactly. For a flyboy, you catch on quick. Kelly smirked. The trick is sneaking the team in. Use the weather this time of year. It's on our side. 2 gunships with rockets and miniguns to soften these buildings. Evac choppers land here. Whole thing's over in 5 minutes. So the key is getting the assault team close. No, sir. If you want a repeat of Song Tae, go for it, crash a chopper, the whole spectacle. But I thought you wanted subtle. Correct, Ritter cut in. Has to be small. No way we sell this as a major op. Fewer moving parts, different tactics. Bright side. Small target, minimal resistance. Dirk, Reeses bowed to Sid. No margin for error. Not much, Kelly agreed. 25 men. Land in the valley, hike over the ridge, take the towers, blow the gate. Gunships strafe these buildings while the team hits the main target. Snakes cover the slicks on extraction, and we're gone before anyone knows what hit them. Greer chuckled. Mr. Poetic Ham. Clark, you've got a real talent for optimism. Gassed, Kelly grinned. Or realism, sir. General Young would never back them if he discovered Kelly had only been a chief. The man had already gone above and beyond, blowing his entire annual construction budget to assemble that training mock-up deep in the Quantico woods. Kelly tried to downplay it, just running through familiar drills, Admiral, but the stakes were higher than anyone wanted to admit. Ritter studied the surveillance photos and blueprints, his jaw tight. This operation could end careers, Greer's included. But standing by meant abandoning good men to rot. That wasn't the worst of it, though. The real gut punch? Knowing higher-ups had written those lives off as expendable and might do it again. That kind of betrayal would gut the agency's credibility. Who'd risk their neck for a country that wouldn't cover theirs? Ritter leaned forward, tapping the photos. We move fast before this hits the press. A rescue op packaged as a time-sensitive opportunity. That's palatable. But Kingpin was a disaster because it reeked of agenda. This? Clean, focused. Some of us might bite if we sell it right. Greer's question hung in the air like smoke. So, you're in? Ritter exhaled. Yeah. 30, Tafriger, I'm in. Across the room, Young traced helicopter routes on a topo map. We need boots on the ground first, he muttered. Gilly didn't hesitate. 2 images burned in his mind. Colonel Zacharias, standing proud with his family, and the broken man in the next photo, seconds from a rifle butt to the spine. One more mission. Why the hell not? Complications Archie's intel had been thin. But enough. Now Kelly just needed caffeine and luck. Tailing a car wasn't like the movies, or that messy job in New Orleans. Too close, you're made. Too far, they vanish. Traffic turned it into a nightmare. Semis blocking sightlines. Idiots cutting you off while you're fixated on Billy's cherry red Roadrunner. At least the car was a beacon. Billy might love peeling out at stoplights, but even he wasn't dumb enough to drag race past a cop. Kelly spotted him near the bar Archie had mentioned. The Roadrunner gleamed fresh wash, fresh wax. This guy treated his ride like a trophy wife. Amateur move. Kelly hung back, learning Billy's rhythm. Side streets over main roads, weaving through neighborhoods like he had a GPS built into his skull. Advantage, local knowledge. Disadvantage? Kelly's beat-up sedan blended in like wallpaper. And Billy, he drove like a man who'd never checked his rear-view mirror once in his life. The streets were cluttered with old Beetles, making one more blend right in. After 40 minutes of tailing, the pattern was obvious. The Roadrunner swerved right and parked at the end of the block. Kelly played it cool, rolling past slowly. As he got closer, he spotted a woman stepping out, purse in hand, and walking up to the wizard, who was way off his usual turf. No exchange happened, just a quick meeting inside some building before she reappeared. But Kelly didn't need proof. It lined up with Pam's intel. Even better, he'd finally ID'd the wizard. Smirking, he turned left at the red light, now armed with 2 fresh pieces of intel. In his rear view, the Roadrunner crossed the street, the woman vanishing into the evening crowd as the light turned green. Kelly doubled back, catching the Plymouth heading south with 3 people inside one guy, crouched low in the back seat, unnoticed before. Nightfall was Kelly's sweet spot. He shadowed the Roadrunner, lights off, until it parked outside a brownstone where all 3 occupants spilled out, their nightly deliveries done. Kelly gave them space, stashing his car a few blocks away before slipping back on foot, disguised as a drunk. The street's layout worked in his favor. Marble steps lining the opposite side offered perfect cover. He slumped against one, half hidden in shadow, lifting a paper-bagged bottle now and then for effect, while keeping his eyes locked on the brownstone. Blood types O plus Davlier. A.B. Pam's pathology report flashed in his mind. The same types as the semen left behind. He wondered about Billy's blood type as he sat there, 50 yards out, blending into the urban decay. Pedestrians ignored him. Only a few spared a glance at the drunk dozing against the steps. Behind him, a dealer worked the sidewalk, his pitch and haggling voices sharp in Kelly's ears. His hearing had saved him before tonight. It was gathering intel. A stray dog nosed at him, curious. Kelly let it linger. A rat would have been different, but drunks don't shoo strays. The neighborhood had history, modest brick row houses on his side, grander brownstones across the street. Once, this might have been the divide between blue-collar workers and the upper middle class. That brownstone, maybe a merchant's pride, filled with piano music from a Peabody-trained daughter. Now it was just another drop point in a city that forgot its past. The neighborhood had long since emptied out, its residents seeking greener pastures, leaving behind this weathered 3-story house, a relic of another era, standing silent and abandoned. Kelly couldn't help but notice how absurdly wide the streets were, a relic from the days when horse-drawn wagons ruled the roads. He dismissed the thought with a shake of his head. Right now, he needed focus, not nostalgia. After what felt like an eternity, the trio finally emerged, 2 men leading, the girl trailing behind. She was shorter than Pam, thicker in build, her movements sluggish and unsteady. Kelly raised his head just enough to get a clear look at Billy, the presumed driver. The guy wasn't much to look at, maybe 5'9", lean, with something glinting at his wrist, either a watch or a cheap bracelet. He carried himself with the kind of cocky swagger that screamed small-time arrogance. The other man was bulkier, but clearly the follower, his body language deferential. Then there was the girl. She moved like a sleepwalker, her blouse half-buttoned, her gaze fixed on the ground. There was something hollow in her motions, something beyond just the haze of drugs. It reminded Kelly of the villagers during Operation Plastic Flower, their mechanical obedience, the way they shuffled toward their fate without protest. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. They really were using these girls as disposable tools. Billy revved the engine, peeling out with a screech of tires that echoed down the block. Kelly committed every detail to memory: the height, the build, the flash of metal on his wrist. The other man was just a footnote, a nameless obstacle with an expiration date. 1:40 on the pocket watch. Kelly clenched his jaw. He could guess what had gone down inside some twisted little gathering. Another girl left drained and discarded. But saving her wasn't the mission. Not directly. He forced himself to stay put, counting the minutes, ignoring the thirst gnawing at his throat. When he finally moved, it was with deliberate aimlessness, weaving through alleys like a drunk, his path a zigzagging dance. A smirk tugged at his lips, let them think he was just another lost soul. Only when he hit the streets did he pause, slipping on the surgical gloves with practiced ease. The night was alive with lowlifes, each one oblivious to the predator in their midst. Kelly moved like a shadow, quartering the blocks, circling back toward his parked Volkswagen. They thought they were the hunters. They had no idea. They were free to believe whatever they wanted. Kelly spotted his target just before 3 a.m., another lone wolf, as he'd started labeling them. This guy didn't have backup, probably fresh to the game, still figuring things out. From 40 yards away, he didn't look much older than a kid, hunched over, counting his earnings from the night's hustle. The bulge at his hip was unmistakably a gun, but his attention stayed fixed on the cash. When Kelly's footsteps echoed on the pavement, the guy barely glanced up before dismissing him and returning to his stack of bills. Earlier that day, Kelly had made a quiet trip to his boat, careful not to draw attention. He'd taken the Scout instead of his usual ride, not wanting anyone at the marina to notice the switch. Now, as he neared the dealer, let's call him Junior for simplicity's sake, Kelly casually swapped the wine bottle to his left hand. His right slid beneath his unbuttoned jacket, fingers curling around the cold metal of the bang stick tucked inside. The cotter pin came free with a soft clink, dangling from its chain as he closed the distance. Junior barely registered him this time, too busy sorting bills by denomination. Maybe Kelly's presence threw off his rhythm, or maybe the guy just wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Kelly played the part perfectly, stumbling clumsily onto the sidewalk, head down like some harmless drunk. A quick scan confirmed the street was empty. No witnesses, no headlights swinging their way. Just Junior, oblivious, counting his way toward what he thought was another uneventful night. 10 feet away, and the dealer still ignored him, treating Kelly like background noise. That's when the thrill hit, the electric certainty that this would work. The guy was in the kill zone, clueless, seconds from learning how wrong he was. Kelly's grip tightened as he took the final step, his arm snapping forward like a piston. The bang stick connected just below the ribs, driving upward with every ounce of Kelly's weight behind it. The blast was muffled, more of a dull thud than a bang, the force punching through fabric and flesh. Junior didn't even have time to look surprised. The street stayed quiet. No screams, no sirens. Just the echo of a job done right. The impact wasn't what you'd expect from a gunshot, more like a brutal punch from some unseen force. The lightweight competition load, typically used for clay pigeons or small game, became monstrously effective at point-blank range. Junior barely had time to register the muzzle pressed against his chest before the world turned inside out. His lungs emptied in a choked gasp, his mouth hanging slack like a broken hinge. Shock flickered in his eyes as they locked onto Kelly's, his body still upright for one impossible second, just long enough for realization to set in before gravity took over. He dropped like a demolished brick wall, the sickening thud of his collapse followed by a gurgling exhale of smoke, blood, and something unmistakably final. Even in death, Junior's gaze clung to Kelly, his lips trembling around words that would never come. Kelly didn't linger. He snatched the cash roll from Junior's stiffening grip and melted into the shadows, pausing only to rinse the shotgun's tip in a rain puddle before vanishing westbound. By dawn, he was home, $840 heavier and one shell lighter. Across town, Detective Ryan crouched beside the body, grimacing at the surreal neatness of it all. "Bandana," he muttered, eyeing the gaping wound, a perfect 12-gauge signature, ringed in soot like a macabre bullseye. The coroner's dry chuckle cut through the morning chill. "Thews of death. Instant heart puree." Textbook contact wound guy probably felt the barrel before he heard the bang. Ryan's partner, Douglas, frowned at the eerie lack of blood. No exit, no mess. Just empty. The medical examiner nodded, prodding the cavity where organs should have been. Diaphragm's confetti. Hell, I've seen car wrecks less tidy. Ryan's gloved hand brushed Junior's hip, searching for answers in the silence. The patrol officer shrugged. Dude knew the game. Just didn't see this play coming. Above them, a street lamp flickered, casting long shadows over the scene, clean, clinical, and utterly merciless. The shotgun lay beside the body, its presence impossible to ignore. "Someone he trusted," Douglas muttered, shaking his head. "Had to be no way you let a stranger get that close." Ryan stepped aside as the medical examiner moved in. No defensive wounds, no signs of a fight. Whoever did this walked right up without raising suspicion. He frowned. A shotgun blast in the middle of the night. How does nobody hear that? Time of death, probably between 2 and 3, the ME said, noting the lack of rigor. Neighborhood's dead quiet then. And trust me, a shotgun doesn't exactly whisper. Ryan checked the victim's pockets, no cash, just like the others. Behind the police tape, a small crowd had gathered, their expressions detached, almost bored. Just another spectacle in a city full of them. "Think it's the same crew?" Ryan asked, more to himself than anyone else. "Nope," the ME cut in. "Single barrel. A double would have left a different pattern. At this range, one shot's all you need." Douglas exhaled sharply. 3 dealers in as many days. If this keeps up, Mark Charon's gonna need a new line of work. "Not today, Tom," Ryan said, cutting him off. Another case file, another dead dealer, clean, efficient, but not the same as the Juju hit. Different style. Later, Kelly laced up his running shoes and hit the trails at Chinquapan Park. The morning air was crisp, the kind that made you feel alive. Kids darted across the grass, some playing pickup baseball, others chasing frisbees with the kind of reckless joy only children have. A stray ball rolled near his path and he scooped it up mid-stride, tossing it back to a grateful kid. A little girl wobbled into his way, clutching a bright green frisbee, her mom shooting him an apologetic glance. He just smiled and sidestepped. This was how it should be, carefree, safe. A far cry from the streets he'd been working. Back in Indianapolis, summers meant parks just like this, moms watching from benches, dads coming home, tired but happy. But not every kid got that. The thought gnawed at him. These kids had it, good shouldn't that be the norm? He shook it off. Changing the world wasn't his job. Finishing his run, he slowed to a walk, letting the sounds of laughter and playful arguments wash over him. Cheaters called out, rules debated with the seriousness only kids could muster. For a moment, it almost felt like the world made sense. John slid behind the wheel of his car, shutting out the noise of the city and his own nagging doubts. Sure, he was bending the rules, but wasn't it for a good cause? Justice, or at least his version of it. Vengeance. The word rattled around his brain as he idled at a red light. No, vigilante felt more accurate. A term rooted in ancient Rome's vigils, those night watchmen who patrolled shadowy streets with swords at their hips. Funny how history had a way of repeating itself. Back then, justice was brutal crucifixions, sacks of condemned men tossed into the Tiber with rabid animals. Compared to that, his actions almost seemed civilized. Almost. Parking near a row of dumpsters, he disposed of another bag of clothes, the routine now second nature. A quick shower later, he dialed the hospital. "Nurses Station O'Toole," came Sandy's voice, crisp but tired. "Still off at 3?" he asked, leaning against the wall. Her laugh crackled through the line. "You're psychic. My car's dead again. Let me take a look." "Dinner's my only fee," he offered, grinning at her predictable hesitation. "Too soon, John," she sighed, though he could hear the smile in it. "Just dinner, Sandy. Scout's honor." The pause. Then surrender, main entrance, 3:15. "And don't wear that ridiculous bracelet." Hanging up, he exhaled. Human connection, even the awkward kind, was better than the hollow echo of his own thoughts. First stop, shoe stores. 5 of them, all selling nearly identical black high tops. He scowled at the lack of variety, settling for mismatched brands that, upon closer inspection, were probably made in the same factory. The bush jackets were worse, 2 different labels, identical stitching. Capitalism's idea of a joke. But the plan demanded anonymity, so he paid in cash, stuffing receipts into his pocket. As he drove away, the radio hummed with static, a distorted echo of his own restless mind. Rome's streets might have been safer, but they'd never had to deal with corporate branding. Returning to his apartment, which he stubbornly referred to as home, despite knowing it wasn't, Kelly tore off every tag and dumped his clothes into the washing machine. He cranked it to the hottest setting, pouring in a generous amount of bleach, tossing in the last of the thrift store finds he'd scavenged from yard sales. Down to just 3 outfits, he grimaced at the thought of having to hunt for more. Yard sales had lost their charm, especially now that his life had settled into a rigid, high-stakes routine. Shopping was never his thing, and the monotony of his current situation made it worse. The grind was wearing him down, not just the lack of sleep, but the constant gnawing tension. None of this was truly routine. Every move carried risk. Even as he grew more accustomed to the mission, the danger never faded, and the stress clung to him like a second skin. That was good. In a way, complacency could get him killed, but the toll was undeniable. His heart raced more often. His blood pressure inched up, and exhaustion crept in. Exercise helped, but sleep. That was slipping through his fingers. It reminded him of his days in third sog-clearing jungle trails, except now he was older, alone, with no team to share the burden or crack jokes when the pressure got too heavy. He glanced at his watch. Wind. Me? That's what he needed. Flipping on the bedroom TV, he caught the midday news. "Another drug dealer found dead in West Baltimore today," the anchor announced. Kelly smirked. "Yeah, I know," he muttered before drifting off. Meanwhile, at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, a Marine colonel stood before a room of 75 hardened Force Recon volunteers. "We've got a job for you," he said, his voice steady. "Dangerous. Critical. Something you'll look back on with pride. 2, maybe 3 months. That's all I can say." The same scene played out at Camp Pendleton, California. Elite Marines, combat veterans, the best of the best. They'd signed up for this life twice, first as Marines, then again for recon. These men weren't just soldiers, they were hunters. Snipers who could drop a target at 1,000 yards if it stood still long enough. They didn't lose sleep over their work. Predators don't get nightmares. But they were still human. Most had families waiting for them, or sweethearts they hoped to settle down with someday. Many had already done one tour, some two, a rare few three. Those who'd seen too much didn't raise their hands this time. Duty called, but so did life, and some battles had already been fought. Their new role was to mentor the next generation, sharing the hard-won knowledge that had brought them home, when others just as skilled hadn't made it back. It was their duty to the core, a responsibility they accepted as they sat in silence. Eyes fixed on the colonel at the podium, their curiosity simmering but not enough to risk their lives again. Some stole glances at the younger faces around them, recognizing the ones who would stay behind, who would scribble their names on the volunteer list. Many would wrestle with guilt later, knowing they'd walk away from answers that might haunt them forever. But then, they'd picture their families, their kids' laughter, their wives' worried eyes, and the choice became clear. Not this time. The room emptied slowly, leaving behind a handful of volunteers. Their files would be reviewed, their skills weighed against the mission's needs. Some would be chosen, others passed over, not always fairly, but that was the way of things in uniform. By dusk, the selected men were gathered, handed departure times, and told little else. A bus waited outside. Not far then. At least for now. Kelly stirred at 2 a.m., scrubbing away the grit of his last mission. Today required a different disguise. Crisp shirt, navy blazer, a tie knotted just right. His hair, still patchy from the razor, would have to do. He looked every inch the corporate salesman as he climbed into his Scout, nodding at the apartment manager on his way out. Fate tossed him a parking spot near the hospital entrance, where a towering statue of Christ loomed in the lobby, its serene gaze at odds with the violence Kelly had left behind hours earlier. He circled it, avoiding the statue's eyes. No need for that kind of reckoning today. At 3:12, Sandy O'Toole pushed through the oak doors, her expression tight. Behind her, a compact surgeon in scrubs barreled forward, voice sharp as a scalpel. Kelly edged closer, catching fragments of the argument. "The report's filed, Doctor," Sandy said, calm but firm. "You had no right." The man's face flushed darker, spittle flying. "Sure, I did. Your dosage was wrong. My job is to report it." The doctor jabbed a finger at her. "Nurses don't override doctors." His next words turned foul, echoing under the statue's watch. Kelly's jaw tightened. This wasn't just about paperwork, it was about respect. And the longer the doctor yelled, the more Kelly's hand drifted toward the weight in his jacket pocket. Just in case. Sandy didn't back down an inch, her steady gaze only fueling the doctor's frustration. Kelly stepped in, not to intervene but to remind them both they were professionals. "Whatever this is," he said calmly, "maybe take it down a notch." Sandra shot him a glare, but the doctor barely registered his presence, something Kelly hadn't experienced since high school. The man's voice climbed louder, his insults shifting between English and Farsi, yet Sandy held firm. Kelly admired her composure, though he could see the tension tightening her jaw. Then things escalated. The doctor's hand shot up, his voice turning venomous as he hurled a crude insult, clearly picked up from local slang. That's when Kelly moved. The doctor's fist froze midair, trapped in Kelly's grip. "Need someone to fix a broken hand?" Kelly asked, his tone deceptively mild as he applied just enough pressure to make his point. A security guard appeared, drawn by the commotion, but Kelly didn't loosen his hold. 28 bones in the hand, right? He mused. "Want to test how many you can break?" The doctor's defiance crumbled under Kelly's cold stare, no anger, just quiet certainty. "Apologize," Kelly ordered. The man spat back a refusal, but a firmer squeeze changed his tune. "I'm sorry," he muttered, though the words tasted bitter. Kelly released him, then glanced at his name tag. "Feel better, doctor." Coleman. Good. Now remember, no more shouting. No threats. We clear? The doctor fled without another word, leaving Sandy exhaling sharply. "Did you really have to do that?" she asked, frustration mixing with relief. Kelly shrugged. "You were handling it." "But what's the story?" Sandy's words tumbled out the wrong prescription. The patient's allergy, the near disaster. "Doctor, Rosen might finally fire him," she added, shaking her head. "But he's desperate to stay." Kelly nodded, watching her shoulders relax as the adrenaline faded. The guy had a habit of bullying nurses, and nobody appreciated that, but Sandy felt she'd had the situation under control. Kelly shot her a look and gestured toward the exit. "Next time, maybe I'll just let him rearrange your face," he said dryly, though he already knew there wouldn't be a next time. The doctor's expression had said it all. Sandy frowned. "And then what?" she pressed. "Then he takes a break from surgery," Kelly replied. "Listen, I can't stand bullies, especially ones who pick on women. It's not something I tolerate." Sandy hesitated, studying him. "You actually go that far with people?" Kelly held the door open for her. "Not usually. Most folks back off after a warning. Think about it, if he hits you, you both lose. This way, just bruised egos. Nobody's in the hospital over hurt feelings." She let it drop, though part of her was irritated. She'd handled the doctor just fine, some hack who barely knew his way around a scalpel, cutting corners on post-op care. Sure, he only took charity cases, the easy ones, but that didn't excuse sloppy work. Every patient deserved the best, no matter what. Still, she had to admit, the guy had rattled her. Kelly stepping in had been a relief, but part of her wished she'd been the one to shut him down. The nurses would have a field day with this. In the break room, hospital gossip traveled fast, and doctors who messed with the nursing staff never lasted long. But what stuck with her was the way Kelly had looked. No anger, no satisfaction, just cold, detached precision, like he was flipping a switch. 1 second calm, the next ready to break the guy's hand without blinking. It unnerved her. Temper? No, too controlled. Something darker. Sam and Sarah wouldn't keep company with a psychopath, and they were sharp judges of character. So what was he? The car rumbled to life as Kelly pulled onto Broadway. "So what's wrong with your ride?" "Mill," he asked. Sandy smirked. "If I knew, it wouldn't be broken." "Fair point," he chuckled. She watched him. This man who could shift from easygoing to lethal in a heartbeat. Like some kind of switchblade smooth one moment, razor sharp the next. But then, just as quickly, he was back to normal, asking about her day. "Actually, it was good," she said, grateful for the distraction. "We sent home a little girl we were really worried about. 3 years old, fell from her crib. Guer tu prestidad, the Nayad inter. Rosen did amazing work. You'll never even see the scars." "Sam's solid," Kelly nodded. "Good doctor, better man." Sarah too. The phrase, "good troop," echoed in her head something Tim would have said. Kelly turned onto North Avenue, his expression shifting again when he mentioned Pam. Just like that, the warmth drained from his face, replaced by something hollow. Sandy saw it the way his hands clenched the wheel. The brief, brutal lie he told himself before reality crashed back in. Some wounds never heal. Better not to remember, Kelly thought. But the minefields were always there, waiting. Life without memories, both the joyful and the painful, would be hollow. If you erase the people who shaped you, who would you even be? And if those memories didn't push you to act, what was the point of living? Sandy could read it all in his expression, shifting, unguarded, but never cold. Not a psychopath. He felt loss deeply, unlike those who couldn't grieve. So, what did that make him? Try it again, Kelly urged. The dull thud of metal followed. All right, I've got it figured, he said, leaning over the hood of her Plymouth Satellite, sleeves rolled up, his dress shirt already smudged with grease. Sandy stepped out of the car, keys in hand, odd, considering the thing wouldn't start. Might as well leave them in and torture some would-be thief. Narrowed it down to the solenoid switch, he announced. The what? She peered at the engine, a mess of wires and grime. That tiny ignition switch isn't strong enough to crank the starter, so it triggers a bigger one here. He tapped a wrench against the part. Electromagnet flips the heavy-duty switch, sending power to the starter. Makes sense. Why sort the distit? Not really. The shop swore I needed a new battery. Kelly smirked. Let me guess. They also said mechanics love to mess with women because we're clueless about cars. Sandy rolled her eyes. Something like that. But you're still paying me, he said, digging through his toolbox. How? Too filthy for dinner now. We're eating here. He vanished under the car, dress pants and all, emerging moments later with grease-streaked hands. Give it a shot. The engine sputtered to life, weak but running. Keep it on to charge, he instructed. What was it? Loose connection. Just tightened it. But get a lock washer on that nut, or it'll wiggle free again. He eyed his ruined clothes. So did she. You didn't have to, you need this car tomorrow, right? Kelly shrugged. Where's your sink? She led him inside, pointing to the bathroom. When he returned, she handed him a glass of wine. Where'd you learn all this? My old man. Firefighter, but a mechanic at heart. Picked it up from him. He took a sip, not his usual drink, but it wasn't bad. Was. Heart attack on duty while I was overseas. Mom went earlier cancer, slow and ugly. His voice stayed steady, but the ache was there, buried deep. Dad smoked. Probably what got him. I was laid up with an infection at the time, couldn't even fly back. Sandy hesitated. I wondered why no one visited you in the hospital. Couple uncles, some cousins. We're not close. It clicked then. Losing his mother young, powerless to stop it. Every woman he'd loved ripped away his mom, his wife, his girlfriend. No wonder he'd snapped when Kofan threatened her. She'd thought she could handle it herself, but now she got it. The anger faded, replaced by something softer. Sandy noticed he kept a respectful distance, never letting his gaze linger inappropriately, something she usually tolerated from patients, since it oddly seemed to lift their spirits. But this was different. He treated her like an equal, with the easy camaraderie of a fellow cop, balancing friendliness with genuine respect. It was refreshing, the way he saw her as a person first, a woman second. Sandra Manning O'Toole found herself warming to him. Despite his imposing size, there was an unspoken safety in his presence, an unusual foundation for whatever this was between them. The thud of the evening paper landing on the porch interrupted her thoughts. Kelly grabbed it, skimming the front page before tossing it onto the coffee table. A slow news day meant the headline was another dead dealer, one of Henry's expendable foot soldiers. Kelly's eyes flicked over the details, recognizing the street name, but learning the real one, Lionel Hall, from the article. Bandana had been smart, or so Henry had heard, but not smart enough. The drug trade was a brutal climb, and Lionel had slipped. Henry stretched in his chair, groggy from a late night. His latest shipment, 15 kilos of what he now casually called material, had arrived 2 days prior. The boat trips to the drop point were becoming tedious, the elaborate cover story a nuisance. But he knew better than to voice those thoughts. This time, he delegated the dirty work, letting his underlings handle it. Two more now knew too much, but he was done playing errand boy. That's what the small-minded were for people who knew their place. Women, especially. Easier to control, with the added perk of keeping them close. Meanwhile, Doris woke with a splitting headache. The cocktail of pills and whiskey doing nothing but ensuring she'd suffer another day. The details of the night blurred into a haze of too many similar nights. The cuff around her ankle clinked as she sat up. The chain bolted to the wall. Part of her wanted to tear it free, but escape meant a death worse than this. The door creaked open, and Rick smirked down at her. "Shower time," he said, unlocking the cuff with a jerk of his chin toward the bathroom. Back at the house, Kelly flipped through the paper. "Where'd you learn to cook Chinese?" he asked. Sandy shrugged. "A nurse I worked with last year." The domestic normalcy of the moment clashed with the darkness lurking just beyond the front page. "Nancy Wu currently teaches at the University of Virginia." "You enjoying it there?" Kelly asked between bites. "Yesterds arger." Sandy replied with a smirk. If food is the way to a man's heart, then clearing his plate is the ultimate praise. He'd limited himself to a single glass of wine, but devoured the meal with barely restrained enthusiasm. "It's decent," she teased, nudging for a reaction. "Better than my usual microwave dinners, but if you're aiming for a cookbook deal, you'll need a tougher critic." She caught his grin as he glanced up. "Once spent a week in Taipei, this comes close." "What took you there?" Supposedly R&R a break from dodging bullets. He caught himself, realizing he'd said too much. Some stories weren't meant for polite company. Sandy's expression shifted, and Kelly hesitated, unsure if reaching for her hand would comfort or complicate things. "Tim and I had plans to meet in Hawaii, but..." her voice trailed off. He changed the subject. "So, what else did Nancy teach you?" "Plenty. She crashed at my place for months and turned me into her sous chef. Surprisingly patient for someone who lectures undergrads. Lobberspears peebeers." Kelly scraped the last bite off his plate. "What's your routine like?" "Up at 5:15, out by 6. I like being early, lets me prep before the R floods us with fresh chaos." "Your turn." Depends. When I'm on a demo job." "Demo?" Sandy blinked. "Explosives. My specialty. Hours of planning, engineers fretting like I'm juggling lit matches. Funny how they forget blowing things up is simpler than building them. Though I do have one signature move." "Which is?" "Underwater jobs, I set off caps early to scare the fish away." He laughed at her confusion. "So they don't get caught in the blast." She stared. "You're serious?" "Natenda. Yep. May pork of mine." The irony wasn't lost on her. A man who'd seen combat, threatened a surgeon, yet worried about fish. "You're something else." There, he shrugged. "I don't kill for sport. Used to hunt, quit. Fish occasionally, never with dynamite. Caps go far enough out so the real charge isn't affected. No sense wasting good fish." The shower's steam did little to blur the marks on Doris's skin. She scrubbed, but the bruises, some fresh, others fading, weren't dirt to be washed away. Just souvenirs from Rick, Billy, the others. The water couldn't cleanse what they'd done, only mask the smell. Even Rick, the least cruel, had left his share. She told off, avoiding the cracked mirror. "Better," Rick said, handing her a pill. "Thanks." Another day, another chemical buffer between her and the life they'd trapped her in. The barbiturate didn't make it bearable, just survivable. Barely. With their help, she endured. Their reality, her prison. Doris gulped down the pill with a swig of water, willing its numbing embrace to take hold quickly. The drug softened reality, blurring the harsh lines between who she was and who she pretended to be. What once felt like an uncrossable chasm now seemed like nothing more than a shallow ditch. She forced a weak smile as Rick's grinning face loomed over her, his fingers tracing lazy circles on her arm. "You know I'm crazy about you, babe," he murmured. Her response was barely a whisper, just a hollow yeah as she let his touch wash over her. "Big night tonight, Doris." "Henry's dropping by," he added, his voice thick with anticipation. 4 blocks away, Kelly stepped out of his beat-up Volkswagen, the door clicking shut behind him. The rhythm of surveillance had become second nature tonight's dinner. His first real human interaction in over a month had almost made him forget why he was here. Almost. He took up his usual post across the street, perched on shadowed marble steps, a fresh bottle of cheap red wine in hand. Every so often, he'd tilt the bottle to his lips, eyes scanning the block left, right up at the darkened windows above. Familiar cars dotted the curb, including that sleek black Carmen Ghia, the same one that had played a role in Pam's death. The driver, a mustached man around his age, prowled the street like a hungry dog searching for a fix. Kelly wondered what kind of life drove someone to this, risking everything just to poison himself a little more each day. Did the guy ever think about the wreckage left in his wake? The neighborhood's gutted by addiction, the lives ruined by the cash lining his pockets. But Kelly couldn't afford to dwell on that. Not when real people, families scraping by on welfare or dead-end jobs, were just trying to survive in this war zone. They ignored the dealers, the junkies, even guys like him. And honestly, he couldn't blame them. Survival here meant blinders on. Morality was a privilege when you were one missed paycheck from the streets. Meanwhile, Henry splashed aftershave on his freshly shaved face, admiring himself in the bathroom mirror. Doris had been adequate. Then there was Maria, all limbs and no brains. Antha so strung out she was practically a ghost. And the others, none older than 20, some barely legal. They were interchangeable, yet each had their quirks. A real trophy girlfriend might have been nice, something to show off, but attention was dangerous. This arrangement worked just fine. Doris lay half-conscious on the couch, her reward of 2 pills glazing her eyes. She'd played her part well, no complaints, no unnecessary chatter. Just the way he liked it. With a smirk, he offered her his finger, which she kissed obediently, her lips slack. "Let her sleep it off," Henry told Billy on his way out. Billy nodded. "Got a pickup tonight anyway." "Right," Henry muttered, already moving on. Even kingpins forgot things sometimes. Little man came up short last night. Gotta fix that. I decided to let it go this time. It was little man's first slip-up, and he claimed it was just a simple counting error. He even offered to cover the mistake with an extra $50, his own idea. Tucker gave a slow nod. In all their years working together, little man had never messed up like this before. He'd always been reliable, running his corner with precision. "Make sure he understands," Tucker said, voice steady. "One strike is all he gets." Billy dipped his head in agreement, his tone respectful. "Got it, boss. And I'll keep this quiet." That was the real issue, actually, one of many. Street dealers were small-time, driven by short-term greed, blind to the fact that consistency kept the whole operation smooth. But that's how it was with these guys, criminals through and through. No changing that. Some ended up dead over turf wars or bad deals. A few were reckless enough to sample their own supply, though Tucker had done his best to weed those out. Then there were the ones who tried to skim, pretending to be short on cash when they were sitting on stacks. Those cases only had one solution, and Tucker had made the lesson clear enough that nobody dared test it anymore. Little man's story checked out. His willingness to pay the penalty suggested he valued his supply, which had grown as his clientele expanded. Still, Tucker would have to keep an eye on him. What really grated was having to deal with something as petty as a counting error. It was just part of the growing pains transitioning from a small-time supplier to something bigger. Maybe it was time to start trusting Billy with more responsibility. The kid had sharp instincts, especially with keeping the girls in line. No record, hungry but loyal. Kentucky coal country roots. Could he handle the step up? Tucker tossed a 10 to the kid watching his car, still mulling it over. Meanwhile, Kelly exhaled in relief. The Roadrunner finally rolled up at 2:15 after what felt like an eternity of waiting. He shifted in the shadows, straightening slightly to get a better look. Billy and his buddy laughing like they didn't have a care in the world. The sidekick tripped on the steps, probably one drink too many, and as he stumbled, a flurry of bills scattered. So that's where they did their counting. Dre, interesting. Both men scrambled to scoop up the cash, Billy landing a half-playful punch on his friend's shoulder, muttering something Kelly couldn't catch from a distance. The night had its rhythms. Buses rumbled by every 45 minutes, but their route was blocks away. Cops followed their predictable loops. By 8 p. the decent folks were gone. And by 9:30, the streets belonged to the shadows, people locking themselves in, grateful to survive another day, already dreading the next. The real action didn't fade until around 2 a. And Kelly had studied it long enough to know the patterns. There were always wild cards, of course. You couldn't predict chaos. Only prepare for it. Escape routes, awareness, and firepower were the only insurance. Kelly knew life always had its unpredictable moments, and though that uncertainty gnawed at him, he'd learned to roll with it even if his current mission was anything but ordinary. Wearily, he pushed himself up and shuffled across the street toward the brownstone, his steps deliberately unsteady. The door, as expected, wasn't secured. A quick glance revealed the brass plate behind the knob slightly crooked, a detail he filed away for later. Upstairs, Billy's grating laugh drifted through the open window. That obnoxious, off-key sound making Kelly's jaw tightened. He already despised the man, and soon he'd make sure Billy regretted everything. For the first time, he was within reach of the people responsible for Pam's death, maybe even two of them. Oddly, instead of tension, a cold calm settled over him. His body loosened, his mind sharpened. This one's for you, Pam. The street stretched wide and straight ahead, the two Bobs standing out like sore thumbs a quarter-mile away. Kelly kept his distance, adjusting his path to stay unnoticed. If he walked straight at them, they might get suspicious. Instead, he angled his approach, letting his hunched frame blend into the shadows of parked cars and brownstone facades. Just another drunk, nothing to see here. At the next block, he crossed, scanning the area before veering left onto the sidewalk. He paused, taking a swig from his bottle-wrapped bag for effect, then deliberately relieved himself in the gutter. Disgusting, one of the Bobs muttered. Big or little, Kelly didn't care. The revulsion in the voice was exactly what he wanted. They dismissed him, just another stumbling nobody. But Kelly wasn't done. Both men towered over him, Big Bob at 6'3", Little Bob even taller and bulkier, already softening around the middle. Dangerous, but not invincible. He could have walked away, but no. Not tonight. Little Bob was distracted, staring across the street, while Big Bob lounged against the building. Kelly traced an invisible line between them, counting his steps before pivoting smoothly. His right hand slipped under his jacket, fingers closing around the Colt. In one fluid motion he drew, adopting the Weaver stance, elbows slightly bent, suppressor rising into view. Big Bob's instincts flared too late. He saw the gun, fumbled for his own, but Kelly was faster. 2 quick pulls of the trigger, the suppressor muffling the shots. The first bullet hit as the barrel leveled, the second following before Big Bob could react. No hesitation. No mercy. Just justice. Kelly pivoted sharply without moving his feet, his gun sweeping in a perfect arc toward little Bob. The man had already seen his boss collapse and was fumbling for his own weapon, but his reflexes weren't quick enough. Kelly's first shot went wide, barely grazing him, but the second found its mark, a brutal strike to the temple that sent the bullet ricocheting inside his skull like a pinball. Little Bob crumpled face first onto the pavement. Kelly didn't waste time. A quick glance confirmed both men were down, and then he was moving again, holstering the gun beside his knife as he turned the corner. 6 down. His pulse steadied as the adrenaline faded, his mind already shifting to the next phase of his plan. The clock read 2:56 a.m. as he slipped into the shadows, disappearing like smoke. Meanwhile, the recon Marine wasn't having a great night either. The bus he'd chartered had broken down halfway, and the driver's so-called shortcut had only led them into gridlock. By the time they finally rolled into Quantico Marine Base, it was past 3 in the morning. A jeep guided them to an empty barracks where half the men were already snoring. He claimed a bunk, too exhausted to care about whatever mission awaited him tomorrow. Just another day in the endless grind of military life. Virginia Charles wasn't faring much better. A nurse's aide at St. Agnes Hospital, she'd been stuck working late when her relief didn't show. 8 years on the same shift, and she still hadn't memorized the bus schedule tonight. That mistake cost her. She missed her usual ride and waited forever for the next one, missing her favorite show and 2 hours of precious sleep. At 40, divorced, with one son stationed in Germany and another still in high school, she juggled bills and worries like a circus act. She'd saved enough for a car, but couldn't justify the insurance costs, not with a teenage boy who'd only drive up the premiums. Maybe once he enlisted, she thought bitterly. The walk home was tense. Her neighborhood wasn't what it used to be. No more friendly chats on stoops or safe midnight strolls to church. These days she moved fast, cigarette in hand, eyes scanning for trouble. She'd been robbed twice last year, both times by desperate addicts. At least it taught her boys a lesson, she told herself. And she never carried much cash anyway, just enough for the bus and a cheap meal. May 3 blocks. Just 3 blocks. She picked up her pace, exhaling smoke into the cold air, willing herself to stay sharp. The violation of her pride stung, though not as sharply as the nostalgia for quieter days in a neighborhood where people still followed the rules. Just 1 more block, Virginia Charles reminded herself, rounding the corner. A voice called out from behind her, "Hey, lady, got some change?" She'd caught the movement in her periphery but kept walking, refusing to acknowledge it, praying the same indifference would shield her, though kindness like that was vanishing fast. She pressed forward, ducking her chin, convincing herself most thugs wouldn't dare target a woman from behind. Then a hand clamped onto her shoulder, shattering that illusion. "Hand it over," the voice demanded, flat and detached, as if reciting street law. "Not enough here to bother with, kid," Virginia shot back, shrugging free, without turning movement meant safety. Then came the metallic snick. "Try me," the voice said, chillingly calm, like he was teaching her a lesson. That sound froze her. She halted, murmuring a plea under her breath, and fumbled with her purse. Turning slowly, fury outweighed fear. A scream might have worked years ago, back when men would have rushed out, fists ready. Now she faced just a kid, maybe 18, eyes glazed and hollow, high on something and drunk on control. Fine, she thought, buy him off and go. She pulled out a crumpled 5. "This it?" He sneered. "I want more, or you're bleeding." Then his expression shifted. something feral flickering behind the haze, and her stomach dropped. "It's all I have," she insisted, voice cracking. "Then you're gonna pay another way." Kelly was almost at his car when he spotted them two figures by his beat-up Volkswagen, the glint of a blade catching the streetlight. Damn it. He'd sworn off playing hero. Saving the world wasn't his job, and stopping some random mugging wouldn't change anything. But this was right by his ride. Cops swarming the scene would be bad news, especially with what or who he'd left nearby. The kid had the woman by the arm now, knife flashing. 20 feet was nothing for a shot, but not with a nicety too that could punch through and hit her. She wore a uniform, late 30s maybe, and then slash. Red streaked her arm. She gasped, jerking back, the bill fluttering to the pavement. The kid grabbed her throat, debating where to cut next. That's when Virginia's eyes locked past him, wild with hope. The mugger spun, expecting a threat, only to smirk at some stumbling drunk. Kelly exhaled. This just got complicated. Kelly kept his head down, but his eyes locked onto the young mugger, realizing this situation was spiraling beyond his control. "You got any cash on you, old man?" The kid sneered, drunk on his own arrogance as he took a reckless step forward, convinced the homeless guy had to be hiding more than the nurse's aide. The sudden advance caught Kelly off guard, throwing off his rhythm. His hand darted toward his concealed weapon, but the silencer snagged on his belt, and the mugger misinterpreted the motion as a threat. The kid lunged again, faster this time, blade flashing in the dim streetlight. No chance to draw now. Kelly shifted his weight, pivoting into a defensive stance. For all his bravado, the attacker had no technique. His wild slash was telegraphed and slow. Kelly deflected it effortlessly, closing the distance in one fluid motion. A sharp jab to the gut knocked the wind out of the kid, but adrenaline kept him swinging. The knife came back in a desperate arc, but Kelly seized his wrist, twisting hard until the joint popped with a sickening crack. The mugger crumpled to the pavement, arm dangling uselessly. "You should get out of here, ma'am," Kelly muttered to Virginia Charles, turning away so she wouldn't see the aftermath. She didn't need to witness this. The nurse's aide scooped up her dropped $5 bill and hurried off, clutching her bleeding arm, her steps unsteady. Kelly watched from the corner of his eye, guilt gnawing at him. She'd be fine, someone would call for help. But the kid on the ground was groaning now, the pain cutting through whatever high he'd been riding. And he'd gotten a good look at Kelly's face. Damn. This punk had come at a woman, then pulled a knife. Both moves could have been fatal. Probably wasn't his first rodeo, either. Some lessons had to be taught the hard way. Kelly yanked the blade free and drove it home, silencing the whimpers. A minute later, his Volkswagen was already blocks away. 7, he thought grimly, turning east. Lieutenant Ryan rubbed his temples. 2 dealers, each with a pair of 92 rounds in the skull, clean, professional. No robbery, no shell casings, no struggle. One had even managed to grab his piece, not that it did him any good. Then came the call a few streets over, and Ryan knew this one was different. Douglas whistled as they stepped out of the car. Well, that's a first. The knife stood straight up from the back of the victim's skull, like some macabre trophy. Most murders in this city were depressingly predictable family squabbles, drunken brawls, idiots killing each other over a damn sandwich. Last Thanksgiving, a man shot his own son for the last drumstick. Ryan's personal favorite. A homicide sparked by an argument over a crab cake. Not funny, just pathetic. But this was something else entirely. The aftermath was always the same, a chorus of "I didn't mean it," and muttered excuses about why the victim should have just walked away. For Ryan, the weight of these tragedies gnawed at him like a relentless ache, each case blurring into the next with sickening familiarity. A life snuffed out shouldn't feel like a broken record, he thought, not after what he'd seen in the hedgerows of Normandy and the frozen woods near Bastogne as a young 101st Airborne trooper. Most killers crumpled fast, drowning in guilt, their confessions spilling out between sobs, crimes of rage or stupidity that left 2 lives in ruins. But this was different. Ryan frowned at the corpse's mangled arm, twisted grotesquely behind the torso. What the hell happened here? The medical examiner adjusted his gloves. Dislocated. Try annihilated. Someone gripped this guy like a wishbone and nearly ripped it clean off. See the bruising? Like snapping a twig. Martial arts. Douglas ventured. Close enough. Whatever it was, it stopped him cold. The ME gestured to the obvious fatal wound. A sergeant waved them over. Lieutenant, this is Virginia Charles, she called it in. Ryan noted the bandage on her forearm, her teenage son beside her. Jaw clenched as he glared at the body. 4 minutes of questions later, Ryan had the basics. Local drunk? We know, Virginia corrected, nodding at the shattered bottle Douglas bagged. Staggered around here for weeks. Meanwhile, at Quantico, the morning routine unfolded with marine precision. 5 miles past rifle ranges and memorials, the recon team's stride synced like a machine. They smirked at the officer trainees huffing through drills, their own endurance a silent boast. Then came the curveball, a general waiting by a playground, of all things. Welcome, gentlemen, said Marty Young as they caught their breath. Nearby, Navy officers in crisp whites and a pair of civilians watched intently. The team exchanged glances. This wasn't standard ops. Cass eyed the swing set. Photos didn't show the kitty decor. Greer shrugged. Assume Ivan's satellites count every freckle. So we give them a daycare, move cars like a shell game. Harmless places have parking lots, right? The plan was set. Mannequins would lounge on slides by 10 a.m. daily, because nothing said, nothing to see here, like plastic civilians soaking up imaginary sunshine. By 2 or 3 in the morning, the vehicles would shift positions once more, and the dummies would be repositioned. They had a hunch this bizarre routine would eventually become a running joke among the team. So, once the show's over, this place turns into some kind of twisted funhouse? Ritter mused, then chuckled at his own thought. Yeah, why the hell not? Solid work, James. Appreciate it, Bob. Admiral Maxwell squinted at the scaled-down replica. Seems cramped from this angle. Dead on within 3 inches, though we took some shortcuts, Ritter admitted. Snagged a Soviet manual for these kinds of facilities. General Young nailed the specs. Casimir frowned at Building C. No window panes here. Check the intel photos, Greer cut in. Glass is in short supply where this is based. Just shutters slapped on haphazardly. But Building B? He jabbed a finger toward it. Fake bars wooden, removable. Interior layout's an educated guess, pieced together from debriefs of folks who've been inside the real deal. Not exactly pulling it out of our asses. The Marines prowled the mock-up, mentally mapping their assault. They'd been briefed on the broad strokes, now they visualized it. M79 rounds shredding guard towers, white phosphorus raining into barracks, gunships strafing the aftermath. The eerily lifelike mannequins with their vacant doll eyes would bear silent witness. No leaks. No survivors. The site's resemblance to that other place went unspoken. A few glances drifted toward a distant hilltop. The perfect vantage point. After the pep talk, the men split into pre-assigned squads to gear up. No standard M16s, they'd be rocking compact Car 15s for tight quarters. Grenadiers hefted M79s with tritium-painted sights. Bandoliers sagging with practice rounds. Daylight drills were just a warm-up. The real work would happen under cover of darkness. Because operations like this, they only went down at night. At the range, 6 window frames stood waiting. The grenadiers locked eyes, then unleashed their first salvo. One round went wide, earning the shooter instant ridicule as the other's training rounds puffed behind the targets. "Relax, I'm just shaking off the rust," the corporal grumbled, before drilling 5 shots in 40 seconds. Door killer slow. Sleepless nights did that. Elsewhere, Ryan studied the coroner's report. What kind of freak has the strength to do that? Definitely not some 98-pound weakling, the medical examiner quipped. Blade sliced the spinal cord right at the medulla. Lights out instantly. Douglas stepped around the forensic photographer. Victim was already wrecked. That shoulder injury is nasty as it looks. Worse. Whole joints probably hamburger. No coming back from that, his pitching days were toast before the knife even got him. Ryan skimmed his notes. White male, 40s, long black hair, filthy. He told Virginia Charles, "Go home, ma'am." "Ma'am." She walked away while he was still breathing. Douglas lowered his voice. "Which means the killer took the knife back post-murder. Them 4 professional hits this week. Bowled to 6 bodies. 4 different methods. 2 bound and executed with a 92, no struggle. 1 gutted by a shotgun, no chance to fight back. The previous night had seen 2 more shootings, likely from a 92 again. But these victims weren't robbed or restrained, and they'd been aware of their attacker before the shots rang out. Both were low-level dealers, but this latest victim? Just some small-time thug. "Doesn't add up, Tom," Ryan muttered, though the lieutenant was already turning the details over in his head. "Any ID on this one?" The sergeant in uniform didn't hesitate. "Junkie with a record, 6 priors for robbery. Probably more we don't know about." Ryan shook his head. "None of this makes sense. If we're dealing with someone sharp, why risk being seen? Why let a witness walk away? And why even bother with this guy? What's the connection?" There wasn't one. Sure, the other dealers had been taken out with a 92, but that caliber was dime a dozen on the streets. One pair had been robbed, the other left untouched, and while both had headshots, the second pair's wounds lacked the same chilling precision. And then there was the dealer blasted by a shotgun. We've got the murder weapon. The wine bottle prints will turn up. Whoever did this wasn't exactly meticulous. Douglas smirked. A vigilante drunk with a moral compass, M. Ryan scoffed. "Yeah, right. Definitely not some choir boy. But who or what was this guy?" Kelly flexed his bruised hand, cursing under his breath. Losing control like that had been stupid. Looking back, he knew he'd had no choice if he'd driven off and left that woman to die. He'd never live with himself. And if anyone had spotted his car, instant murder suspect. The irony wasn't lost on him. He was a suspect now. Or someone fitting his description would be. Back at home, he'd studied his reflection, the grimy beard, the tangled wig, the hunched posture that shaved inches off his height. The streetlight had been dim, and the woman had been too busy running for her life to get a good look. Still, mistakes had been made. The wine bottle he'd dropped it, deflecting the knife, then forgotten it in the chaos. Bull, idiot. But the cops wouldn't have much. His surgical gloves had held, no blood left behind. The bottle, only touched with covered hands. They'd peg it as a bum-on-bum killing, and with the city full of drifters, he just needed one more night. Billy was the priority. The intel was solid, but the guy wasn't dumb. He might switch up his routine. If Kelly waited too long, all his recon would be worthless. 6 down, 1 accidental. The 7th didn't count, except maybe to that woman. He exhaled sharply. Letting her die would have been worse. Sometimes you just had to roll with the punches. The mission was riskier now, but failure wasn't an option. And as for danger, that was the least of his worries. Kelly knew he had to push his personal concerns aside. Duty called. He grabbed his phone and punched in the number. "Greer," came the gruff voice on the other end. "Clark," Kelly replied, still finding some dark amusement in the formal exchange. "You're late," Admiral Greer snapped. The call was supposed to happen before lunch, and Kelly felt a twinge of guilt at the reprimand. "No damage done, I just got back. But we'll need you sooner than expected." "It's already in motion." That was fast, Kelly thought. Too damn fast. "Understood, sir. Hope you're in fighting shape." "Dutch vouches for you," Greer said, his tone softening slightly. "I'll manage, Admiral." "Ever been to Quantico?" "Negative." "Bring your boat. There's a marina good spot for a quiet talk. Sunday, 10 a.m. sharp. Don't keep us waiting, Clark." "Thy sir." The line went dead. Sunday morning. Kelly hadn't seen that coming. The pace was unsettling, making his own mission feel even more urgent. Since when did the government move this quickly? Whatever was happening, it was pulling him in fast. Meanwhile, across the world, Grishinov leaned back in his chair, frustration etched on his face. "You're telling me your pilots are just glorified chauffeurs now? Handing missile control to some guy in a booth?" Zacharias scoffed. "You've got to trust your men in the air." "This guy should be briefing the general staff," Grishinov thought bitterly. "They won't listen to me, but they might listen to an American." His country had a strange respect for you. Tactics, even as they prepared to face them in battle. "It's complicated. The new fighter units are being sent to the Chinese border." "Wait, what?" Zacharias cut in. "You didn't know? We've already clashed with them 3 times this year. Amur River, further west." "That's bull. You're supposed to be allies." Grishinov let out a harsh laugh. "Dit bird. Friends. Maybe from the outside, it looks that way. But we've been fighting the Chinese for centuries. Ever read history? We backed Chiang over Mao, trained his troops. Then we were stupid enough to give Mao reactors. Now they've got nukes. Think their missiles can hit the U. No. But Moscow? Absolutely. That's why our MiG-25s are parked on their doorstep." Zacharias frowned. "I've never heard any of this." "Nee, of course not. Does your government tell you everything?" Grishinov's voice turned sharp. "Last winter, they attacked one of our islands. Slaughtered a battalion, mutilated the bodies. Why? Because they see us as animals. Useful but beneath them. Master race mentality." Zacharias offered. "Exactly. They want our land, our resources. And they'll take them if they can." Zacharias shook his head. "How the hell is this not common knowledge?" Grishinov smirked. "Same reason your bosses keep secrets. Nobody tells the whole truth." The tension in the room was palpable as Grishinov leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "You remember when France left NATO? When they ordered your troops to pack up and leave? Not a single one of us got a heads up. I was stationed in Germany at the time, working staff duty, and nobody bothered to mention the political earthquake happening right under our noses." He gave a dry chuckle. "Robin, you Americans see us as this looming giant, just like we see you. But your domestic politics might as well be written in hieroglyphics to me. The irony isn't lost on either of us." Zacharias shifted against the wall, his back protesting with a sharp twinge. The pain was relentless, a constant companion these days. Still bothering you? Grishanov asked, noticing the grimace. Without waiting for an answer, he pulled out his flask and passed it over. This time, Zacharias took it without hesitation, swallowing deeply before handing it back. So, tell me, Zacharias rasped, wiping his mouth, how good is this new bird of yours? Grishanov's eyes lit up. The MiG-25. It's a damn missile with wings. Turns like a freight train, sure, but in a straight line? Nothing in your arsenal comes close. 4 air-to-air missiles, no cannon, just the most powerful radar ever strapped to a fighter. Completely immune to jamming. You're armed deflag. Zacharias pressed. 40 kilometers, give or take. Grishanov shrugged. We sacrifice distance for reliability. Couldn't crack both, no matter how hard we tried. Join the club, Zacharias muttered. He exhaled sharply, then surprised himself by voicing a thought he usually kept buried. Look, I don't actually think our countries will go to war. What would you even take from us? Sapspors Helwenim. Oh, space. You've got plenty of your own. But China? His jaw tightened. They need what we have, and they're right on your doorstep. Hell, we handed them the weapons they'll eventually turn on us. And there are so many of them ruthless, relentless, just like the guards in this hellhole, but multiplied by 1 billion. Grishanov's expression darkened. So, what's your play? I command my regiment, the Russian replied flatly. I plan how to stop a Chinese nuclear strike. The how part? Still working on that. Zacharias smirked despite himself. Take space, time, and the right opponents to make it work. Exactly. We've got bomber crews, but nothing like yours. Even unopposed, I doubt we could get 20 bombers over your country. They're all based thousands of kilometers from my sector. Know what that means. No realistic training. No live drills. You're talking about a red team scenario. Grishanov snorted. Blue team, Robin. Semantics matter. Then, just as quickly, the humor faded. But yes, everything's theoretical, or we'll have fighters pretending to be bombers, which is useless when they run out of fuel in 20 minutes. Zacharias studied him. You're serious about this. Robin, I won't insult you by asking for trust. But ask yourself, do you really believe your country will ever attack mine? Probably not, Zacharias admitted. Grishanov took a long drag from his cigarette, the smoke curling toward the ceiling. I'm not losing sleep over B-52s. It's Chinese bombers that keep me up at night. That's the war we're preparing for. His voice grew distant. I was 11 when the Germans got within 100 kilometers of Moscow. My father, a history professor, joined a transport regiment, cobbled together from university staff. Half of them never came home. My mother and I fled east to some nameless village. The whole time, all I could think about was my bookish father behind the wheel of a supply truck. He crushed the cigarette under his boot. 20 million dead, Robin. 20 million. Friends' fathers, my wife's father, 2 uncles gone. You don't forget that. Ever. Trudging through the snow with my mother as a child, I made a vow one day I'd stand guard for my homeland. That's why I'm in this cockpit now. My mission isn't aggression, it's protection. I don't strike first, I shield what's ours. Get that, Robin? I'm here so no other kid has to flee through blizzards like we did. Lost half my classmates to the cold back then. That's the fire that keeps me flying. First it was the Germans eyeing our land, now the Chinese. And people like. His gesture toward the cell door hung heavy in the air. Kolya didn't need words to know he'd won. Months of careful maneuvering led to this, less like chess, more like watching a wounded bird trust your hand. The irony tasted bitter. This American would never see Nebraska's cornfields again, while Hanoi's bureaucrats sharpened their knives for when he outlived his usefulness. What a goddamn waste. Kolya's disgust for his so-called allies wasn't acting anymore. Their smugness during briefings, the way they broke men for sport, it turned his stomach. Yet here he'd succeeded, where their torture chambers failed, armed only with shared memories and zero vodka. He'd traded cruelty for compassion, treating Zacharias's wounds instead of inflicting new ones. The cost? Peeling back his own scars, winter starvation, joining the Air Force to prevent more empty little coats in the snow. Only possible because Zacharias was already a ghost to his country, destined for an unmarked grave. The man wasn't some Nazi caricature, just a decent pilot who probably avoided bombing schools. Hell, he didn't even hate their Vietnamese jailers. That stung worst of all, Kolya was starting to. Across the desk, Douglas dropped the evidence bag with a thud. The wine bottle inside gleamed under fingerprint powder's yellow haze. Clean as a whistle, he said. The switchblade followed one partial print matching the dead kid, smears everywhere else. Ryan's chair creaked as he leaned back. Gloves in July. Either that, or our guy's a contortionist. 4 crime scenes. 6 bodies. 2 drug dealers per location, different methods each time, but all within 5 blocks. All at twilight. Ryan massaged his temples. This isn't some clue board game, Tom. Real killers don't leave monogrammed handkerchiefs. The lieutenant's fingers traced the knife's outline. Last time I saw a neck stab like this, Eisenhower was president. Takes serious strength for rage. Boo every beat. But today's Vic had a witness. Perp told her go home, ma'am. Polite psychopath. That's new. The air conditioner hummed as both men stared at the blade, its edge catching the fluorescent light. The scene opened with a burly plumber discovering his wife's infidelity. After allowing the other man to leave, he grabbed a chisel and forced her head back. Douglas interrupted, questioning the brutality. Why go through all that trouble when a simple throat slash would do the job just as effectively? Ryan considered this, his voice fading as he weighed the options. Throat wounds created chaos, the horrific gurgling sounds, the screaming, the arterial spray coating everything in sight. But if speed and silence were priorities, a precise strike at the base of the skull worked like flipping a switch. Clean, efficient, no mess. The conversation shifted to the recent killings. 2 drug dealers executed blocks apart, their deaths nearly simultaneous. Then came Mrs. Charles caught in the middle of an altercation. Ryan frowned. Why intervene? A killer with a conscience. The theory didn't hold. If this was a robber, why target both criminals and civilians? No physical evidence tied the crimes together, just speculation, and a suspect who, bizarrely, wore gloves hardly typical for a street drunk. Midnight found Kelly slipping out of his quiet apartment complex. The place was filled with predictable people, white-collar workers, who kept to themselves, no kids, just couples, and the occasional widow. He drove his VW through the city, past dimly lit offices and fading neighborhoods, his gloved hands tight on the wheel. The surgical rubber trapped heat, making his palms sweat. But going bare wasn't an option. Memories of Vietnam surfaced, leeches clinging to his skin, worse than rats. At least rodents didn't drain you drop by drop. Tonight was different. Tonight, he'd see real results. He circled the area, scanning for threats, and spotted 2 cops questioning a wino. Their stance told him everything, one officer ready to back up the other. They were on alert. Looking for you, Johnny boy. He changed course, but he knew their routine wouldn't shift entirely. They'd just add extra scrutiny to every vagrant they passed. For now, that was enough to work around. The cops had bigger fish to fry holdups at corner stores, domestic disturbances, speeding tickets. Busting drunks would just pile more work onto their already overflowing plates. For Kelly, that made drunken wanderers the perfect cover, blending into the predictable rhythms of patrol routes he'd memorized. He figured his bad luck quota for this job was used up. One last run then. He'd switch tactics, though, to what? He wasn't sure yet. But if luck held, the next move would reveal itself. A block from the brownstone, he muttered a dry thanks to fate. The Roadrunner sat right where it should be, but it was too early. Collection night meant the girl wouldn't be there. He cruised past, looping around the next blocks, watching. A lone patrol car rolled by, right on schedule. 2 hours before the next pass. Perfect. Parking just close enough. He slipped out and walked away, doubling back to slip into character. 2 nervous dealers lingered on the next block, jumpy as cats in a thunderstorm. Word must have spread their buddies vanishing one by one. Kelly smirked inside, amused they had no clue how close they'd just come to joining them. But focus. He turned the corner, scanning. Past 1 a.m., the street was winding down, the usual post-midnight slump setting in. Nothing out of place. Just rows of brownstones and brick houses, shadows stretching long under the streetlights. He shuffled forward, playing the part, but beneath the act, his mind sharpened. One of them, maybe 2, was close now. Close enough to taste vengeance. For a heartbeat, he let himself remember Pam's laugh, the way her hair caught the light. His fists clenched, his face hardening to steel. Then just as fast he shoved it down. Tactical. He slowed, eyeing the corner house. 30 yards. A swig of wine, a deliberate spill down his shirt. Snake to Chicago, target acquired. The sentry, if that's what the idiot was, gave himself away with lazy cigarette smoke curling from the doorway. Kelly swapped the bottle to his left hand, flexing his right. Stumbling up the steps, he coughed, then collapsed against the door. It swung open, sending him sprawling at the feet of Billy's buddy. The wine bottle shattered, and Kelly played the fool, whimpering over the mess. "Rough night, pal," the guy said, almost sympathetic. "Better scram." Kelly just kept groaning, swaying on his hands and knees, waiting for the right moment to strike. Kelly stifled another cough, tilting his head just enough to glimpse the guard's boots confirmation. This was his mark. "Easy now, old-timer," came the gruff voice, as rough hands hoisted him up. Kelly played the part perfectly, limbs slack, letting himself be maneuvered toward the door. He stumbled deliberately, forcing the sentry to take his full weight. Years of planning, every scrap of intel, every sleepless night, it all crystallized in that split second. His left hand flew to the man's face, a distraction, while his right drove the cob bar between ribs with surgical precision. The blade pulsed against his fingers. The dying heart's frantic rhythm turning to chaos against the steel. A twist, a shudder, and the life drained from widened eyes. Kelly lowered the body soundlessly, but this time he didn't suppress the grim satisfaction. After all this, he'd earned it. "Remember Pam," he murmured, watching recognition flicker through the pain before the light faded. "Snake. View as Ake Applings." He yanked the knife free, wiping it clean on the dead man's shirt. No point dirtying good steel. Catching his breath, Kelly focused. One down. The real prize waited upstairs. The staircase groaned underfoot, but he hubbed the wall, distributing his weight, inching upward with the patience of a predator. The quait might a weavin' sif. 35 in his grip felt reassuring, suppressor dulling any potential noise. Then the sounds hit him: slaps, whimpers, a low, cruel laugh. His jaw clenched. A broken whisper, "Please," sent fury coursing through him, his grip tightening until his knuckles ached. Dirty streetlight bled through the bedroom window, casting grotesque shadows. A woman knelt on a stained mattress, head bowed as a hand groped her roughly. Kelly's stomach turned. Just like Pam. The man, Billy, grinned down at her, oblivious until Kelly's voice cut through the darkness, absurdly cheerful. "Mind if I join the party?" Billy spun, eyes widening at the sight of the pistol. "The hell? Me Teopolfiev." Kelly tilted the barrel downward. "Try reaching for your toys, and I'll turn you into a eunuch. Face down. Now." The smirk in his voice was colder than the blade at his hip. It was astonishing how much power men gave to that one small part of their anatomy. How quickly fear took hold at the mere suggestion of harm. Not that it was a difficult target. The brain was far more substantial and just as vulnerable. "Get down." "No." Billy obeyed instantly. Kelly shoved the girl onto the mattress and yanked the electrical cord from his belt. Within seconds, Billy's hands were bound tight, the wire biting into his skin. The pliers still clutched in his left hand made Kelly smirk. What kind of idiot brings tools to his own demise? He snatched them and twisted the wire tighter, drawing a sharp cry from Billy. The girl's glassy eyes locked onto Kelly's face, her breathing ragged but her movements sluggish. Doped up, but not enough to forget. She was studying him, etching his features into memory. Why are you even here? This wasn't part of the plan. She was a problem. A loose end. The thought flickered just end it, but his hands trembled at the idea. If he let her live, she'd describe him, spark a manhunt, ruin everything. But if he killed her, that was a line even he couldn't uncross. His soul wasn't worth the trade. "Get dressed," he snapped, tossing clothes at her. Fast and quiet. Billy, ever the idiot, chose that moment to speak. "Who the hell are you?" Kelly pressed the cold barrel of his gun to the back of Billy's skull. "One wrong move, and your brains redecorate this floor." "Got it?" A frantic nod was the only reply. "Now what?" Kelly glanced at the girl, fumbling with her underwear, the bruises on her body making his stomach twist. "Hurry up," he growled. He cinched the wire around Billy's elbows, wrenching a scream from him as he forced him upright. "Hurts, huh?" Kelly taunted before gagging him and shoving him toward the door. "Move." "You too, sweetheart." Down the stairs they went, Billy hopping over broken glass, his feet bleeding. The girl froze at the sight of the body at the bottom. "Rick?" She gasped, dropping to her knees. Rick. Of course he had a name. Kelly hauled her up. Outback. Now. In the kitchen, he scanned the yard clear. The real risk came next. He herded them outside, the girl exchanging silent, desperate looks with Billy. Kelly yanked her away. "Let him see." He shoved Billy into the car, then the girl, securing Billy's legs with more wire before sliding behind the wheel. "Who are you?" she whispered as the engine roared to life. "Someone you don't want to cross," he said, voice steady. "But I'm not your enemy. If I were, you'd still be with Rick." Her reply hit him like a punch. "Why'd you kill him?" "He was kind to me." Kelly's grip tightened on the wheel. "Kind?" He stole a glance at her bruised, disheveled, yet somehow sincere. The street ahead blurred for a second before he forced his focus back. This night was spiraling, and he wasn't sure he could control where it landed. A police car sped by in the opposite direction, causing Kelly's pulse to spike for a split second before it vanished around the corner. His mind raced, options flashed through his head. But only one made any sense. Realistic. He almost laughed at the absurdity of it. Yeah, right. No one anticipates a doorbell ringing at 2:45 in the morning. Sandy stirred, half convinced she'd imagined it, but the echo lingered in her groggy mind. Just a dream, she told herself, rolling over until it buzzed again. Still dazed, she grabbed her robe and shuffled downstairs, too confused to feel fear. A shadow loomed on the porch. Flicking the light switch as she opened the door, she barely had time to register the figure before a harsh, familiar voice snapped. "Kill the damn light!" The command was so sharp she obeyed instantly. "What the hell are you doing here?" Then she saw the girl beside him, pale, trembling, a wreck. "Call out sick. You're staying home today to look after her." "Her name's Doris," Kelly ordered, his voice steady but edged with the intensity of a man who wouldn't take no for an answer. Sandy stiffened, her brain finally catching up. Kelly looked like hell, unkempt, wearing what might have been a wig caked in grime, his clothes filthy. But his eyes... Westapam, tas to Sursten. Rage simmered there, his fists clenched at his sides. "Remember, Pam," he demanded. "Yeah, but... this girl's in the same damn situation. I can't help her now. I've got other business." Sandy's breath hitched. The news reports she'd half watched over dinner. The haunted look in his eyes at the hospital, it all clicked. The same desperation, but sharper now. Raw. "Someone's been beating her to hell, Sandy. My prostert Weim." "John," she whispered, her throat tight. "You're trusting me with your life." A dry, humorless chuckle escaped him. "You didn't screw it up last time." With that, he shoved Doris inside and vanished into the night without a backward glance. Doris doubled over. "I'm gonna be sick." Sandy barely got her to the bathroom in time. As the girl retched into the toilet, Sandy caught a glimpse of her reflection in the harsh light, hollow-eyed, bruised. It was like staring into the face of pure suffering. By 4 a.m., Kelly reached the marina. The scout's tires crunched on gravel as he backed up to his boat. After a quick scan for witnesses, he popped the hatch. "Move," he muttered to Billy, who obeyed without protest. Kelly shackled him to a deck fitting, then cast off, the boat slicing through the dark water of the bay. Only then did he let himself exhale. Untying Billy's restraints, Kelly slumped into the captain's chair, rubbing his aching shoulders. Hauling the guy from the VW to the Scout had been a nightmare. Lucky he'd dodged the early morning paper delivery. Coffee in hand, he dimmed the cabin lights, letting the quiet hum of the engine and the glow of the dashboard soothe his frayed nerves. The night wasn't over, but for now, he could breathe. The harbor was quiet as Springer glided past Dundalk Marine Terminal, where a handful of freighters sat docked under the soft glow of shore lights. The water stretched out smooth as glass, barely rippling in the absence of wind, reflecting the steady pulse of red and green channel markers warning ships away from shallow hazards. Up ahead, the crumbling silhouette of Fort Carroll emerged, an old hexagonal fortress built by Robert E. Lee back in his Army days, its rusted artillery long silent. To the north, the Bethlehem steel plant cast an eerie orange glow over the water, while tugboats rumbled to life, their deep diesel growls cutting through the stillness like a distant conversation. Billy twisted against his restraints, his voice hoarse from the gag. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded, legs kicking at the deck. Kelly barely glanced back, savoring his coffee as the boat hummed beneath them. The sky was still thick with stars, no sign of the storm warnings fishermen loved to quote. Just heat-stifling, oppressive heat waiting to smother the day. "Answer me, damn it!" Billy shouted, but Kelly only adjusted his course, keeping to the edge of the shipping lane like always. A tugboat chugged into view, hauling a pair of shadowy barges, probably coal or grain. Not that it mattered. Kelly smirked, imagining the monotony of barge life, The same route, the same speed, the same faces. Good money, sure, but what kind of existence was that? Listen, man, we can work this out. Billy tried again, desperation creeping in. Kelly ignored him, focusing instead on the blinking red beacons of the Bay Bridge ahead. Dawn was just starting to bleed into the sky, that perfect fleeting hour when the world felt untouched. Most people slept through it, oblivious. Then something caught his eye, a flicker of movement. He stepped out onto the deck, binoculars in hand, and keyed the radio. Springer calling Coast Guard 41 boat. Over. A familiar voice crackled back. Washin Portagee here. You lost, Kelly? Just earning an honest living, Kelly replied dryly. What's your excuse? Keeping idiots like you from drowning, came the amused response. Kelly grinned. Some things never changed. Kelly adjusted the throttle levers forward toward the bow, the sharp end that cuts through the water, and felt the boat surge ahead. Turn the wheel left, the bow swings left, turn it right, and she follows. Simple as that. Over the crackling radio, laughter erupted. Loud and clear, Springer. I'll be sure to share those pearls of wisdom with the crew. Much obliged for the lesson. Sem peace arcanteria. The Coast Guard cutter, a 41-footer, had been drifting through a slow patrol for 8 uneventful hours. Areza leaned against the wheelhouse, sipping coffee while a rookie took the helm. He keyed the mic, grinning. Springer, you've got some nerve. Not many folks talk to me like that and live to tell about it. Over. Respect your elders, Coastie. Hey, is it true your boats come with training wheels? Over. A fresh-faced recruit whistled. Negative on that, Springer. We ditch those the second the Navy hands us the keys. Wouldn't want you civilians getting queasy just watching us work. Over. Kelly smirked and nudged the wheel, keeping a wide berth from the cutter. Glad to know our waters are in such expert hands, especially with the weekend crowd rolling in. Watch it, Springer, or I'll board you for a full safety check. My tax dollars hard at work. Wouldn't want them going to waste. Just making sure you boys were still awake out here. Copy that, sir. We were nodding off, good thing. We've got pros like you to keep us sharp. Fair seas, Portagee. Same to you, Kelly. Duricade de Prut. The radio hissed back into silence. Kelly stowed the mic and ducked below deck. The sky blushed. Pink-orange sunrise was minutes away. Billy, chained to the deck, squinted up. What was that about? Kelly poured coffee, checked the autopilot, then peeled off his shirt. The shotgun scar stood stark in the dim light. Billy's breath hitched. Your Kelly turned, letting him see. Yea, when Sprakerla Capli. I killed you, Billy spat. Henry had never bothered to update him. Did you? Kelly eyed the gauges. One diesel ran hotter, he'd check it later. The boat hummed along at 20 knots, bow lifted, steady as ever. Billy filled the silence, venom in his voice. Pam talked about you. Right before Kelly ignored him, scanning the chart as the Bay Bridge loomed. He adjusted course, eyeing a distant freighter's lights. No need for radar, the air was clear, the sea calm. Billy sneered. She was fun. Right up till the end. Not too bright, though. Kelly's grip tightened on the wheel. The clock ticked. The water waited. Billy smirked, his voice dripping with contempt. She mentioned the bruises. He missed the way Kelly's grip tightened on the steering wheel. The autopsy report had described the marks around her chest, crude, deliberate, like someone had gone at her with a pair of hardware store pliers. Kelly knew every clinical word by heart, etched into his mind like acid on metal. Did the coroners feel it too? That simmering rage buried under sterile terminology? Professionals hid it well. Oh, she spilled everything. Billy went